Chapter 1066. On the second floor of the survival tower, lush green weeds grew all over the lush land. Fang Chen and the other 5 stood side by side. At this moment, their faces were full of surprise. Just a moment ago, a voice was transmitted into their minds. This was the test of the second floor of the survival tower. Find a water source. These simple words caused Fang Chen and the others to be incomparably astonished. The test of the second floor was so simple. Was it as simple as finding a water source? Wasn't it easy for a Heaven Dipper realm warrior to find a water source? They thought that the test of the second floor of the survival tower would be slightly more difficult. Who would have thought that the result was absolutely out of everyone's expectations? Everyone looked at each other. The second floor's trial is too easy, laughed a martial artist. Yes, the weeds on the ground are very moist. There must be a water source nearby, another warrior said. Gufang fell into deep thought. I feel strange, Gufang said in a deep voice. Fang Chen also nodded and said, Don't forget that this is the second floor of the survival tower. This test seems simple, but we still have to be careful. They exchanged a few words with each other and then began to look for a water source. At a glance, the whole ground was lush and green. After analysis, they knew that to find a water source, they had to check the moisture on the weeds to see where the moisture came from. To Fang Chen and the others, checking the water content was a piece of cake. After an hour, Fang Chen and the others preliminarily determined the location of a water source. Northeast. I can clearly feel the moisture in the air. Gufang looked at Fang Chen and said. The latter nodded. Gufang's judgment was similar to his. Then the group moved forward quickly. Originally, Fang Chen and the others had thought that it would be a simple trial. However, it was only when they began to search for it that Fang Chen and the others realized exactly how difficult the trial was. Not long after, they searched all the places. They didn't find a water source at all. Moreover, in the end, they couldn't even feel the moisture in the air. What's going on? At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. After that, he stopped moving and looked at the surroundings as he muttered to himself. It's so difficult to find a water source, someone said in confusion. Just when Fang Chen and the others were pondering, Little Mouse appeared. Boss, let me do it. After that, Little Mouse directly drilled into the ground. Not long after, Little Mouse came back with a rat-type demonic beast beside it. Boss, there's news, Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fang Chen and the others stared at the Little Mouse with burning eyes. The Little Mouse burrowed into the ground and used the methods of the Rat Clan to successfully find a rat-type demonic beast. It then subdued it and obtained the whereabouts of the water source. Bye. Even though everyone was shocked, they still took action. They soared into the sky, their bodies constantly rising as they searched for a water source. Outside the survival tower, Gu Chen and the others were waiting for news from Sanguinati's team. They still haven't come out after so long. I'm guessing that Sanguinati's team has already been annihilated. Very likely. Some of the cultivators who didn't think Sanguinati's team would win grinned. Only Shi Qing was extremely certain that Sanguinati was still in the survival tower. With Little Mouse's help, Fang Chen and the others finally found a water source. They successfully entered the third floor. The third floor of the survival tower lit up, startling everyone in the outside world. Look, the third floor lit up. Someone shouted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. They actually entered the third floor, someone cried out. Then everyone's gazes fell on Li Jiu. Li Jiu's expression was calm as he looked at the third floor. Sanguinati's team had entered the third floor, which meant that their ability to survive was comparable to Li Jiu's. Some of the cultivators who didn't think Sanguinati's team would win felt their faces burn. They'll probably stop at the third floor. Sanguinati is too young. He won't be able to surpass greed. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, even Shi Qing believed that Sanguinati's team would stop at the third floor. However, just as everyone was discussing, the third floor dimmed. Then, the fourth floor lit up with a dazzling light. Voila! The entire plaza outside the survival tower was filled with exclamations. All the cultivators were in an uproar. Sanguinati's team had entered the fourth floor, surpassing Li Jio's team and standing shoulder to shoulder with Greed's team. Heavens, what did I just see? Go and call Commander Greed over. Sanguinati's entry into the fourth floor caused an uproar. Before long, Greed arrived. His pitch-black eyes stared at the fourth floor of the survival tower. His face was unusually calm and expressionless. Greed, do you think this person can pass the fourth floor? Li Jio looked at Greed and asked. Greed had the highest cultivation among the commanders of Fengtian Palace. He was at Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Li Jio was also at Heaven Star Border Stage 6, but he was inferior to Greed. The rest of the commanders were mostly at Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Only Sanguinati was an exception. He was a commander at Mystic King Realm. This kid has great potential, Greed said in a deep voice. His face was slightly solemn. Sanguinati gave him a sense of oppression. This was a feeling that no other commander had ever given him. At Mystic King Realm Stage 9, he could suppress a Heaven Star Border Stage 4 and even take the position of a commander. Now he had even entered the fourth floor of the survival tower. However, the fourth floor of the survival tower is extremely dangerous. I don't think he can pass it. Greed continued. Hearing this, Li Jio nodded. What a joke. The third floor of the survival tower was already so dangerous. He didn't even dare to think about the fourth floor. Everyone's eyes were on the survival tower. Would Sanguinati create a miracle of his own? A quarter of an hour later, the survival tower changed again. Huff huff. The light on the fourth floor dimmed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This pervert finally stopped. He should have failed. He's coming out. Someone said, the fourth floor is too difficult. Even Greed couldn't pass it. It's impossible for Sanguinati to pass it. Someone else said in a deep voice. However, Greed and Li Jio didn't say anything. Their faces became more solemn. Their dark eyes stared at the survival tower. Everyone's eyes were on the fourth floor. Only the two of them were looking at the fifth floor. Is this real? Greed's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Suddenly, the light on the fifth floor of the survival tower lit up silently. All the gazes gathered on the fourth floor instantly turned stiff. What's that? The fifth floor lit up. Did Sanguinati's team break into the fifth floor? If the Blood Sword Saint entering the fourth level only alarmed Greed, then the Blood Sword Saint's entry into the fourth level only alerted Greed. Then his entry into the fifth floor had alarmed some of the commanders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after the fifth floor lit up, 3 armored commanders came together. The 3 armored commanders looked at the survival tower in shock. Sanguinati's potential is too strong. Whether it was potential or survival ability, Sanguinati was far ahead. However, just as the 3 iron armored commanders were talking, a silver armored commander appeared. Even the silver armored commander is here? The silver armored commander had a high status in the Fengtian Palace and was rarely seen. But today, because of Sanguinati, even the silver armored commander appeared. Sir, the 3 commanders hurriedly bowed. Not bad. The silver armored commander waved at the 3 of them and looked at the survival tower. On the 5th floor of the survival tower, 4 martial artists were injured and had lost their combat strength. The 4 of you wait here, Fong Qin instructed. Then he and Gu Fong walked together. The 5th floor of the survival tower was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could put one's life in danger. Moreover, the demonic beasts on the 5th floor were at least Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Finally, after a series of battles, Fong Chen's team stopped on the 5th floor. Crash! The 5th floor of the survival tower dimmed. Sanguinati's team walked out of the survival tower. At this moment, all the martial artists looked at Sanguinati with burning eyes. Too strong. It's his first time in the survival tower, and he broke Greed's record. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Shi Qing walked to Fong Chen's side and praised him. Fong Chen grinned when he sensed the heated gazes from the crowd. The three commanders came together, and Fong Chen knew one of them. Commander. Fong Chen cupped his hands. Blood Sword Saint, you made it to the 5th level as a junior commander. You are ranked first among the junior commanders in the survival tower, the armored commander said. Then he introduced the silver armored commander to Fong Chen. Silver armored commander. Fong Chen hurriedly greeted him. The silver armored commander looked at Fong Chen with a smile. Not bad. You're very outstanding. No wonder Miss by Ching Ching wants to rope you in. The silver armored commander turned and left after saying this. On this day, Sanguinati became a celebrity in Fengtian Palace. He reached the 5th floor on his first attempt. Even Greed and Li Jiu took the initiative to befriend him. Sanguinati, you're very powerful. Li Jiu said, I have high hopes for you. You'll definitely shine in the near future. Greed said, the top 2 junior commanders, Greed and Li Jiu, took the initiative to befriend Sanguinati. This caused the few captains of Fengtian sect to be extremely embarrassed. They knew about the grudge between Sanguinati and Fengtian sect. Right now, their only thought was to resolve the grudge between them and Sanguinati. Thinking of this, the junior commanders of Fengtian sect laughed and walked to Sanguinati's side. Chapter 1067. Fong Chen did not pay any attention to the interactions between the commanders of the Fengtian sect. Back in the Fengtian city, the Fengtian sect had repeatedly targeted him. The Fengtian sect master had even personally taken action to kill him. If not for the sect master Jian Zhao's intervention, he would have been killed. Moreover, in the end, Feng Yu and Feng Hong would be very hostile to him. This was a hatred that could not be resolved, since he had already offended them. Why should he care about these small commanders? In the Fengtian palace, there were only a few small commanders of the Fengtian sect. After being rejected, the few small commanders of the Fengtian sect were embarrassed. Then they turned and left. However, when they left, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Brother Shui, come find me when you have time. Greed and Li Jiu said goodbye to Fong Chen and left the survival tower. The survival tower consumed a lot of energy, and Fong Chen needed a good rest. When he returned to the courtyard, Fong Chen noticed that he had obtained some points from the survival tower. When they entered the Mystic Sky sect, every martial artist was given a token. This token was not only a symbol of his identity, but also used to store points. Under normal circumstances, passing the first level would reward 100 points. The second level would reward 200 points and double the points. Passing the third level would reward 400 points. Passing the fourth level would reward 800 points. Of course, this was for ordinary martial artists. Because the small commanders were the soul of the team, the points they were rewarded with were usually much higher. For every level, the small commanders would receive an additional 100 points. In this way, Fong Chen entered the 5th level, which meant that he had passed the 4th level and obtained a total of 1,200 points. Although it seemed little, it was very important. Points were very important in the Black Heaven sect. Martial artists with 8 palaces dreamed of obtaining points. There were many disciples in the Black Heaven sect, and the competition for resources was very fierce. The higher the status, the more resources. Ordinary martial artists could only earn points to exchange for resources. After all, without resources, even a monstrous genius would not be able to achieve much. The bigger the sect, the more intense the competition. I wonder what these points can be exchanged for. Fong Chen said softly. After a night of silence, Fong Chen woke up at the crack of dawn the next day. After a night of rest, Fong Chen's body had completely recovered. He had decided last night that he would go to the Points Hall today. Soon, they arrived at the Points Hall. Each palace had a points hall, and the items inside were basically the same. After entering the points hall, Fang Qin found that there was a dazzling array of things inside. "What can I do for you?" The staff saw Fang Qin coming in and hurried over. He looked at Fang Qin with eyes full of respect. This was because Fang Qin had the badge of a junior commander on his collar. "I'm just looking around." Fang Qin nodded and wandered around. The points hall was divided into several areas. There is a weapon area, a cultivation method area, a pill area, and a formation area. While Fang Qin was wandering around the points hall, Gu Fang and the others also arrived. "Junior brother Shui, you're here too." Gu Fang was used to calling Fang Qin junior brother Shui, even though the latter was his boss. "You're here too." Gu Fang and the other four each received 800 points, which they also came to exchange for resources. Low-level secret techniques for 100 points. Mid-level secret techniques, 800 points. Gu Fang and the other four exchanged for mid-level secret techniques at the same time. After that, they cupped their fists to Fang Qin and left. 800 points can be exchanged for a mid-level secret technique. These points are really precious. Fang Qin sighed inwardly. With the Sky Demon Sword art and Heavenly Star technique, Fang Qin did not need any secret techniques for the time being. Unknowingly, Fang Qin walked to the foreign objects area. The treasures in this area were basically foreign objects that could increase a martial artist's strength in a short period of time. On the path of martial arts, foreign objects were not as good as one's own strength. However, sometimes the help of foreign objects would make it easier for a martial artist to reach a certain goal. Black opening grass, 300 points. Bingyun, 500 points. He glanced around and found that most of the items in the foreign objects area could not be found in the outside world. Relatively speaking, they were more precious. "There's nothing that suits me." Fang Qin shook his head slightly and was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, he saw something from the corner of his eye. Vital Essence Sphere. When he saw these 3 words, Fang Qin frowned slightly. Then he quickly walked in front of the Vital Essence Sphere. The Vital Essence Sphere was a palm-sized sphere that was filled with rich vital essence. Next to the Vital Essence Sphere was a small piece of paper with an introduction written on it. "There's a large amount of vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere. The vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere could be absorbed by martial artists to strengthen their bodies." Seeing this, Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. Could he use the vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere to fill his chi-si? Thinking of this, Fang Qin called the staff over. After some explanation, he prepared to buy it. However, the price of the Vital Essence Sphere made him speechless. A Vital Essence Sphere actually costs 800 points. Fang Qin thought to himself, 800 points was equivalent to the price of a mid-level secret technique. This was enough to show the uniqueness of the Vital Essence Sphere. The vital essence contained in this Vital Essence Sphere is equivalent to a Heaven's Star Border Realm martial artist year of absorption, the staff explained. Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately picked up the Vital Essence Sphere and said, "This is it." After the purchase, Fang Qin only had 400 points left. He could not help but sigh. Points were really hard to spend. However, Fang Qin was also quite excited. After returning to the courtyard, Fang Qin sat down cross-legged and took out the Vital Essence Sphere. Hiss! Hiss! The terrifying vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere instantly filled the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Qin quickly absorbed the vital essence. Soon, all the vital essence in the Vital Essence Sphere flowed into his chi-si. Dong! The vital essence within the Vital Essence Ball was so massive that it filled his chi-si to the brim. At this moment, Fang Qin felt that the vital essence in his chi-si was too abundant, as if it was about to explode. His chi-si shook and the vital essence circulated. Fang Qin tried to break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. However, After an hour, Fang Chen's aura disappeared. His face was filled with gloom. The vital essence has reached saturation. Why can't I break through to the Heaven Star border realm? Fang Chen was puzzled. When he was in the Star Spirit River, he was ready to break through to the Heaven Star border realm. However, the golden heart was suppressed at the critical moment. Now, it was suppressed by the golden heart again. What am I missing? Fang Chen racked his brains. He spent 800 points to buy a vital essence sphere, but unfortunately, he did not break through to the Heaven Star border realm. The realm has reached a bottleneck. How can I break through? Fang Chen was puzzled. After that, Fang Chen tried to break through to the Heaven Star border realm from time to time, but he failed every time. This made Fang Chen very confused. However, there was nothing he could do. One day, half a month later, Fang Chen was chatting with Li Jiao in the pavilion. "Brother Li Jiao, why haven't I seen you for a while?" Fang Chen asked. "Something special happened in the Black Sky Sect's territory, so I went to deal with it," Li Jiao said. "Oh, what happened?" Fang Chen asked. "Brother Blood, some people from the mortal world came to Tongtian Island," Li Jiao said. "Isn't this normal? Why do you have to deal with it?" Fang Chen was puzzled. "Brother Blood, you may not know, but there are many entrances to the mortal world in the Black Sky Sect's territory. The Milky Way domain is under the control of the Fengtian Palace," Li Jiao said, slowly. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Why did the Milky Way domain sound so familiar? Milky Way domain? Fang Chen asked. He knew that there were many domains on each island, and there were many mortal worlds in each domain. He came from the Qingyin domain, one of the 72 domains on Scar Island. There were 3 mortal continents in the Qingyin domain. It's strange. There are no martial artists in the Milky Way domain. Almost everyone is an ordinary person. No one can break through the restrictions of the mortal world and come to the outer universe. Li Jiao said, but recently some ordinary martial artists came to Tongtian Island with some special equipment. That's why I went to take a look. How many mortal continents are there in the Milky Way domain? Fang Chen seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly. There are no continents in the Milky Way domain. There are a few planets, but they are similar to continents. The Milky Way domain is one of the few technological civilizations, Li Jiao said. There are countless domains in the vast universe. Each domain had a different civilization. There were immortal and demonic civilizations, puppet civilizations, and military civilizations. In short, there were many different civilizations. However, these civilizations would eventually evolve into cosmic civilizations. The technological civilization was one of them. There were no martial arts or martial artists in the Milky Way domain, only technological civilizations. Ordinary people use technology to achieve their goals. Technological civilization. Fang Chen said softly as he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. This technological civilization is a bit strange, but it's useless to us. A Heaven Star border realm elite could destroy a domain with a wave of his hand. Li Jiao didn't care about a technological civilization. It was because there were no martial arts in the Milky Way domain, so it was very difficult to break out of the Milky Way domain. It had been a long time since anyone came out of the Milky Way domain. That was why Li Jiao was surprised. There are 3 life planets in the Milky Way domain. As for what they are, I'm not sure. Li Jiao said. Fang Chen did not hear a single word that Li Jiao said after that. His mind was in a mess. His heart was racing and his body was trembling. After bidding farewell to Li Jiao, he returned to the courtyard. The 3 life planets in the Milky Way domain must be Earth. Fang Chen said excitedly. Chapter 1068. Earth was his hometown. He had lived on Earth for more than 20 years. However, he came to the ancient Sword Continent by accident. Then he walked all the way and arrived here. Since coming to the outer realm, Fong Qin vaguely felt that Earth might be in a corner of the vast universe. His dream was to return to Earth one day and see his father, relatives, and friends. Now he finally heard about Earth's situation. He was extremely excited. That night, Fong Qin thought about it for the whole night. He wanted to go to the Southwind mountain range to see if he could return to Earth. For this, Fong Qin made up an excuse. He was extremely excited the whole night. Early the next morning, Fong Qin found the armored commander and told him that he was about to break through to the Heaven Star border realm and needed to go to the Southwind mountain range to find opportunities. The armored commander didn't think much about it and was even very happy. He was already so powerful at the 9th level of the Profound King realm. Once he stepped into the Heaven Star border realm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Be careful, the armored commander warned. In the end, Fong Qin hurriedly left the Black Sky sect. The Southwind mountain range was in the southernmost part of the Golden Sky City territory. With Fong Qin's speed comparable to the Heaven Star border realm, it took him half a month to reach the Southwind mountain range. The entrance to the Milky Way sector was deep in the Southwind mountain range. Fong Qin's goal this time was the entrance to the Milky Way sector deep in the Southwind mountain range. Go to the entrance of the Milky Way sector first, Fong Qin said in his heart. Then he entered the Southwind mountain range. At this time, there was a void door deep in the Southwind mountain range. Beside this void door, there were several Profound King realm martial artists guarding it. There were some buildings nearby, which were the resting places of the martial artists guarding the Milky Way sector. In a certain courtyard, a few Mystic King realm martial practitioners surrounded 3 people with serious expressions. These 3 people were lying on the ground, dead. Brother Ming, what's going on? One of the Profound King realm martial artists asked in a deep voice. They were fine a few days ago. Why did they die quietly today? Another Profound King realm martial artist asked. The martialist known as Brother Ming checked carefully and discovered that all the bones in these 3 people's bodies had been shattered. Could it be that their bodies are too weak to withstand Heavenspan Island's gravity? Asked Brother Ming. At this moment, someone ran over to report. Brother Ming, the young commander of the Heavenly Sealing Palace, is here. Young commander, quickly invite him in. Brother Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. The martial artists guarding the place were also members of the Black Heaven sect. They were just odd job workers. His status could not be compared to the official disciples of the Mystic Sky sect, let alone a small commander. Upon hearing that a junior commander had arrived, Brother Ming personally welcomed him. After a while, he saw Fong Qin. How should I address you, little commander? Brother Ming cupped his hands towards Fong Qin and smiled. Sanguinati, Fong Qin said. Hearing that, Brother Ming nodded to himself. He knew about the internal affairs of the Heavenly Sealing Palace. He knew that there was a monstrous genius called Sanguinati who had recently been promoted to a small commander. So it's young Commander Sanguinati. May I know why you're here? Brother Ming laughed mischievously. I'm here to see the people who came out of the Milky Way domain, Fong Qin said without batting an eyelid. This, Brother Ming and the others were a bit hesitant. Why not? Fong Qin frowned, a bit displeased. Brother Ming's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, Lord Blood, you've come at a bad time. Those 3 people died today for no reason. Bring me to see them. Brother Ming brought Fong Qin to the courtyard and immediately saw the 3 people lying on the ground. Looking at their clothes, Fong Qin was even more certain that Earth was one of the 3 vital planets in the Milky Way domain. He did his best to suppress his excitement and walked over to the 3 people to examine them. All their bones are broken and they died. After a long time, Fong Qin shook his head slightly. It seemed that although the humans in the Milky Way domain used technology to break out of the Milky Way domain, however, because their physical strength was too weak, they could not withstand the pressure of the universe and died. Where are their tools? Fong Chen asked. In my room, Brother Ming said with a smile. He had been studying for the past few days, but he did not understand. Brother Ming brought Fong Chen to his room and saw a ship. A spaceship, Fong Chen thought to himself. When he was on Earth, he had only heard about spaceships but had never seen one with his own eyes. Right now, it was just a guess. All right, you guys can leave. I'll study it, Fong Chen said. Brother Ming and the others left the room and continued to guard the Milky Way domain. In the room, Fong Chen stood quietly, thinking about how to enter the Milky Way domain. Under normal circumstances, every domain is sealed by a powerful barrier. People from the outer universe cannot enter at all, unless they are the lords of the mortal world. Fong Chen said to himself. Fong Chen was not the Lord of Earth, and his body was not from Earth. Fong Chen was confused. After a long time, Fong Chen was ready to give it a try. At the Void Gate, Brother Ming, why do you think this young commander is here? Maybe he's here to check on those humans, Brother Ming said. Not long ago, young Commander Li Jiu came here. They chatted with each other and did not notice that Fong Chen was quickly approaching the Void Gate. Using the space-time true meaning, Fong Chen hid in the void. With the strength of these people, they could not find him. Then, Fong Chen used time acceleration to speed up the flow of time in his body. In an instant, Fong Chen arrived at the Void Gate. He took a deep breath and then plunged into the Void Gate. I hope it works, Fong Chen thought to himself. After Fong Chen rushed into the Void Gate, Brother Ming looked around in confusion. Did you find anything? Brother Ming asked. Brother Ming, what did you find? A warrior asked. Brother Ming shook his head and then glanced at the Void Gate. Just now, he felt a strong wind blowing and was a little confused. But thinking about it, he must have been overthinking. Crash! After entering the Void Gate, Fong Chen felt that his soul was being torn apart by a powerful force. Ah! Fong Chen let out a miserable cry. His soul left his body and floated in the void. After a while, Fong Chen stabilized his body and his soul returned to his body. Success! Fong Chen looked around and said in surprise. Immediately, Fong Chen felt that his soul was shaking in his mind. A wave of pressure came from all directions and entered his soul. This is origin aura. Fong Chen was not from Earth, but his soul was born and raised on Earth. In the depths of his soul, there was the origin aura of Earth. After entering the Void Gate, his body was rejected. At the critical moment, the origin aura in the depths of his soul was released and successfully merged with the origin aura of Earth. Then he was safe and sound. That was close. Fong Chen felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, in the depths of his soul, there was the origin aura of Earth. Otherwise, if he tried to force his way in with his own strength, his soul would definitely be destroyed. When he rushed into the Void Gate, the terrifying force made even Fong Chen feel a lingering fear. But now he was safe. Is this the Milky Way zone? At a glance, there are countless planets that were rotating at high speed. Fong Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. After more than 10 years, he finally embarked on his return journey. At the same time, somewhere in space in the Milky Way, there was a spaceship that was quickly rushing out of the Milky Way. Boss, at our current speed, we will be able to rush out of the Milky Way in a month. On the spaceship, there were 2 people. One of them, a man with a scar on his face, looked excitedly at the one-eyed man beside him. The one-eyed man's body was filled with a murderous aura, as if he had walked out from the edge of life and death. This SSS-class spaceship is the most high-end product on Earth. So far, there are only 5 of them on Earth. The one-eyed man grinned. The SSS-class spaceship was the most high-end product developed by Earth's technology. It could carry humans out of the Milky Way and into outer space to explore the vast universe. It was precisely because the first SSS-class spaceship had left Earth's control and entered outer space. Therefore, the one-eyed man spent a lot of money to get one. He wanted to leave Earth and rush into outer space. It was said that if he entered outer space, he would be immortal. Boss, actually, with your strength, there is no need to leave Earth to take risks. The scarred man said, as long as you wave your arm, the entire Earth will be yours. Hearing this, the one-eyed man fell into silence. The scarred man knew that the one-eyed man with him was the president of the Peace Society, the largest underworld force on Earth. The Peace Society was the largest underworld force on Earth. Its members were in every corner of Earth. The threat of the Peace Society was very great. Once, dozens of big countries joined forces to try to destroy the Peace Society, but in the end they failed, and it was a crushing defeat. Since then, the countries on Earth recognized the existence of the Peace Society. As the president of the Peace Society, the one-eyed man controlled the entire Earth and reached the pinnacle of power. However, he had a dream, to be able to live forever like the characters in novels. So, he had been studying the universe outside the Milky Way, and now he was riding on the top SSS-class spaceship, flying into outer space. Outer space, I am coming. The one-eyed man grinned. However, the one-eyed man didn't know the dangers of outer space. 1 month later, Fan Chin, who was hurriedly returning to Earth, found a spaceship. At the same time, he also found the one-eyed man and the scarred man on the spaceship. Where are these two going? Chapter 1069. Haha, boss, we're about to leave outer space. To be honest, the scarred man didn't want to risk his life in outer space with his boss. After all, the big countries on Earth couldn't detect the situation in outer space for so many years. The more mysterious it was, the more curious people were. However, from time to time, there were human researchers who disappeared without a trace while exploring outer space. Outer space was said to be synonymous with danger. However, ever since the SSS-grade spaceship was created, the problem that troubled Earth for so many years was finally solved. 5 SSS-grade spaceships, 2 in the United States, 1 in China, and the last one was taken into outer space by the first batch of test subjects and disappeared without a trace. The last one was in the hands of the Peace Society. From this, one could see how powerful the Peace Society was. The scarred man was the second in command of the Peace Society and had followed the one-eyed man since they were young. In the end, they made a name for themselves and established the Peace Society together. On Earth, they had obtained supreme power. With one order, other than the few big countries, all the other small countries could be destroyed in an instant. This kind of power was envied by many people. However, the one-eyed man made such a shocking decision. The scarred man and the one-eyed man were brothers, and they advanced and retreated together. When the scarred man heard the one-eyed man's decision, he didn't complain even though he was unwilling. Now that they were about to leave the Milky Way and enter outer space, the scarred man was very nervous. The Milky Way has been conquered by humans. Let's start exploring outer space with me. The one-eyed man laughed. While of the SSS-grade spaceship shook and passed through the Milky Way's membrane and officially left the Milky Way. Is this outer space? The one-eyed man stared at the scene outside the spaceship. In the vast void, planets were rotating one after another. Earth was just one of them. Outer space, I'm coming. The one-eyed man shouted excitedly. After so many years, they finally broke through the Milky Way and arrived in outer space. The first batch of test subjects can't be contacted on Earth. They have already entered outer space. The one-eyed man continued. The two controlled the SSS-grade spaceship and quickly flew into outer space. However, at this moment, Fan Chin encountered the SSS-grade spaceship. In the spaceship, the two were shouting excitedly. Suddenly, he saw a Xiao He dot in front of him. As the distance between them continued to shrink, the two of them were shocked to discover that there was actually a person flying through the void at high speed. What is that? The scarred man cried out in shock. A human that can fly? Could it be that he is from outer space? A long time ago, There was a rumor on Earth that there was life in outer space. Today they finally saw it. It must be an alien species, the scarred man said hurriedly. Drive over. The one-eyed man drove the spaceship in front of Fong Qin. With a wave of his hand, Fong Qin lost control of the spaceship and the hatch opened. No. In outer space, there was a suffocating gas. Humans could only travel to outer space through spaceships. And now, the two of them had left the spaceship uncontrollably. Instantly, they felt a terrifying aura pressing down on their bodies, as if death was approaching. Walla Fong Qin waved his hand, and the vital spirit in his body instantly wrapped around the two of them. Fong Qin stared at the two of them as they floated in the air. The two of you are from Earth, Fong Qin asked. They thought they were going to die, but to their surprise, not only did they not die, but they were also floating in outer space. The scarred man was so excited that he could not speak. Did they meet an immortal? Yes, we are from Earth. Are you from outer space? The one-eyed man stared at Fong Qin with burning eyes and asked. Fong Qin was also stunned when he heard this. It turned out that these two guys thought he was from outer space. After knowing that the two of them were from Earth, Fong Qin grinned and nodded. Where are you going? We are going to outer space, the one-eyed man said. Fong Qin activated his early blue class soul and enveloped the two of them. In an instant, the two of them had their memories seized. Then they had a new understanding of Earth in the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, Earth has been developing rapidly, Fong Qin thought to himself. When he was in university, humans on Earth were still unable to enter outer space. They could only explore within the Milky Way. But now, they were able to create an SSS-class spaceship. The wisdom of humans was indeed boundless. The two of them felt their vision darken, but they regained their consciousness in an instant. Are you really from outer space? The one-eyed man asked curiously. I am also from Earth, Fong Qin said. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. Fong Qin did not have time to explain so much to them. In the end, he decided to bring the two of them back to Earth. With your strength, once you step into outer space, you will die without a doubt, Fong Qin said. After listening to Fong Qin's story, the two of them were shocked. Immediately, they felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they met this expert, otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Especially after knowing that the first batch of test subjects were all dead, they were even more terrified. Outer space is very dangerous, the one-eyed man thought to himself. The SSS-class spaceship was too slow, so Fong Qin directly used the true meaning of time and space to travel through the void. However, Fong Qin did not forget about the SSS-class spaceship and stored it in the interspatial ring. Immortal, we met an immortal. The one-eyed man and the scarred man were shocked. Earth was very different from 10 years ago. Fong Qin brought the two of them back to Earth quietly. The one-eyed man was a European, but he spoke fluent Mandarin. As for the scarred man, he was a Chinese, just like Fong Qin. They passed through the Earth's enchantment and returned to Earth. Fong Qin landed in a small European country, but no one knew. In the future, the Peace Society is not allowed to do evil. Do you hear me? Fong Qin said. Fong Qin was not willing to do anything to ordinary people who did not even have the strength to trust a chicken, so he only threatened them. From the memories of the two of them, he learned about the brutality of the Peace Society. After seeing Fong Qin's methods, the two of them did not dare to have such thoughts. Hearing this, the two of them vowed solemnly, Lord Immortal, we will definitely lead the Peace Society to bring peace to Earth. While the SSS-class spaceship was taken out from the space ring, in the name of the Peace Society, donate this to Hua Nation. Don't tell outsiders about my existence, Fong Qin said. The two of them nodded. In the end, the two of them separated from Fong Qin. On this day, the entire Peace Society was in an uproar. As soon as the two leaders returned, they issued a series of orders. These orders puzzled the thousands of members of the Peace Society. However, the words of the two leaders were very authoritative. 3 days later, an even more explosive piece of news spread throughout the earth. The second-in-command of the Peace Society officially announced that he would donate an SSS-class spaceship to Hua Nation for free. After the entire Hua Nation heard the news, they were very shocked. The higher-ups of Hua Nation were even more excited. They even personally received the second-in-command of the Peace Society. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When this news spread, several major countries, including the United States, questioned. The Peace Society committed all kinds of evil and was the enemy of the entire Earth. Why would the Peace Society give such a valuable spaceship to Hua Nation for free? Some countries even speculated whether Hua Nation had reached a consensus with the Peace Society. A series of questions kept coming. For a time, rumors and slanders spread all over Earth. Jiangnan, Hua Nation. Fang Chen's hometown was Jiangnan. Standing on a mountain peak in Jiangnan, Fang Chen's soul went out of his body and instantly sensed his father and family. Father, mother. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with tears. This unfilial son of his had disappeared for more than 10 years. Back then, his parents were only in their 50s. Now, the two of them already had white hair. Fang Chen's heart stirred, and he came to a small town in Jiangnan. Fang Chen's family could only be considered an ordinary well-off family. His parents were employees of a state-owned enterprise in the small town and had now retired. Since Fang Chen disappeared for no reason more than 10 years ago, the two old people had been in a bad mood. Now, the two old people stared blankly at Fang Chen's photo every day. On the street of the small town, there was a relatively good courtyard house. This was Fang Chen's home. In the courtyard house, the two old people supported each other. "Old Fang, are you feeling better?" The two old people walked out of the courtyard house and met a familiar neighbor on the road. "Much better." The old man nodded. The two old men supported each other. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he felt incomparably heartbroken. "Father, mother, I've made you suffer." Tears flowed out of Fang Chen's eyes. Every day at this time, Father Fang would take Mother Fang out for a walk. But recently, Mother Fang's health was obviously not good. Father Fang was very worried about it. "Dear, today is Chin Er's birthday." Mother Fang, who was supported by Father Fang, murmured. For so many years, Mother Fang had lived in a daze. Because of this, Mother Fang fell seriously ill and her health was not good. After saying a few words, she was panting. Father Fang hugged Mother Fang and said, "Let's go to the city hospital for a checkup. I miss Chin so much. I wish I could spend his birthday with him." Mother Fang was in a bad mood and the atmosphere was full of sadness. After a while, Father Fang and Mother Fang arrived at the park. At this time, there was almost no one in the park. Father Fang and Mother Fang came to the park and stood in front of a blade of grass. They fell into silence. Fang Chin clearly remembered that blade of grass. When he was young, his parents brought him to the park to play, and he planted it himself. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. "Chin-er," Mother Fang murmured and was a little dizzy. Fang Chin could not suppress the excitement in his heart and rushed directly to the two old people. Chapter 1070. Looking at his aged parents, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He hadn't seen his parents for more than 10 years, but they had aged so much. However, just as Fang Chen was about to walk towards his parents, the appearance of an old man attracted Fang Chen's attention. In the park, "Sir, I see that your wife is not in good health. I have some medicinal herbs here that can treat her chronic illness." The old man was dressed in cotton clothes and held a flagpole in his hand. On the flagpole, there were a few words written on it. Okay. Fang Chen's father, who was originally very sad, suddenly heard the old man's words and looked at him. "Really?" The old man grinned and said, "Of course. As long as she is still breathing, she can recover after eating my herbs. It's just that it's a little expensive." "How much?" 100,000 yuan, the old man said. Fang Chen's father was a little hesitant, worried that this quack doctor was a swindler. Seeing his expression, the old man laughed heartily and said, "Sir, if you are afraid that I am lying to you, I can give your wife the herbs first." After saying that, the old man took out a herb from his clothes and handed it to Fang Chen's father. Suddenly, a vague aura entered Fang Chen's father's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen's father's face darkened and his body swayed. The old man's eyes were full of cold laughter. Fang Chen, who was far away, saw this scene clearly. The herb that the old man handed to his father was the soul-devouring herb. The soul-devouring herb could devour a human's soul unknowingly and then store it. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Immediately he walked towards the park. When Fang Chen appeared, Fang Chen's father was already very weak. The quack doctor's face was full of smiles as he prepared to take the soul-devouring herb. Pa! Fang Chen's hand took the soul-devouring herb before the quack doctor could. Then he used a little strength, and the soul-devouring herb instantly turned into powder. Fang Chen's father's soul, which was devoured by the soul-devouring herb, also quietly returned to his mind. Fang Chen's father immediately woke up. "Yes, I felt a little dazed just now," Fang Chen's father said softly. At this moment, Fang Chen's father heard a sentence. "Brat, are you courting death?" Is that not the voice of the quack? Dr. Fang, Jingji's father, hurriedly looked to his side. What he saw shocked him. Chen. Father Fang's voice was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly, "Father, it's me." Seeing his father like this, Fang Chen felt very guilty. "Wife, look, it's Chen." After confirming that the person in front of him was his son, Father Fang hurriedly shook Mother Fang's arm. However, Mother Fang's body was too weak. Coupled with the corrosive aura of the soul-devouring grass, she had already fainted. "Wife!" Father Fang shouted anxiously. "Father, it's okay." Fang Chen held his father's hand and comforted him. "Chana Yu." Father Fang never thought that he would be able to see his son again after more than 10 years. However, he wasn't happy at all, because his wife had fainted. "Quick, call the ambulance," Father Fang said worriedly. "Father, Mother is fine. She is just resting." Fang Chen gently patted his father's shoulder and said, "Wait for me." Then, Fang Chen walked in front of the quack doctor. "Kid, do you know what you are doing?" The quack doctor was very angry that his plan had been ruined. Collecting the souls of ordinary people. "What are you doing?" Fang Chen asked bluntly. Hearing this, the quack doctor's expression changed slightly. How did he know that he was collecting souls? Was he also an expert of the inner sect? "Don't meddle in other people's business," the quack doctor said coldly. Fang Chen slapped the quack doctor's body. With a bang, the quack doctor's body was sent flying. Then, Fang Chen turned around and brought his parents home. An hour later, Mother Fang woke up. During this time, Fang Chen used his vital essence to help his mother get rid of her chronic illness. After waking up, his mother's complexion was much better. When she learned that her son, Fang Chen, had returned, she was very excited. This day was the most exciting day for Fang Chen's parents in more than 10 years. Fang Chen's parents had asked him where he had been all these years. Fang Chen only said that he had been tricked by bad people and had not returned until today. Fang Chen had been chatting with his parents the whole night. He would only forget everything when he was chatting with his parents. While he was chatting with his parents, Fang Chen was secretly adjusting their bodies. With Fang Chen's means, this kind of thing was too easy. In just one night, Father Fang and Mother Fang were radiant. They did not look like old people in their 50s at all. They looked much younger. In the early morning, his parents had already fallen asleep. At this time, Fang Chen's mind moved, and an image appeared in his mind. Then he followed the image in his mind and quietly left home. Jiangnan City, West New District. It was not too far from the town. It would only take 2 hours by car. However, for Fong Chen, it was just a blink of an eye. There was a bar in West New District called Night Bar. This bar was newly opened this year. In just half a year, it became the most famous bar in West New District and even Jiangnan City. The reason was that the wine here was simply too delicious. After drinking, the customers could not forget the taste. Over time, more and more customers came to the bar. It was strange to say that the most frightening thing for a bar was the underworld. Many bars were frequented by gangsters because they did not have an underworld background. After a few months, they closed down. However, this night bar had no background, but no gangster dared to come here to make trouble. Even some senior officials in Jiangnan City did not want to provoke the people behind the night bar. In the early morning, the sky was dark. Jiangnan City was brightly lit, and the streets were full of cars. Fong Chen stood on the top floor of the night bar, overlooking the whole Jiangnan City. There were voices in his ears. In a room in the night bar, "Brother, I met a master of the inner core today." The person who spoke was the quack doctor during the day. Master of the inner core? The burly man held a blonde beauty in his arms and asked doubtfully, "Boss, this master of the inner core found out that I used the soul-leading grass to store souls, and he waved his hand and sent me flying." The quack doctor whispered, "Oh, interesting. He even dares to interfere in the affairs of the Immortal Gate." The burly man sneered and said disdainfully, "Well, you can leave." The burly man couldn't wait to have a taste of the beauty in his arms. He directly ordered the quack doctor to leave. The latter nodded and left. However, after a while, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The burly man was a little unhappy that his mood was disturbed and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, it's me." The quack doctor's voice came, "Get out." The boss, who was angry, directly shouted, "Knock, knock, knock." Not only did the quack doctor not leave, but he also knocked on the door. This made the burly man even angrier. Damn it! The burly man was so angry that he directly opened the door and was ready to teach the quack doctor a lesson. However, when the door of the room was opened, the quack doctor directly trembled and knelt on the ground in fear. Fong Chen appeared behind him and swaggered into the room. Crack! The door of the room closed. "Who are you?" The burly man said coldly and was ready to attack. "Boss." The quack doctor's body trembled in fear. "Who I am is not important. What's important is the Immortal Gate that you mentioned. Why do you collect the souls of the common people to do such a cruel thing?" Fong Chen asked. Hearing this, the burly man already knew Fong Chen's identity. "Which sect are you from?" Knowing that Fong Chen was an inner core master, the burly man suppressed his anger and asked. "I don't belong to any sect," Fong Chen said. "Sir, I advise you not to go against the Immortal Gate." The burly man laughed sinisterly. Slap! Fong Chen slapped the burly man's face and immediately sent him flying. Bang! The burly man's body fell on the bed and directly crushed it. The blonde woman under the quilt screamed and got up from the ground. In a hurry, she didn't even put on her clothes. Seeing this, Fong Chen was also stunned. Immediately, he waved his hand and wrapped the quilt around the blonde woman. Poochie! Blood flowed out of the burly man's mouth. He looked at Fong Chen angrily and said, "Boy, you're playing with fire, do you know that?" Fong Chen grabbed the burly man's hand and then searched his soul. After a while, the soul search was completed. "I didn't expect there to be cultivators on Earth." Fong Chen sighed. If it weren't for the mutation that led him to the ancient Sword Continent, he probably wouldn't have been able to come into contact with these things in his life. This burly man was an outer core disciple of the Immortal Gate and specialized in working for the Immortal Gate in the secular world. The Immortal Gate, he mentioned, was a cultivation sect that lived in seclusion. Interesting. After returning to Earth this time, Fong Chen gradually found that Earth was much more complicated than he thought. After getting the information he wanted, Fong Qin directly erased the three people's memories of him. Then he turned around and left. On a plain outside the town, Fong Qin stood quietly as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a Hummer appeared in the wasteland. After a while, the Hummer came to Fong Qin's side. After opening the door, two men in black suits got out of the car. "Sir," the two men called out respectfully to Fong Qin's back. They were the leaders of the Peace Society branch in Jiangnan City. Today, they received a call from the vice president. On the phone, the vice president personally ordered the two men to come here to find a person as soon as possible. They were very puzzled. Who on earth was it that even the high and mighty vice president called him sir? "Help me do something," Fong Qin said. Chapter 1071. Help me do something. Fong Qin's voice was leisurely transmitted into the two's ears. Immediately, the two hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Sir, please give us your orders." Although the two of them didn't know Fong Qin's identity, it was enough that he could make the vice president respect him so much. The two of them were extremely excited in their hearts. How's the power of the Peace Society in Jiangnan City? Fong Qin asked. "Sir, the Peace Society is spread all over the world. Although it's only a branch in Jiangnan City, it's still the leader," one of them said with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded and said, "I don't want to see any underworld forces in Jiangnan City." Hearing Fong Qin's words, the two of them instantly understood. Immediately, the two of them looked at Fong Qin with their mouths agape. "Sir, did he want the Peace Society branch to destroy all the underworld forces in Jiangnan City? Even if the Peace Society was the dominant force in the underground world, it was impossible to destroy all the underworld forces. Right now, Sir didn't want to see any underworld forces in Jiangnan City. Wasn't this asking them to encircle and annihilate the underworld forces in Jiangnan City? This, the two of them didn't immediately agree to Fong Qin's request. "What should we do?" Fong Qin asked softly. "Sir, we still need to report this matter to the higher-ups before we can decide," one of them said. "Go," Fong Qin said. The two of them quickly left the place. That night, earth-shaking changes happened in Jiangnan City. All the underworld forces that usually did evil were attacked on a large scale at the same time. That night was a nightmare for all the underworld forces in Jiangnan City. Before dawn, all the underworld forces collapsed. The Peace Society branch began to protect Jiangnan City. In fact, with Fong Qin's means, he could easily destroy these underworld forces. However, he was a member of the immortal Tao and disdained to attack ordinary humans. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 days since he returned to his hometown. During these 3 days, Fong Qin had been accompanying his parents. Under Fong Qin's secret treatment, his parents' health was getting better day by day. Fong Qin put a lot of spiritual roots in the soup for his parents. These spirit roots could allow the parents to live longer. After spending 3 days with his parents, Fong Qin briefly said goodbye to his parents. "Father, Mother, I have something to do." Fong Qin left Jiangnan City and came to Changbai Mountain in the 3 eastern provinces. Everyone thought that Changbai Mountain was a tourist destination. However, only Fong Qin knew that there was a secluded immortal sect at the top of Changbai Mountain. This time, Fong Qin had come for the immortal sect. There were countless tourists walking on the road to the top of Changbai Mountain. Fong Qin strolled through the crowd. After about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the observation deck. "Everyone, you can see the entire Changbai Mountains from here. Just stay here and don't wander off," the tour guide reminded them loudly. Many tourists were admiring the beautiful scenery. However, Fong Qin quietly left this place and continued to climb to the top. The observation deck was still some distance away from the real peak of Changbai Mountain. However, the tourists here could only reach here and could not continue climbing. When he came to a place where there was no one, Fong Qin used the true meaning of time and space. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of Changbai Mountain. The top of Changbai Mountain was covered in snow. In the center, there was a river, which was called the Heavenly Lake of Changbai Mountain. Splash! A blue-level soul spirit instantly spread out and enveloped the entire Changbai Mountain. Suddenly, Fang Qin discovered that the immortal sect was located in the Heavenly Lake of Changbai Mountain. No wonder when I was in school, I often saw the news about the Heavenly Lake water monster. Fang Qin muttered to himself. More than 10 years ago, when he was still in college in the capital city. As long as he searched the web, he could almost see some rumors about the Heavenly Lake water monster. However, he finally understood now. This was not a water monster. It was clearly the person from the immortal sect. Fang Qin easily stepped into the Heavenly Lake that was known as a forbidden area. Then he went to the bottom of the Heavenly Lake. At the bottom of the Heavenly Lake, there was a majestic palace that looked like a dragon palace. There is spirit chi here. Fang Qin was also a little surprised. Earth was a planet of life with a technological civilization, and there was almost no spirit chi. This was also the reason why humans were unable to cultivate. However, there was spirit chi at the bottom of the Heavenly Lake. It is indeed strange, Fang Qin said to himself. When he arrived in front of the palace, he suddenly saw a few words written on the golden plaque. Immortal Sect. What a boast! Fang Qin laughed when he saw the 3 words Immortal Sect. Trespassers of the Immortal Sect will be killed without mercy. At this moment, the 2 human guards of the Immortal Sect instantly pounced on Fang Qin. Fang Qin was a little surprised. He did not expect that this so-called immortal sect would actually have martial artists. According to the cultivation level of the ancient sword continent, these 2 people in front of him already had the strength of the Qi refinement realm. Bang! The 2 people attacked Fang Qin, but were repelled. Suddenly, the 2 of them were terrified. Call your boss out, Fang Qin said in a low voice. Immediately, the 2 of them hurriedly entered the immortal sect. Fang Qin strolled in the immortal sect. The construction of this water palace was quite good. The people in the immortal sect are too big of a threat if they are in the outside world, Fang Qin said to himself. In the blink of an eye, there were angry shouts. Suddenly, more than 10 humans surrounded Fang Qin. Finally, a middle-aged man in a green robe strolled in. Kid, you seem to be a fellow cultivator. Why did you barge into the immortal sect? This man in a green robe was the sect master of the immortal sect. Why do you collect the souls of mortals when you are in the immortal sect? Fang Qin asked bluntly. Hearing this, the man in the green robe's expression changed slightly. He immediately shouted, Kid, who are you? Sect master. Since this person knows about our immortal sect, he must be from the demon sect. A martial artist beside the middle-aged man in the green robe said coldly, As a cultivator of the immortal sect, you shouldn't meddle in the affairs of mortals. You rely on your strength to collect the souls of mortals. How shameful, Fang Qin sneered. The middle-aged man in the green robe's face was gloomy as he stared at Fang Qin. Kid, no matter who you are, if you dare to behave atrociously in our immortal sect, I will make sure you don't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the green robe personally attacked. However, he met Fang Qin. In Fang Qin's eyes, he was even less than an ant. Pa! Fang Qin's palm directly hit the middle-aged man in the green robe. With a bang, the middle-aged man in the green robe was sent flying by Fang Qin. If I want to destroy you, one look is enough, Fang Qin said domineeringly. The middle-aged man in the green robe fell to the ground. His soul was shaken and his heart was filled with fear. He is too strong. The middle-aged man in the green robe felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, this person had held back, otherwise his soul would have been destroyed. Lord, please spare my life. The middle-aged man in the green robe knelt on the ground and begged. Suddenly, the surrounding disciples of the immortal sect were shocked. In their eyes, the sect leader was omnipotent. But now he was sent flying by a young man with a slap. The most unbelievable thing was that the sect leader was kneeling and begging for mercy. Thinking of this, the disciples of the immortal sect all retreated, afraid of offending Fang Qin. "Why did you collect souls?" Fang Qin asked in a low voice. "Lord Xia forced me to do it," the sect leader said in a panic. "Lord Xia, ever since he came to our immortal sect, he has been forcing us to collect the souls of mortals." The sect leader told Fang Qin everything that had happened. "Who is Lord Xia?" Fang Qin was puzzled. He had just used his soul to scan the entire immortal sect and did not find Lord Xia. "Lord Xia is in the forbidden area of the immortal sect," the sect leader said. Hearing this, Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. He was a little curious. Just what kind of divine being was it that was able to evade his soul inspection? One had to know that his soul was a blue-class soul. Not to mention the immortal sect, it could even cover China with a thought. "Bring me there," Fang Qin said. The sect leader was terrified. He hurriedly brought Fang Qin to the forbidden area of the immortal sect. In the forbidden area, there was a black altar. What surprised Fang Qin was that there was a teleportation array on the altar, and the energy needed for this teleportation array was purple crystals. "Where is Lord Xia?" Fang Qin frowned and asked. Hearing this, the sect leader told Fang Qin that Lord Xia had left through the teleportation array. He would only appear when summoned. Then, the sect leader began to summon Lord Xia. Fang Qin watched from the side. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation array lit up. Suddenly, an evil aura spread out. "I found the soul," an evil voice said. "Lord Xia." The sect leader called out in a low voice. In an instant, a fat figure appeared on the teleportation array. "Where is the soul?" Lord Xia stared at the sect leader and asked. The sect leader trembled and knelt on the ground, trembling. Interesting. Seeing Lord Xia, Fang Qin was even more surprised. Lord Xia's strength was comparable to a Qi transformation realm martial artist. "Who are you?" Hearing Fang Qin's voice, Lord Xia's expression changed and asked coldly. Fang Qin reached out with his hand, grabbing at Lord Evil. Lord Xia was shocked and hurriedly activated the teleportation array, wanting to escape. Bang! The teleportation array was destroyed by Fang Qin. Lord Xia's body was suppressed by Fang Qin. "You!" Lord Xia was terrified. How could this person be so powerful? Where does the teleportation array lead to? Fang Qin asked. "Lost Star," Lord Xia said obediently. "Oh, Lost Star." There were 3 life planets in the Milky Way. Earth was just one of them. This lost star was also a life planet. "Why are you collecting the souls of mortals?" Fang Qin asked. "There is a supreme lord on the lost star. I am collecting it for him," Lord Xia said. Fang Qin frowned. Then he carried Lord Evil and stepped into the teleportation array. The purple crystals fell into the teleportation array and activated it instantly. Then, the two disappeared from the immortal sect. "Sect leader." The immortal sect disciple called out softly. Chapter 1072. Lost Star. Fang Qin stood on the lost star and could feel the scorching temperature in the air. "Lead the way," Fang Qin said. He wanted to see who this person who collected the souls of mortals was. It wasn't easy to return to Earth. Naturally, he couldn't let others destroy his hometown. Eliminating the threat was only the first step. In the center of the lost star, there was a city. Lord Wicked brought Fang Qin here. "It's inside," Lord Wicked said. Fang Qin nodded and stepped into the city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a series of seals appeared around the city. Then, these seals turned into a terrifying formation, trapping Fang Qin inside. "Ha ha ha! Kid, you're dead for sure after entering the Juetian formation." Lord Wicked laughed sinisterly. At this moment, 8 knights appeared around them. Their auras were strong. It was obvious that they were martial artists. The 8 knights split into 2 rows and opened up a path. A white-bearded old man in a wizard robe slowly walked out. I didn't expect such a powerful cultivator to appear on Earth. The white-bearded old man in the wizard robe stared at Fang Qin and smiled. "You're that supreme lord?" Fang Qin asked. "That's right. I'm collecting souls." The white-bearded old man said, "My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. As long as I can collect hundreds of millions of mortal souls, I can transcend." Hundreds of millions of souls just for cultivation. Fang Chen's heart sank. He had already sentenced the white-bearded old man to death. As long as I can transcend, I can rush to the outer realm. The white-bearded old man's eyes were filled with passion. It seemed that this person also knew about the outer realm. However, Fang Qin didn't plan to give the white-bearded old man a chance. He waved his hand gently. Instantly, waves of aura spread out. Then, Fang Qin walked out of the Juetian formation casually. How could he be trapped by the Juetian formation and still be able to walk out? The white-bearded old man was shocked and cried out. The others were even more dumbfounded. Lord Xie's body kept trembling as if a demon was attacking him. "You cultivated an evil art and collected over 100 million souls for your own power. You deserve death." Fang Qin pointed with his finger, and the white-bearded old man's body exploded. After nipping the danger in the bud, Fang Qin returned to the immortal sect. In fact, after killing the white-bearded old man, Fang Qin had a thought. After returning, he immediately contacted the sect master of the Celestial Ascension sect. Then he told the sect master of the Immortal Ascension sect that there was a chance to ascend to immortality in a single step and asked if he was willing. The sect master of the Celestial Ascension sect agreed without any hesitation. Fang Qin pointed his finger at the Celestial sect leader's forehead. Suddenly, a bright light drilled into the Celestial sect leader's body. "From today onwards, the mission of the Immortal sect is to protect Earth," Fang Qin said. "I have planted a mark in your body. If you don't carry it out in the future, your body will explode and you will die. Don't worry, Lord. I will do my best to protect Earth," the sect leader said. There was no need for the Immortal sect to do anything about the mortal world. The mission Fang Qin gave them was to act when Earth was in danger of being wiped out. After that, Fang Qin left some resources for the sect leader. With these resources, the sect leader would be able to cultivate to the Qi transformation realm or even the Qi realm. Everything would depend on his luck. Then, Fang Qin personally modified the teleportation array. The modified teleportation array didn't need to put in purple crystals. As long as it sensed the aura of the sect leader, it would automatically teleport. Fang Qin informed the Celestial Ascension sect master to lead his subordinates and rule the entire Lost Star. Half a month later, the Peace Society had destroyed all the underground forces in the world. Then the Peace Society announced that they would live and die with Earth. This action of the Peace Society was praised as the greatest action of the 21st century. However, Fang Qin didn't care about all this. The Peace Society was responsible for the mortal world. The Immortal Sect was responsible for the trivial matters of the immortal path. In half a month, the sect leader of the Immortal Sect lived up to expectations. Not only did he rule the Lost Star, but he also ruled another planet with life. Unknowingly, Fang Qin had built the Milky Way domain into an iron bucket. After doing all this, Fang Qin specially went to visit his alma mater in the capital. Then he returned to the small town in Jiangnan City. Since he came back, his parents were very happy every day, and their health was getting better. On this day, Fang Qin found his parents. He briefly told his parents some things about himself. In short, what he meant was that he was going to leave Earth. At first, his parents were shocked when they heard the news. They felt that it was very ridiculous. However, after Fang Qin's explanation, his parents gradually calmed down. However, they still didn't believe it. In the end, Fong Chen used some means to let his parents see it with their own eyes. Finally, his parents believed him. Their hearts were filled with excitement. "Chen, are you?" His father hugged Fong Chen's arm and was very excited. "Are you an immortal?" When Fong Chen heard this, he was also stunned and immediately grinned. His mother looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. The immortal that could only be seen on TV was actually seen in real life, and it was their son. This made Mr. and Mrs. Fong feel as if they were dreaming. After listening to Fong Chen talk about how good the outside world was, Mr. and Mrs. Fong were also a little moved. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Mr. and Mrs. Fong made a decision. Although we still don't understand the so-called warriors, we know that it must be very difficult for you in the outside world. Your mother and I will only be a burden." Mr. Fong said softly. The two elders were unwilling to leave with Fong Chen. "Father, mother, when I am strong enough to travel the universe, I will definitely come back to pick you up," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. In the following time, Fong Chen left all the rare spirit herbs in his space ring to his parents. He also told his parents to take them every day. Then, Fong Chen specially used some special treasures to transform his parents' bodies. Another half a month passed, and his parents had quietly reached the Qi refining stage. They had just entered the martial arts world. After entering the Qi refinement realm, Mr. and Mrs. Fong finally had some understanding of the martial arts world. Moreover, their lifespan also increased a lot. In order not to be thought of by the outside world as aliens, Fong Chen specially sent his parents to the Gate of Immortality in Changbai Mountain. From then on, his parents lived in the Gate of Immortality, as long as they absorbed spirit energy every day and with the rare spirit herbs that he left behind. His parents' cultivation would gradually increase. After knowing that these two were Fong Chen's parents, the Gate of Immortality directly treated them as the Grand Supreme Elders. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed on Earth. His wish had been fulfilled, he had met his parents, and the crisis on Earth had been resolved. Fong Chen was ready to leave. He couldn't cultivate on Earth. His goal was to explore the vast universe. On this day, Fong Chen left. Only 3 people came to see Fong Chen off. On a deserted island in the South Sea, the 2 presidents of the Peace Society and the Gate of Immortality's gate were all there. "Sir, I don't know when you will come back," the Gate of Immortality's gate asked. Fong Chen looked at the void with his dark eyes and shook his head slightly. He didn't know when he would come back. The vast universe was extremely dangerous. It was very dangerous to survive and grow in the universe where there were many strong people. The slightest carelessness could put one's life in danger. Perhaps after a few years he would have already fallen in the outer space. Perhaps soon he would set foot on the peak of martial arts. Who knew what would happen in the future? "Sir." The 2 people of the Peace Society were extremely respectful to Fong Chen. "This is a cultivator of the immortal path on Earth. If there is anything you can't solve, go to the Changbai Mountain to find him," Fong Chen said slightly. "However, you are not allowed to harm Earth." "Don't worry, sir." The 3 people cupped their hands and said. Fong Chen shook his wrist, tore the void, and disappeared in an instant. Seeing Fong Chen's means, the 3 people were dumbfounded. "Sir is too strong," the Gate of Immortality's gate said. What Fong Chen didn't know was that because of his actions, Earth was gradually becoming stronger and more prosperous. In the end, it became the overlord of the Milky Way domain and annexed the other 2 planets with life. Some humans even broke the limit and rushed out of the Milky Way domain with their own efforts. Of course, this was a story for later. During the time he lived on Earth, it was very comfortable. Fong Chen's soul was nourished by the aura of Earth's origin. Now, Fong Chen took a step forward, left Earth, and came to the Milky Way. Suddenly, a gray aura filled the air. Fong Chen felt that there was a fluctuation in his soul. Reluctant to leave, Fong Chen said slightly, "If possible, who would be willing to leave their home. Although with his current strength, he had no worries on Earth. But he couldn't do that. What he pursued was the peak of martial arts, not to live a mediocre life. After fulfilling his wish to leave Earth, Fang Chen's heart suddenly became clear. When he came to outer space, his soul suddenly shook. Then, in his sea of qi, the terrifying vital spirit instantly rolled. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Was he going to break through? The previous breakthrough had been suppressed by the golden heart. Now it was finally no longer suppressed. Boom! In outer space, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. In Fang Chen's sea of qi, earth-shaking changes were happening. The golden heart beat rapidly, actively helping Fang Chen condense vital spirit. The most important thing for a mystic king realm martial artist to step into the Heaven Star realm was to condense vital spirit. Hiss! Fang Chen was well prepared. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying vital spirit in his sea of qi turned into a thick vital spirit, suspended in the air above the sea of qi. The vital spirit condensed and the realm improved. From this moment onwards, Fang Chen officially stepped into the Heaven Star realm. His soul had undergone a little baptism and had become even more transparent. Chapter 1073. After reaching the Heaven Dipper realm, Fang Chen's strength had improved in all aspects. His body was filled with the power of vital essence. Inside his qi sea, a thick vital essence floated quietly. A Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would condense a vital essence in his qi sea every time his cultivation increased. At the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm, 9 vital essences would fuse into a star pagoda and then break through to the heavenly body realm. However, it was very difficult to condense vital essence. Vital essence was formed by the power of vital essence as vast as the sea. It was very difficult to condense vital essence. Fang Chen's heart shook. He had finally reached the Heaven Dipper realm. Now, he finally had the strength to protect himself. At this moment, he was fearless even if he faced a 5th or 6th stage Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen came to outer space. It was where the void door was. He turned his head to look at the distant Earth, and then stepped into the void door. When he stepped into the void door, Fang Chen set up a powerful seal in the Milky Way domain. Without a certain level of cultivation, one could not leave the Milky Way domain. This was also to protect the humans in the Milky Way domain. With the development of technology, SSS-grade spaceships would definitely be produced in large quantities. At that time, humans would definitely be unable to hold back their curiosity and go to outer space. Because their strength was too weak, there was only one outcome if they went to outer space, and that was death. Therefore, he set up this powerful seal. Finally, Fang Chen entered the void door. Voila! When he was about to leave the void door, Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space. Suddenly, his figure was hidden in the void. There were still people guarding the void door. However, they did not know that Fang Chen had come out of the void door. As soon as he returned, Fang Chen felt the rich spiritual qi coming from all directions. Even the vital origin energy in the air surged into his body in large amounts. The speed of his body absorbing the vital essence was many times faster than when he was in the mysterious king realm. The spiritual qi in outer space is still abundant. Fang Chen grinned. Unbeknownst to anyone, he returned to the room he had been in. Then he opened the door and swaggered out. During this time, Fang Chen stayed in his room and didn't come out. The warriors guarding the void gate thought that Fang Chen was cultivating in seclusion, so they didn't dare to disturb him. Now he finally saw Fang Chen. Lord Sanguinati, you're finally out. A martialist chuckled as he walked over to Fang Chen. I have gained some insights from my closed-door cultivation. I am preparing to leave now, Fang Chen said with a nod. The martial artist did not suspect anything and nodded to see Fang Chen off. After leaving the Southwind mountain range, Fang Chen hurried back to the Black Heaven sect. A few days later, Fong Chen returned to the Black Heaven sect, Fengtian Palace Square. On this day, there was a sea of people in the square. Countless warriors were watching a battle. It was about the battle between Shi Qing and a man named Mao He. Mao He was a small commander and belonged to the Fengtian sect. His cultivation was at Heaven Star Border Stage 5, which was the same as Shi Qing's. A few days ago, Mao He and Shi Qing had a conflict because of some conflicts. Today was the day of the battle. Mao He and Shi Qing had arrived early on the square's martial arts stage and were facing each other. Below, many warriors were watching. Senior brother Gufang, senior brother Shi Qing should be fine, right? A warrior asked worriedly. Gufang stared at the two people on the martial arts stage with a helpless expression. In another area, Feng Yu and Feng Hong were mocking Shi Qing. They believed that Mao He would definitely defeat Shi Qing. On the martial arts stage, Shi Qing, I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and apologize to me. Then, I'll let this matter rest. Mao, he was wearing a yellow shirt and exuded a domineering aura. Kneel and apologize? Dream on. Shi Qing snorted and said with disdain, since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as Mao He finished speaking, a vast amount of vital essence appeared around him. He suddenly waved his hand, and a sledgehammer appeared in his hand. Huh. Mao He roared, and the hammer in his hand slashed through the air toward Shi Qing. Swoosh! Seeing this, Shi Qing unleashed a fierce and domineering sword technique. However, to everyone's shock, the sword light in the sky was shattered by Mao He's sledgehammer. Rank 3 divine weapon. Everyone in the square exclaimed. Mao, he was a junior commander of the Fengtian sect. However, he didn't specialize in sealing but in hammering. His hammering was very powerful. His physical body was incomparably strong. Even the #1 junior commander of the Fengtian sect didn't dare to compete with Mao He in terms of pure strength. Now that Mao He had a rank 3 divine weapon, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He destroyed Shi Qing's attack with ease. Under his control, the sledgehammer swooped down from the sky. Oh no! Shi Qing's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His figure flashed continuously. If it was someone else with a rank 3 divine weapon, Shi Qing wouldn't be afraid. However, Mao He's strength was on par with him. With a rank 3 divine weapon, his strength was greatly increased, and he couldn't face him head-on. You can't escape. Seeing that Shi Qing was dodging, Mao He swung the hammer in his hand. Boom! Wherever the sledgehammer passed, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. From this, it could be seen how powerful Mao He was. On the square, Feng Yu and Feng Hong laughed heartily. Mao He's strength is too strong. Shi Qing can't block it, Feng Yu said. Feng Hong nodded, his eyes filled with a sinister smile. Bang! No matter how hard Shi Qing tried to block, he was still hit by the hammer. Immediately his body was sent flying. Blood sprayed out of his mouth and filled the sky. Dong! After sending Shi Qing flying, the level 3 divine weapon smashed onto the stage, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Mao He's aura shook the sky as he stared at Shi Qing, who was lying at the edge of the square. He said coldly, I'll say it again. Kneel down and apologize to me, and this matter will end here. Otherwise, I'll break your arms. Hearing this, the Sword Firmament sect disciples were worried. Once Shi Qing's arms were broken, his strength would definitely drop. At that time, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as a junior commander. Mao He, when it's possible to make mistakes, you should be lenient. Mao He, let this matter end here. A few junior commanders of the Sword Firmament sect stood up for Shi Qing, hoping that Mao He would let this matter end here. After all, he had already defeated Shi Qing. Unless he kneels down and apologizes, it's impossible. Mao He's attitude was firm, and he wasn't afraid of the junior commanders of the Sword Firmament sect. Mao He, you've gone too far, a junior commander of the Sword Firmament sect said coldly. Shi Qing is also a junior commander. You'll be punished if you attack him like this, another junior commander threatened. A junior commander had a high status in the Sky Ceiling Palace. Ordinary people couldn't attack a junior commander, even if Mao he was a junior commander. If he broke Shi Qing's arms for no reason, the higher-ups would definitely be furious. But as Mao he ignored the crowd and walked towards Shi Qing with the hammer in his hand. When Shi Qing saw this, his face turned pale, and he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Mao he today. He was speechless. He didn't expect Lin Yun to have a rank 3 divine weapon. Even some of the senior commanders didn't know that Mao he had a rank 3 divine weapon. In other words, Mao he had either obtained it a few days ago, or he had been hiding it all this time. But it was too late to say anything now. You can kill me if you want, but it's impossible for me to kneel down and apologize. Shi Qing stood up slowly, straightened his back, and said in a deep voice, even if he lost, he would lose while standing. The disciples of the Sword Firmament sect weren't cowards. You're still so stubborn. Mao, he sneered when he saw this. He raised the hammer in his hand again and smashed it down. Boom! This time, the sledgehammer struck Shi Qing's body, sending him flying. Shi Qing fell to the ground, and the sound of his bones breaking could be heard. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. Kneel down and apologize or break your arms. Mao he pressed on. Shi Qing had already been sent flying off the stage, but Mao he was still pressuring him. This battle wasn't over yet. Impossible. Shi Qing, who was in a daze, said with difficulty. Even if he died, he wouldn't kneel down and apologize. Let's end this. Mao, he jumped down from the stage and swung his sledgehammer at Shi Qing's arms. The commanders of the Sword Firmament sect stood in front of Shi Qing. Mao he, you've gone too far. Mao he, I've already subdued Lord he. He'll be here soon. Mao he's expression changed when he heard the words, Lord he. Then he sped up the hammer in his hand and smashed it at Shi Qing. Lord he was the commander of the Sword Firmament sect. Once he arrived, he wouldn't have any chance to attack. He had to cripple Shi Qing before Lord he arrived. The commanders of the Sword Firmament sect were furious when they saw this and attacked. Bang! However, before they could make a move, Mao his sledgehammer smashed down on top of their heads, forcing them to dodge. Mao he took advantage of this opportunity and smashed his hammer at Shi Qing. No! The Sword Firmament sect's junior commanders shouted loudly. But it was too late. They closed their eyes in pain when they saw Mao he's hammer coming at Shi Qing. Mao he's heart was filled with excitement. But at this critical moment, Lord he arrived. Stop! Master, he shouted in a low voice and waved his hand. A burst of energy shot out and collided with the hammer, immediately changing the direction of the hammer's attack. Bang! The hammer smashed into the ground and Shi Qing dodged it. Lord he. The commanders of the Sword Firmament sect were excited when they saw this. On the other hand, Mao he gripped his hammer and looked at Lord he with a gloomy expression. We're both disciples of the Sky Ceiling Palace. Why did you try to kill him? When Lord he saved Shi Qing, Fang Qin had just returned to the Sky Ceiling Palace and saw the scene. What's going on? Chapter 1074. As soon as he returned, he saw such a bloody scene. With Fang Chen's current soul power, he could tell that Shi Qing was heavily injured with just a glance. They're both disciples of the Fengtian Palace, but they're so cruel, muttered Fang Chen. Then he looked at Mao He. The Fengtian sect had always been hostile to him. Even the Sword Firmament sect's disciples were hated by the Fengtian sect. And Mao, he was one of the junior commanders of the Fengtian sect. Shi Qing had a good relationship with Fang Qin and had repeatedly helped Fang Qin teach those who challenged Fang Qin a lesson. But now, Shi Qing had been heavily injured by Mao He. If it wasn't for Lord He, Shi Qing would have been crippled. Damn it! An inexplicable rage appeared in Fang Chen's heart. He clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Mao He. Everyone's attention was drawn to Lord He. No one noticed that Sanguinati had returned. Master, his pitch-black eyes stared at Mao He as he asked in a deep voice. Mao He remained calm in the face of Lord He's question, as if he had already thought of a countermeasure. He slowly said, Lord He, there's an irreconcilable conflict between Shi Qing and I. We agreed to fight on the martial stage and won't stop until the victor is decided. Shi Qing hasn't admitted defeat. I don't think I've broken the rules. Lord He frowned. Indeed, Mao He hadn't broken the rules. Shi Qing hadn't admitted defeat, so their battle was still within reason. Shi Qing isn't your match. He's already fallen off the martial stage. But you still want to fight, said Lord He unhappily. Mao He wanted to say something, but hesitated. At this moment, another armored commander arrived. This armored commander was Mao He's backer. Brother He, as a commander, there's no need for you to interfere in a battle between junior commanders. The arrival of this commander caused a commotion in the plaza. No wonder Mao He's expression didn't change when facing Lord He. He had already notified Lord Wang. Let's end this matter here. When Lord He heard this, his expression turned grave as he said in a deep voice, The battle isn't over yet. We still have to ask the person involved, said Lord Wang. He had come to support Mao He. Since Lord Wang was present, Lord He didn't have much to say. Master Wang, my battle with Shi Qing isn't over yet. Unless he kneels down and apologizes, Mao He said bluntly. Mao He, don't go too far. Master, he scolded. If it was any other time, Mao He would definitely be terrified after being reprimanded by the armored commander. However, with Lord Wang backing him up, he wasn't afraid at all. Today, his goal was to cripple Shi Qing. Lord Wang and Lord He had always been at odds with one another. Shi Qing was Lord He's subordinate, and Lord Wang was more than happy to have a chance to weaken Lord He's strength. Soon after, he chuckled and said, Old He, if you interfere in the battle between the junior commanders, I won't stand idly by. Lord Wang's intentions were clear. As long as Lord He made a move, he would surely make a move as well. For a moment, Master He was in a dilemma. In the end, he flung his sleeves and glared at Mao He before walking over to Shi Qing's side. Shi Qing, just admit defeat. Lord He's words were already a step back. A mocking smile appeared on Lord Wang's face when he heard Shi Qing's words. Shi Qing, for Lord He's sake, I won't make a move on you if you admit defeat today. However, one day, I'll definitely break your arms. This was a threat, a blatant threat. With Lord Wang's support, Mao He was as arrogant as the heavens. Lord He remained silent, and his face was ashen. Shi Qing, who was extremely weak, was helped up by a few junior commanders from the Sword Firmament sect. He staggered over to Mao He. I, Shi Qing, admit defeat. Shi Qing's voice was filled with frustration. However, he was no match for Mao He. There was nothing he could do. If you had admitted defeat earlier, you would have been fine. Mao He placed his hands on Shi Qing's shoulders and secretly used his vital essence to attack Shi Qing's body. Bang! Shi Qing's body staggered. He couldn't resist Mao He's attacks and fell to the ground. Mao He, you've gone too far. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord He suddenly attacked. However, before Lord He could get close to Mao He, Lord Wang stopped him. They were both armored commanders, and their strength was on par. Bang! Lord He's attack was blocked. He looked at Lord Wang angrily. Are you really going to stop me? Old He, Shi Qing's skills are inferior. He can't blame anyone for losing to Mao He. If a junior commander can defeat Mao He, or even cripple him on the spot, I won't say anything. Lord Wang grinned. His eyes were filled with pride. He had gone too far. Lord He clenched his fists. He wanted to send Mao He flying with a punch. However, Lord Wang stopped him. The Sword Firmament sect's disciples glared at Mao He. If looks could kill, Mao He would have been killed many times over. Shi Qing, your body is too weak. Go back and cultivate. Ha ha ha. Mao, he looked at Shi Qing with disdain and mocked him. Just you wait. Lord, he snorted. He turned around and helped Shi Qing up. However, at that moment, Fang Chen walked out from the crowd. Lord he. Fang Chen's voice attracted everyone's attention. Only then did they realize that Sanguinati had returned. Even Lord Wang had a complicated look in his eyes when he saw Sanguinati. Blood, Sword Saint. A smile appeared on Mr. He's face when he saw this. The weak Shi Qing greeted Fang Chen. Fang Chen patted him on the shoulder. Then, Fang Chen walked up to Mao He. Lord He, Mao He and I have an irreconcilable feud. Can I make a move against him? Fang Chen enunciated each word clearly. Everyone immediately understood what Sanguinati meant. He wanted to help Shi Qing get back at him. Brother Shui. Shi Qing's face was filled with worry. The others also shook their heads. Lord he didn't reply. He looked at Sanguinati in surprise. He didn't know what Sanguinati meant. Mao he laughed when he heard Lord he's words. Sanguinati, are you trying to help Shi Qing get back at him? Sanguinati might be a junior commander, but Mao he didn't fear him at all. Do you have the guts to agree? Fang Chen asked. Why wouldn't I? Mao he sneered. Lord Wang's eyes flickered. Then he nodded. Instantly, the square fell into silence. Lord He and Lord Wang stood at the sides to support the two of them. Sanguinati, swords don't have eyes. Don't blame me if I accidentally injure you, Mao He said. I was just about to say that. My sword hasn't tasted fresh blood in a long time, Fang Chen retorted. Instantly, the two of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Sanguinati, go ahead. I'll take care of everything, Lord He said. He seemed to be reminding Fang Chen not to worry about the consequences. In truth, Lord He was still worried about Sanguinati. However, when he saw the latter's confident expression, Lord He didn't think too much about it. Sanguinati, I hope you can still stand here safe and sound, Mao He said. Fang Chen was calm. One move is enough to deal with you. Arrogant. Arrogant. These two words couldn't describe Fang Chen's current attitude. Sanguinati, who usually kept a low profile, was angered by Mao He. When he said those words, his face was filled with arrogance. You. Mao He's face darkened when he heard those words. The 5 streams of vital essence in his sea of qi started to spin. The terrifying power of vital essence instantly poured into the stage 3 divine weapon. Whoosh! The air around them was filled with a terrifying aura. Mao He's aura was raised to the maximum. Kid, don't try to win with words. As soon as Mao He finished speaking, he attacked. He immediately used a fierce and domineering hammer technique. The hammer in his hand carried a violent force as it slashed through the air toward Fang Chen. Sky Demon Sword Art. The only stream of vital essence in his sea of qi started to spin rapidly. The terrifying power of vital essence poured into the hidden star sword. Fang Chen used all his strength to activate the Sky Demon Sword Art. He wanted to defeat his opponent in one move. Rumble. This was Fang Chen's first battle after reaching the Heaven Star Border Realm. It was also a battle where he went all out. Master He, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he saw this. Heaven Star Border Realm. On the other side, Lord Wang was also shocked. He didn't expect Sanguinati to reach the Heaven Star Border Realm. So what if you're in the Heaven Star Border Realm? You'll still lose. Mao He, who was attacking, shouted coldly. The power of the hammer instantly increased. Boom! The Sky Demon Sword Light and the hammer collided. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the hammer was sent flying by the Sky Demon Sword Light. How is this possible? All the martial artists cried out involuntarily. The hammer was a stage 3 divine weapon. How could it be sent flying by the sword light so easily? One could imagine how powerful the sword light was. You want to compete with me in terms of strength? Fang Chen sneered. He waved the hidden star sword, and the sky demon swordlight shot towards Mao He one after another. The perfect sword body was so powerful that Mao He's physical body couldn't be compared to it. Although the hidden star sword was a stage 2 divine weapon, there was still a gap between it and a stage 3 divine weapon. However, Fang Qin used his own strength to make up for the gap in this aspect. No, when the hammer was sent flying, Mao He felt that something was wrong. At this moment, facing Fang Chen's terrifying attack, he couldn't even say the word surrender. Swoosh! The terrifying sky demon sword light exploded in front of Mao He. Suddenly, a shockwave swept across the entire arena. Surrender! Lord Wang shouted with a serious face. He was trying to help Mao He surrender. However, it didn't help. Fang Qin couldn't care less. If Mao He didn't surrender, the battle wouldn't end. Damn it! Stop it! Lord Wang shouted angrily. He wanted to stop Lin Yun. However, he was stopped by Lord He. It's better for us, the armored commander, not to interfere in the battle between the junior commanders, Lord He said coldly. Lord Wang clenched his fists in anger. Crash! The explosion on the arena dissipated. Fang Qin stood there quietly. Chapter 1075. Sanguinati, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Mao He on the verge of death, Lord Wang bellowed furiously. Mao He didn't admit defeat, said Fang Qin. The battle isn't over yet. Fang Qin raised the hidden star sword and walked to Mao He's side. Poochie, with a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword landed on Mao He's arms. Mao He's arms had been severed by Fang Qin. He had severed Mao He's arms right in front of Lord Wang. Lord Wang was thoroughly enraged by this scene. You deserve to die. Lord Wang's eyes were bloodshot from anger. He suddenly threw a punch at Lord He, and then his figure flashed, and he arrived on the martial arts stage. Go to hell! Lord Wang attacked Fang Qin with all his might. Stop! Lord He leaped in front of Lord Wang and blocked his path. Get out of my way, said Lord Wang. Humph! How dare you go back on your words? What a joke! Lord He said, who is the one who said that if a junior commander could defeat Mao He, you wouldn't be able to say anything even if he killed him? Lord Wang's face was twisted in the face of Lord He's questioning. We're both from the Sky Ceiling Palace. Sanguinati is trying to kill Mao He. You're twisting words and forcing logic. You're the one who's speaking black and white. Master, he was very firm. As long as he was here, he wouldn't allow Lord Wang to harm Sanguinati. Good, very good. Since you want to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. Lord Wang took out his jade pendant and sent a message. Lord Li owes me a favor. I'd like to see if you can still be so domineering when he's here, said Lord Wang. Lord He's expression changed slightly when he heard that. The Lord Li that Lord Wang was referring to was the silver-armored commander. Things went beyond Lord He's expectations. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, a silver-armored middle-aged cultivator appeared on the stage. Wang Kuan, why are you looking for me? Asked Li Daocheng. Sir Li, you owe me a favor. I would like to ask Sir Li to help me block Heen. I want to kill this brat. Wang Kuan clasped his hands. All right, I'll help you block it. Li Daocheng's expression was indifferent. As the silver-armored commander, he disdained to ask about the matters of Wang Kuan and the others. Even if someone died, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to return the favor. Lord Li, Heen called out loudly, wanting to explain. However, Li Daocheng stopped him. I'm only here to return the favor. I don't care about anything else. After Li Daocheng finished speaking, he stood quietly and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Yin's face turned solemn. However, with Li Daocheng around, he could not do anything. Wang Kuan walked in front of Fang Qin with a ferocious expression. As a junior commander of the Heavenly Ceiling Palace, you actually dared to be so ruthless towards your fellow disciples. Today I shall clean up the sect. Wang Kun coldly said. A piece of trash like you deserves to be a commander? You're a disgrace to Fengtian Palace. At this moment, Fang Chen was filled with hatred for Wang Kun. As a commander, this person was actually so narrow-minded. If he really provoked him, Fang Chen was not afraid of him. Wang Kun's aura surged as he looked down at Fang Chen. Brat, I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant. As Wang Kun spoke, he threw a punch at Fang Chen. The latter used the space-time true meaning to barely block it. At this moment, Greed and Li Jiu appeared. Lord Wang Kun, please have mercy. Although Greed and Li Jiu were junior commanders, their status was very high. Under normal circumstances, even the commanders would have to give face. When they heard that Wang Kun had attacked Sanguinati, they quickly rushed over. Today, no one can save him, Wang Kun said in a deep voice. His vital essence surged, and his killing intent surged. Greed and Li Jiu's expressions changed slightly, and then they looked at each other. Whoosh! Greed and Li Jiu came to Fang Chen's side and stood side by side with Fang Chen. You guys want to go against me too? Wang Kun asked angrily. We can't just watch you cripple Sanguinati, Greed said. Li Jiu also nodded. When Fang Chen heard this, he was slightly touched. Facing such a strong enemy, these two people could still stand up for him. He secretly remembered these favors in his heart. Thank you, both of you. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Brother Blood, it has been a long time since I last exercised my muscles. Let the three of us fight to our heart's content, Greed said with a chortle. Greed and Li Jiu were both Heaven Dipper realm level 6 martial artists. Fang Chen's combat power had also reached Heaven Dipper realm level 6. 3 Heaven Dipper realm level 6 martial artists stood together to fight against Wang Kun. As a commander, Wang Kun's cultivation was not bad, reaching Heaven Dipper realm level 7. You guys will regret it. Wang Kun made his move. With his own strength, he fought against the 3 junior commanders. The entire square was dead silent. All the martial artists were staring at the martial arts stage. It had been a long time since a junior commander had attacked a steel armor commander. This was the first time in the last 100 years. Can the 3 of them defeat Wang Kun? Someone wondered. Rumble, the battle on the martial arts stage, was very intense. There was a huge gap between Heaven Dipper realm level 7 and level 6. Wang Kun had the absolute upper hand, suppressing the 3 of them with his own strength. Kill! However, the 3 of them were not easy to deal with. Greed roared and used his ultimate skill. His fists were wrapped in vital energy, and then a pair of iron fists punched out. On the other hand, Li Jiu's attack was fierce, even though it was not as strong as Greed's. As for Fang Chen, his perfect sword body was fully activated, and the Sky Demon Sword art was displayed to the fullest. He did not expect things to develop to this stage. Even Li Daoqing was a bit surprised. These 3 junior commanders were quite courageous. They actually dared to challenge the armored commander. However, they had no chance of winning. The battle in the Fengtian Palace had alerted the other silver commanders. These silver commanders quickly rushed to the square. At the same time, Bai Qingqing from the Bloodthirsty Palace was furious when she heard about this. A dignified commander actually dares to attack a junior commander? Bai Qingqing was furious and rushed to the square as fast as she could. The battle on the square was very intense. Li Daoqing stood there indifferently and had no intention of interfering. Fang Chen and the other 2 were retreating. Damn it! Greed could not help but curse. The 3 of them had already used all their strength, but they still could not block Wang Kun's attack. Wang Kun's face was very gloomy. He attacked the 3 of them at the same time, but his focus was on Sanguinati. Die! Wang Kun roared and punched towards Fang Chen's head. 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique. At the crucial moment, Fang Chen used the 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique. Suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder. A thick bolt of lightning blasted towards Wang Kuan at lightning speed. Crack! Wang Kuan tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Wang Kuan let out a miserable cry, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Kill! Fang Chen roared and took the lead, rushing towards Wang Kuan. Greed and Li Jiao were obviously shocked. After being awakened by Fang Chen's roar, they also attacked together. What a powerful secret technique! On the square, Li Daoqing was also shocked when he saw Fang Chen use the 5 lightning tribulation technique. It seems to be a secret technique of the soul. Even I feel my heart palpitate. Li Daoqing thought to himself. Fortunately, Sanguinati's cultivation was not high. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to kill Wang Kuan. However, Li Daoqing did not intend to take action. Wang Kuan only asked him to help stop Yin, and did not ask him to take action. Damn it! Wang Kuan tried his best to resist the 5 lightning tribulation technique and roared in anger. However, at this moment, the attacks of the 3 cultivators instantly arrived with whistling sounds. Wang Kuan's soul was severely injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. For a moment, he was suppressed by the 3. Little Mouse wanted to take action, but Fang Chen did not. After using the 5 lightning tribulation technique, the 3 of them were able to suppress Wang Kuan, and there was no need for Little Mouse to take action. Pucci! Fang Chen found an opportunity to use the Sky Demon Sword technique and slashed at Wang Kuan's body. Suddenly, a sword mark appeared and blood splattered in the air. Wang Kuan was furious and went into a frenzy. However, his soul was severely injured, and his strength was not enough to suppress the 3. The continuous changes in the fighting ring shocked the crowd. Swoosh! 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 Several silver-armored commanders from Fengtian Palace arrived one after another. Bai Qingqing was the last to arrive at the square. As soon as she arrived, she saw a figure being blasted out of the square. She instinctively thought that it was Sanguinati. However, after taking a closer look, her pretty face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Bai Qingqing cried out. Wang Kuan was blasted out. Didn't they say that Wang Kuan was going to cripple Sanguinati? Why was what they saw different from what they heard? Even if the 3 junior commanders joined forces, they should not be strong enough to send Wang Kuan flying. What happened? One of the silver-armored commanders looked around and asked in a deep voice. When the silver-armored commander arrived, Fang Chen and the other 2 stopped fighting. As for Yin, he began to narrate what had happened in full detail. After listening, the silver-armored commander looked at Li Daoqing with a solemn face. As a commander, you actually lowered your status and attacked a junior commander. This is a disgrace, the silver-armored commander said coldly. Wang Kuan was stabbed by Fang Chen's sword and was severely injured. Coupled with the shock to his soul, he fell into a coma. Bai Qingqing, who was wearing a light yellow dress, jumped onto the fighting ring and went straight to Fang Chen's side. Are you all right? Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Since Fengtian Palace does not welcome you, follow me back to Bloodthirsty Palace, Bai Qingqing said with a frown. Seeing that Fang Chen did not reply, Bai Qingqing continued, You have already stepped into the Heaven Star border realm. As long as you come to my Bloodthirsty Palace, I will immediately appoint you as a silver-armored commander. Hearing this, the square was in an uproar. Bai Qingqing was openly poaching Wang Kuan. The silver-armored commanders' faces turned pale. Miss Qingqing, Sanguinati is a member of my Fengtian Palace. You can't poach him like this, right? The silver-armored commander attacked Sanguinati, and the silver-armored commander did nothing. This kind of thing will not happen in my Bloodthirsty Palace, Bai Qingqing sneered. Chapter 1076. For a moment, there was dead silence in the square. The silver-armored commanders were all looking at Sanguinati. They owed Sanguinati for this matter. Even if Sanguinati joined the Bloodthirsty Palace, they wouldn't say anything. However, as commanders of the Fengtian Palace, they naturally had to make up for it. Sanguinati, what do you think? Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't know why, but the more she interacted with Sanguinati, the more she found that this person had many secrets. Even she couldn't see through Sanguinati. Feng Qin slightly shook his head. Then he said, "This little setback is not enough to make me." Sanguinati, back off. Feng Chen's words were full of dominance. The path of martial arts was against the heavens. This setback was nothing. The outside world was even more dangerous. Good, I admire you for this. I respect your decision. However, if you think it through, you can come find me at any time. Bai Qingqing smiled at Feng Qin and turned to leave. If Sanguinati joined the bloodthirsty palace, it would be reasonable for her to stay here. However, Sanguinati didn't want to stay. This became a family matter of the bloodthirsty palace. As an outsider, she couldn't interfere. Bai Qingqing left, but the silver-armored commanders in the square didn't look too good. They glared fiercely at Li Daoqing before walking in front of Feng Qin. Sanguinati, Wang Kuin was at fault. The Fengtian Palace will definitely compensate you, one of the silver-armored commanders said. Feng Qin nodded slightly. Since the silver-armored commander said so, there was no need for him to pursue the matter. Moreover, Mao He and Wang Kuin were already seriously injured. Senior brother Shi Qing. Feng Qin wanted to say something, but stopped. How could the silver-armored commanders not know what Feng Qin meant? He hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Shi Qing is a junior commander of the Heaven-Sealing Palace. Since he's injured, we'll give him some resources." "Thank you, Lord Commanders." Feng Qin cupped his hands in thanks. "Sanguinati, you should go back first," one of the silver-armored commanders said. Feng Qin left the square with Shi Qing and the others. The onlookers also gradually left. In the end, only a few silver-armored commanders were left. "Look at what you did," one of the silver-armored commanders berated loudly. Then he swung his sleeves and turned around to leave. One could tell from his tone that he was furious. As soon as Sanguinati returned, he cut off both of Mao He's arms. Furthermore, the 3 junior commanders joined forces and managed to severely injure Wang Kuin. This news instantly spread throughout the Black Heaven sect. Countless disciples were shocked. When did Sanguinati become so powerful? Some of the warriors who had wanted to challenge Sanguinati felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not challenge him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This battle caused Sanguinati's name to spread throughout the Black Heaven sect. Even some of the golden-armored commanders took notice of him. One day he e'en found Sanguinati. "Sanguinati, this is the token to enter the hidden shadow pavilion," he e'en said. Feng Chen was confused. The higher-ups of the Heaven-Sealing Palace have already punished Wang Kuin. This token is your compensation. When Feng Chen heard this, he immediately understood and took the token. Once again, Feng Chen headed to the hidden shadow pavilion. This time he chose a recording crystal ball in the cultivation area. After watching it, his understanding of the Sky Demon Sword art deepened. Because of this, he had cultivated the Sky Demon Sword art to the complete realm. His strength had become even more tyrannical. Since ancient times, all demon-like warriors had been able to cross realms to battle. However, Sanguinati's appearance had shamed some of the demon-like warriors in the Black Heaven sect. A Heaven Star Border Stage 1 had crippled the Heaven Star Border Stage 5 Mao He. Moreover, he had severely injured the Heaven Star Border Stage 7 Wang Kuin, although he had the help of Greed and Li Jiu. But it was also very shocking. From that day onwards, a new group had appeared in the Heaven-Sealing Palace. They were called the 3 Swordsmen: Greed, Li Jiu, and Sanguinati. When the 3 of them worked together, the Heaven Star Border Stage 7 commander had nothing to fear. The trio's reputation spread throughout the Black Heaven sect. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than half a month since Feng Chen returned to the Black Heaven sect. On this day, Fong Chen received a piece of news. In half a month, the 8 palaces would jointly hold a battle between commanders. The junior commanders would be in one group, the iron commanders would be in one group, the silver armor commanders would be in one group, and the golden armored commanders would be in another group. The first place of each group would receive a generous reward. In Fong Chen's courtyard, Greed and Li Jiu were both present. Brother Shui, you will definitely get first place in the battle between the junior commanders in half a month's time. Greed grinned. If Sanguinati hadn't appeared out of nowhere, Greed might still be able to fight for first place. However, after witnessing Sanguinati's strength, Greed immediately gave up on this idea. He would be satisfied as long as he could get into the top 3. Finally, Li Jiu's goal was to get into the top 10. Brother Shui, you have to do your best this time. I heard that the reward for first place is very generous. Li Jiu said. Fong Chen asked, I wonder what the reward for first place is. The Black Heaven Sect's reward shouldn't be too bad, right? Brother Shui, do you know about the Poison Cloud secret realm? Greed asked. Fong Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Li Jiu took over the topic and said, the Black Heaven Sect controls a lot of resources, and most of them come from secret realms. Some of these secret realms are cultivation caves left behind by our predecessors, and some are places where our predecessors have fallen. After the Black Heaven Sect controls them, they are used to mine resources. Of course, from time to time, we will send some talented geniuses in there to train. The Poison Cloud secret realm is one of them, Greed said. When they talked about the Poison Cloud secret realm, Greed and Li Jiu's eyes were filled with seriousness. What's so special about the Poison Cloud secret realm? Fong Chen asked. The Poison Cloud secret realm is filled with deadly poison, but it also has a lot of resources. It said that someone saw a gang-gathering pill in the Poison Cloud secret realm, Greed said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. The gang-gathering pill? The Poison Cloud secret realm actually had such a pill? As the name suggested, the gang-gathering pill was a pill that condensed vital essence. It was very difficult to refine such a pill. Even the Black Heaven Sect didn't have many of them. Moreover, they were very expensive. Ordinary martial artists couldn't buy them at all. Even some commanders weren't qualified to use them. The gang-gathering pill was too attractive to Heaven Star border martial artists. Consuming the gang-gathering pill could allow the terrifying vital essence in one's chi to condense into a single strand of vital essence. In other words, as long as one had the gang-gathering pill, it meant that one's cultivation could increase by 1 level. Every level in the Heaven Star border realm was very difficult to increase. The appearance of the gang-gathering pill made many martial artists jealous. Of course, every pill was poisonous. The gang-gathering pill also had its drawbacks. Every martial artist could only use 3 gang-gathering pills in their lifetime. In other words, they could only increase their cultivation by 3 levels at most. After 3 gang-gathering pills, no matter how many gang-gathering pills one consumed, there would be no effect. Is there really a gang-gathering pill in the Poison Cloud secret realm? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. Greed and Li Jiu looked at each other and nodded at the same time. It's just a rumor. A golden armored commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace entered the Poison Cloud secret realm once when he was a junior commander and obtained a gang-gathering pill. Fong Chen was secretly delighted. This time it was an opportunity. If he could obtain the gang-gathering pill, his cultivation would reach the 2nd level of the Heaven Star border realm. At that time, even if he had to fight one-on-one with Wang Kuan, he would have nothing to fear. Legend has it that the Poison Cloud secret realm is the place where a Poison Dao expert fell. There seems to be a Poison Dao inheritance in the secret realm. Li Jiu continued, however, no one has been able to obtain it until now. Brother Shui, don't underestimate the Poison Dao inheritance. This Poison Dao expert's poison can easily kill a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. Greed said This poison was stored for a long time after his death. Feng Qin was shocked. The poison stored for so long after his death could easily kill a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist. If this poison Dao expert personally used the poison, how powerful would it be? Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Brother Shui, if you enter the Poison Cloud secret realm, your first task is to find the Poison Dao inheritance. The gang-gathering pill is secondary, Greed reminded. At the same time in the other 7 palaces, all the commanders were rubbing their hands in preparation. In the commander battle half a month later, they swore to take first place. In the bloodthirsty palace. Poison Cloud, secret realm. Ha ha ha, this is my chance. One of the commanders laughed heartily. Heavenly Book Palace. The first place of the commander battle this time belongs to me, the Heaven's Wrath Scholar. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar, who was dressed in white and holding a folding fan, said with a smile. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar was very strong. He was recognized as the strongest among the commanders in the Heavenly Book Palace. He was also a strong contender for the first place of the commander battle. Apart from these 2 palaces, the other palaces were also nervously preparing. After all, it was every commander's dream to take first place. Not only would they be able to obtain a large amount of resources, but they would also be able to obtain the honor they deserved. Imagine how it felt to be the center of attention. During this period of time, Feng Qin had been cultivating the Heavenly Fiend Sword Technique and the Heavenly Star Technique. After his cultivation reached the Heaven Star Border Realm, it became easier to cultivate the Star Sky skill. However, Feng Qin could not expose the Star Sky skill in front of everyone. Therefore, the Sky Demon Sword art was his greatest reliance. The facts proved that the Sky Demon Sword art was very powerful. After cultivating it to the complete realm, Feng Qin's combat strength had at least doubled. If outsiders knew about this, they would be shocked. Such a terrifying increase was very rare. However, Feng Qin was still not satisfied with the current situation. Although he was strong, his realm was still a little weak. After going through the Star Relic, he realized the vastness of the universe. With his little bit of strength, he couldn't even compare to an ant in the universe. He wanted to find his mother and wife. The only way was to increase his strength. The more he came into contact with the outside world, the more he felt the insignificance of human martial artists. Chapter 1077. In half a month, Feng Qin had cultivated the Star Sky skill to the Minute Subtlety realm. He was only 1 step away from the transformative realm. At this time, the commander competition was about to begin. First, it was the Junior Commander competition, followed by the Iron Armor Commander, Silver Armor Commander, and Gold Armor Commander. After half a month of preparation, all the junior commanders had finished their preparations. The commander competition was held at the Bloodthirsty Palace. Every year, one of the 8 palaces would be chosen as the venue for the commander competition. This year, it was the Bloodthirsty Palace's turn. Early in the morning, He-In led the junior commanders of the Fengtian Palace to the Bloodthirsty Palace. There were a total of 8 junior commanders in the Fengtian Palace. However, after Mao He was crippled by Feng Qin, there were only 7 junior commanders left. "The 7 of you, follow me," He-In said loudly. Today was the junior commander competition. Some of the Iron Armor Commanders and Silver Armor Commanders would not go to the Bloodthirsty Palace. They would only go when it was their turn. Soon, they arrived at the Bloodthirsty Palace. As soon as they entered the Bloodthirsty Palace, Feng Qin felt a murderous aura. The Bloodthirsty Palace is indeed worthy of its name. Feng Qin could not help but exclaim in his heart. Among the 8 palaces, the martial artists of the Bloodthirsty Palace were known for their decisiveness in killing and battle. Now, feeling the terrifying murderous aura, Feng Qin's heart skipped a beat. However, this made Feng Qin even more curious. How could there be such a refreshing beauty like Bai Qingqing in the Bloodthirsty Palace? After pondering for a while, he decided not to think about it anymore. On the square of the bloodthirsty palace, a martial arts arena had already been prepared. There were many martial artists on the square. Ordinary disciples could only watch. They were not qualified to participate. Today was the junior commander competition. The junior commanders of the other palaces gradually came to the square of the bloodthirsty palace. Look, it's the Heaven's Fury Scholar. The Heaven's Fury Scholar is very popular in this junior commander competition, the commanders of the Fengtian Palace whispered. Greed and Li Jiu also stared at the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Greed, in particular, had a grudge with the Heaven's Wrath Scholar. They had even fought before. At that time he was slightly weaker and was defeated by the Heaven's Fury Scholar. He had always held a grudge against him. I hope we can fight, Greed said solemnly. The Heaven's Fury Scholar from the Heaven Book Palace seemed to have noticed the gazes of Greed, Li Jiu, and the others. He immediately turned his head and glanced at them. However, his eyes were filled with a disdainful smile. Then the Scholar of Heaven's Fury calmly walked to the area of the Heavenly Book Palace. Brother Blood, you have to be careful when you encounter Scholar Heaven's Fury in the competition, Li Jiu reminded. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar was the number 1 junior commander of the Heavenly Book Palace. He was very powerful, and even Li Jiu had to be wary of him. Feng Qin nodded heavily. He would not underestimate any of his opponents, nor would he be afraid of any of them. Although Scholar Heaven's Wrath was strong, Feng Qin was no pushover either. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar's ultimate move is in his folding fan, Li Jiu said. Feng Qin was a little puzzled, but Li Jiu did not say much. He just reminded Feng Qin to be careful. After a while, the junior commanders of the other palaces arrived one after another. Feng Qin's gaze swept across each of the junior commanders of the other 7 palaces. The junior commanders, standing at the front of the 7 palaces, should be the strongest junior commanders. These people could become Feng Qin's opponents, so he wanted to know in advance. The person in charge of the battle of the junior commanders was the armored commander of the 8 palaces. He represented the Fengtian Palace and sat on the rostrum. The 8 of them discussed with each other and immediately began to announce. Everyone, this year's battle of the junior commanders of the 8 palaces officially begins. The rules of the battle of the junior commanders were the same every year. First, the 8 palaces would draw lots. After drawing lots, they would decide their opponents. In the first round, the 2 palaces would fight against each other. One victory would accumulate 1 point. After the first round, the person with the most points in each palace would advance to the next round. At this time, 8 people would advance to the next round. They would continue to draw lots and fight one-on-one. The loser would be eliminated directly, while the winner would advance to the next round. Just like that, the final winner would be the strongest person in this year's battle of the junior commanders. Similarly, the winner would also be awarded the title of Junior Commander King by the Black Heaven sect. In the past, the winner of the title of Junior Commander would receive a large amount of resources and eventually become a high-ranking decision-maker in the Black Heaven sect. Bai Qingqing, whom Feng Qin knew, was a prodigy who had once been awarded the title of Junior Commander King. Through her own efforts and the sect's strong nurturing, she finally became the Vice Palace Lord of the Bloodthirsty Palace. She was extremely powerful and had a lot of decision-making power in the Black Heaven sect. Therefore, the junior commanders this time, other than obtaining a slot to enter the Poison Cloud secret realm, there was another important reason, and that was to obtain the title of Junior Commander King. After the official announcement from the Bloodthirsty Palace's person in charge, it was time to draw lots. After a while, the results of the draw were out. The opponent of the Fengtian Palace was the Heavenly Book Palace. This surprised Feng Qin a little. He did not expect to encounter the Heavenly Book Palace in the first round. Among the 8 palaces, the Heavenly Book Palace was considered one of the stronger palaces. Our opponent is the Heavenly Book Palace, Tan Sui said with a gloomy face. Our opponent is the Heavenly Book Palace in the first round, Li Jiu said in a low voice. The Fengtian Palace was helpless against the Heavenly Book Palace. However, there was no other way now that things had come to this. Soon, the first round of the competition began. The Fengtian Palace had 7 junior commanders, while the Heavenly Book Palace had 9. The first person from the Fengtian Palace to ascend was Shiqing. The Fengtian Palace's Shiqing challenges the Heavenly Book Palace. On the martial arts stage, Shiqing cupped his fists and said to the crowd, "Let me." Suddenly, a junior commander from the Heavenly Book Palace leaped onto the martial arts stage. Rumble. The martial arts stage was instantly filled with a vast amount of energy. Apart from Feng Qin, the cultivation of the other junior commanders was basically at the 6th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Their destructive power was very strong. However, the martial arts stage of the Bloodthirsty Palace was personally built by the Heavenly Body Tier powerhouse of the Black Heaven sect. With the strength of these junior commanders, it was impossible for them to destroy the martial arts stage. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the battle on the martial arts stage reached its climax. Shiqing became more and more courageous as he fought. Finally, he found an opportunity to defeat the junior commander of the Heavenly Book Palace. Shiqing wins, the judge announced. At the same time, Shiqing received a point. "You have 15 minutes to recover," the judge said to Shiqing. In order to show the fairness of the competition, it was decided that every cultivator would have 15 minutes to recover after a battle. However, this was only the second battle. Shiqing didn't need it. Shiqing shook his head. The judge left the martial arts stage. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, Shiqing had already fought 8 battles. After the 8th battle, Shiqing's record was 3 wins and 5 losses. On the rostrum, the 8 junior commanders nodded slightly, acknowledging Shiqing's victory. It wasn't easy for him to win 3 battles against the junior commanders of the Heavenly Book Palace. Whoosh! The Heaven's Fury Scholar stepped onto the martial arts stage. His face was as calm as the wind and clouds. He waved the folding fan in his hand continuously. He looked at Shiqing with his dark eyes and said, "Do you still want to fight?" This was the Heaven's Fury Scholar. He was very domineering. Others fought with their lives on the line, but he didn't need to fight at all. He only needed to stand on the martial arts stage to instill fear in everyone. Shiqing's eyes flickered. His expression changed, and he gave up in the end. "I admit defeat." Shiqing knew his own limits. He couldn't even defeat Greed, Li Jiao, and the others, let alone the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Fighting with the Heaven's Fury Scholar was just asking for trouble. If the Heaven's Fury Scholar used too much strength in the battle, he would definitely be seriously injured. The loss outweighed the gain. The Heaven's Fury Scholar defeated his opponent without a battle. On the rostrum, the 8 junior commanders had a high opinion of the Heaven's Fury Scholar. The Heaven's Fury Scholar has a chance to become someone like Miss Bai Qingqing in the future. Yes, the Heaven's Fury Scholar has too much potential. The Heaven's Fury Scholar will definitely take first place in this battle. Some of the commanders even said that the Heaven's Fury Scholar would definitely take first place. In short, the Heaven's Fury Scholar had too many halos. He was extremely dazzling. He won 3 out of 9 battles and obtained 3 points. Next, it was time for the second junior commander to fight. In the following battles, there were a few junior commanders who were weaker than Shiqing. Their battle records were even more dismal. However, the situation changed after Greed and Li Jiao entered the stage. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The scorching sun shone on the ground. Many warriors' foreheads were full of sweat. However, this didn't affect the battle of the junior commanders. Since the morning, 5 people from the Fengtian Palace had finished their battles. Li Jiao's battle record was good. He won 7 out of 9 battles. After Li Jiao's battle, Feng Qin prepared to enter the stage. However, he was stopped by Greed. "Brother Shui, you'll be at the back." Greed took a step forward and entered the martial arts stage. From the beginning of the first battle, Greed had shown amazing combat strength. With a crushing speed, he defeated 8 people in a row in an extremely short period of time. Finally, his gaze stopped on the Heaven's Fury Scholar. "Heaven's Fury Scholar, come up and fight," Greed said in a deep voice. Many martial artists in the square were also shocked. Greed was too strong. He might have a chance to threaten the Heaven's Fury Scholar. In the Fengtian Palace area, Li Jiu said, "Brother Shui, do you think Greed can fight the Heaven's Fury Scholar?" Fang Qin thought for a moment and shook his head. "Although Brother Greed is strong, he's no match for the Heaven's Fury Scholar." At the same time, the junior commanders of the other palaces were not optimistic about Greed's chances. "The Heaven's Fury Scholar is too strong. His strength seems to have improved a lot. If I were to fight the Heaven's Fury Scholar, I would admit defeat." On the martial arts stage, the Heaven's Fury Scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand and looked at Greed with a smile. "There's no need for this battle," the Heaven's Fury Scholar said. "The result of our battle half a year ago was already decided." The Heaven's Fury Scholar's meaning was clear. Greed didn't know he would fight. "You want me to admit defeat? Impossible." Chapter 1078. The battle between Greed and Heaven's Wrath Scholar was earth-shattering. Greed's aura was strong, and his combat power was very strong. However, he couldn't defeat Heaven's Wrath Scholar. "Kill!" The battle entered a white-hot stage. Greed clenched his fists and suddenly used his ultimate skill. His fists were like iron armor and suddenly blasted towards Heaven's Wrath Scholar. Suddenly, in the sky, a dazzling and majestic fist light blasted towards Heaven's Wrath Scholar with thunderous power. Seeing this, Heaven's Wrath Scholar's expression changed slightly. Immediately, the folding fan in his hand suddenly opened. Whoosh! An unimaginable ray of light shot out from the folding fan. Then, there was a deafening sound in the sky. Boom! The battle was over. Greed's body flew out and fell below the martial arts arena. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. This crushing defeat made Greed's heart full of unwillingness. Half a year ago, when he fought with Heaven's Wrath Scholar, the gap between them wasn't that big. In half a year, he thought that he had improved a lot. But he didn't expect that he still wasn't a match for Heaven's Wrath Scholar, especially the last blow. Even though he knew that Heaven's Wrath Scholar's trump card was in the folding fan, he still couldn't block it. As he slowly stood up, Avarice's face darkened. This battle was a huge blow to him. He shook his head slightly and left in disappointment. Heaven's Wrath Scholar wins. The referee's voice was heard by everyone. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Sanguinati. Greed's defeat to Heaven's Wrath Scholar was expected. What everyone was looking forward to the most was the battle between Heaven's Wrath Scholar and Sanguinati. Heaven's Wrath Scholar looked at Sanguinati thoughtfully and stood quietly on the martial arts arena. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Qin stepped onto the martial arts arena. "Can't wait to fight with me?" Fang Qin stared at Heaven's Wrath Scholar and said softly. "You're no match for me," Heaven's Wrath Scholar said softly. In his opinion, Sanguinati's strength was probably not as good as Greed's. "Are you going to admit defeat yourself? Or do you want me to make a move?" asked Scholar Heaven's Rage. Fang Chen's face darkened, but he soon grinned and said, "I would like to see what you, Heaven's Wrath Scholar, are capable of." Hearing this, the Heaven's Fury Scholar did not waste any more words and directly attacked. Rumble the Heaven's Fury Scholar's figure flickered as the vital spirit around him surged. Streams of vital essence blasted towards Fang Qin at an incredible speed. Fang Qin remained motionless as he watched the ferocious attack. On the rostrum, the 8 armored captains all had different expressions as they looked at Sanguinati. On the square, many warriors were discussing animatedly. Some were worried for Sanguinati, while others were mocking Sanguinati for overestimating himself. From the beginning to the end, Sanguinati's face showed no signs of fear. He calmly stood on the martial stage as if the Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack had nothing to do with him. Seeing Sanguinati's calm appearance, the Heaven's Fury Scholar was thoroughly enraged. "Let's end this." The Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack whistled through the air. Just as everyone thought that the battle was about to end, a change occurred on the martial stage. Crash! The Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack directly struck Sanguinati's body. Immediately, Sanguinati's body shattered. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's expression changed. Only now did he realize that the Sanguinati in front of him was just an afterimage. Damn it! The Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack missed. He continuously retreated as he cursed. On the rostrum, the 8 armored captains were also shocked. Blood Sword Saint's actions were actually hidden from the eyes of the 8 iron armored commanders. Blood Sword Saint is not simple. One of the armored commanders said in a deep voice, "This lad's speed is very fast." He actually deceived everyone's eyes. The other captains also nodded slightly. As for the people in the square, they were already shocked. This is the time. Fang Chen was taking advantage of the Heaven's Fury Scholar's unfamiliarity with him to catch him off guard. Just as the Heaven's Fury Scholar was retreating rapidly, Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Then, the hidden star sword burst out. The Sky Demon sword technique was suddenly displayed. The vast Sky Demon sword Qi pierced toward the Heaven's Fury Scholar in a terrifying manner. The latter didn't even think about it. He leaped and directly swept to the sky above the martial stage. Swoosh! The vast Sky Demon sword Qi condensed into a terrifying Sky Demon sword light and pierced toward the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Crack! The Heaven's Fury Scholar was furious. He suddenly threw out a punch and hit the Sky Demon sword light. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor shattered instantly. His body was also forced to retreat a lot. The Heaven's Fury Scholar, who was floating in the sky, looked gloomy as he glared at Sanguinati. "Sanguinati, you have successfully angered me," the Heaven's Fury Scholar said coldly. However, something unexpected happened. At this moment, Sanguinati actually put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. Seeing this, everyone thought that Sanguinati had given up on the battle. "Sanguinati, are you going to give up? Just like that?" the Heaven's Fury Scholar said coldly in the sky. Fang Chen paused for a moment. Soon after, he unhurriedly said, "Take a look at your own position before you speak." Hearing this, the 8 captains looked over. They suddenly realized that the Heaven's Fury Scholar was no longer within the range of the martial stage. Immediately, the expressions of the few people became extremely strange. The referee was also a little stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. For a moment, the referee didn't know how to judge. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's face was extremely gloomy. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The referee quickly walked to the rostrum and communicated with the 8 captains. In fact, the battle of the captains had long been stipulated. If the body left the martial stage, it would be considered a loss. Even if it was standing in the air, it had to be above the martial stage. If there wasn't such a rule, any martial artist could fly in the sky. In this way, it was bound to be difficult to continue the battle, especially Fang Chen. If there wasn't such a restriction, he was almost in an invincible position. The Heaven's Fury Scholar also knew that he had been imperceptibly hit by Sanguinati's gloves. He flung his sleeves fiercely and landed on the ground. His dark eyes stared at Sanguinati. "I lost this battle, but Sanguinati, I will remember you. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the finals." After saying that, the Heaven's Fury Scholar left the square in anger. In the square, everyone looked at each other. Who would have thought that Sanguinati would actually defeat the Heaven's Fury Scholar in such a way? "Sanguinati wins," the referee nodded and announced. On the rostrum, the other 7 captains had smiles on their faces. Only the captains of the Heaven Book Palace were displeased. This time his request for the Heaven's Fury Scholar was to win the first place of the captains with a complete victory. However, he had lost a battle. "Damn it!" the captains of the Heaven Book Palace muttered to themselves. Next, Fong Qin consecutively fought against the 8 captains of the Heaven Book Palace by himself. As expected, he won all of them. In this way, Fong Qin became the only captains of the 2 palaces to win all of their battles. At this point, the battle between the Heaven Book Palace and the Heaven Book Palace was completely over. The first place of the Heaven Book Palace was Fong Qin with a total of 9 points. The first place of the Heaven Book Palace was still the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Although he had lost a battle, he still had the highest score. However, the Heaven's Fury Scholar's resentment towards Sanguinati increased. If they met in the finals, he would not show mercy. Next, the Bloodthirsty Palace versus the Pearl Mountain Palace, the referee announced. The Bloodthirsty Palace had 9 captains and the Pearl Mountain Palace had 10. The 2 captains of the 2 palaces fought against each other. After 6 hours, the battle between the 2 palaces ended. The first place of the Bloodthirsty Palace was Xue Zixuan. He had won all 10 battles and obtained 10 points. The first place of the Pearl Mountain Palace was Bai Liguan. Bai Liguan's strength was slightly inferior, and he lost to Xue Zixuan by 1 move. However, this did not affect his advancement to the finals. The remaining 4 palaces were the Cold Peak Palace versus the Windless Palace. The last 2 to advance to the finals were Hans Han of the Cold Peak Palace and Bai Qianfeng of the Windless Palace. However, when the final battle between the 2 palaces began, Fong Qin was slightly surprised. This was because he saw a familiar face. The Golden Sky Palace versus the Jade Floating Palace. In the Golden Sky Palace area, there was a man in golden clothes. There was a hint of hostility between his eyebrows. Jin Tianzhan was the young genius that he had met on the decapitation cliff outside the Sealed Sky City. When the legend of the demon's sword appeared, many of the younger generation went to the decapitation cliff. On the decapitation cliff, Fong Qin and Jin Tianzhan had some conflicts. He did not expect Jin Tianzhan to join the Black Sky sect and be a member of the Golden Sky Palace. However, after thinking for a while, Fong Qin understood. Most of the martial artists in the Golden Sky Palace came from the Golden Sky City. It was not surprising that Jin Tianzhan was from the Golden Sky City. The current Jin Tianzhan was no longer the same as before. When he first saw Jin Tianzhan, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Heaven Dipper realm. However, Jin Tianzhan's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Heaven Dipper realm and even reached the peak. Jin Tianzhan was still very domineering and filled with hostility. Originally, Jin Tianzhan had been cultivating in seclusion in the Golden Sky Palace. Some time ago, Sanguinati's incident had caused a lot of commotion. He had also heard about it. However, he did not care about it at all. When he saw Sanguinati in the junior commander battle today, his heart burned with anger. The guy who offended him before the decapitation cliff was actually Sanguinati, who was in the same sect as him. Before Jin Tianzhan went up the stage, he gave Fong Qin a fierce look. "If we meet in the finals, I will definitely let you know the consequences of offending me," Jin Tianzhan said to himself. After Jin Tianzhan went up the stage, a beautiful woman also went up the stage. This person was the junior commander of the Azure Floating Palace. Fong Qin also knew her. She was Fairy Pei Shi, who had spoken up for him before the decapitation cliff. Seeing this, Fong Qin's mouth parted into a smile. He did not expect to meet these 2 again after such a long time. Chapter 1079. On the martial arts stage, Jin Tianzhan was dressed in golden robes and exuded a terrifying aura. His eyes were bright as he stared at Goddess Pei Shi. Anyone could see that Jin Tianzhan was interested in Goddess Pei Shi. However, Goddess Pei Shi turned a blind eye to it. This wasn't something that happened in a day or 2. Before joining the Black Sky sect, Jin Tianzhan had been pursuing Goddess Pei Shi. If Goddess Pei Shi hadn't joined the Black Sky sect, Jin Tianzhan definitely wouldn't have joined the Black Sky sect. This was because he already had a clear goal before that, and that was to join the three palaces. Jin Tianzhan had sacrificed a lot for Goddess Pei Shi. Jin Tianzhan was a very violent person, but he was very gentle when facing Goddess Pei Shi. Goddess Pei Shi. Jin Tianzhan's face was full of smiles. There's no need for us to fight anymore, right? Hearing this, Goddess Pei Shi's expression flickered as she looked at Jin Tianzhan with her beautiful eyes. If you admit defeat, there's naturally no need to fight anymore, Goddess Pei Shi said. Hearing this, the smile on Jin Tianzhan's face was slightly awkward. He didn't want to attack Goddess Pei Shi. However, his goal this time was to win the title of Junior Commander King with a complete victory. Sorry. Goddess Pei Shi, you're no match for me, Jin Tianzhan continued. Goddess Pei Shi nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. The vital essence around her surged. Her actions had already shown everything. Seeing this, the smile on Jin Tianzhan's face disappeared. In the next moment, Jin Tianzhan's body instantly moved. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared on the martial arts stage. It made it impossible to tell which one was Jin Tianzhan's true body. Whoosh! Seeing this, Fairy Pei Shi suddenly waved her small white hand. In the sky, gusts of wind blew. These gusts of wind contained an extremely vast amount of vital spirit. Whoosh! The gusts of wind blew on the afterimages, instantly shattering them one by one. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. All this time, no one had known that Fairy Pei Shi was so powerful. Today, they truly understood how terrifying Goddess Pei Shi was. What an exquisite secret technique. In the square, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. Fairy Pei Shi's move seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to do so. As Fang Qin spoke, a strong gust of wind blew across the arena. Jin Tianzhan's afterimages were all shattered. In the end, the wind blasted Jin Tianzhan's true body. Bang! Jin Tianzhan's true body was forced to take a few steps back. His eyes were extremely solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Fairy Pei Shi, I don't want to attack you. Why are you forcing me?" Back then, Jin Tianzhan was already much stronger than Fairy Pei Shi at the Guillotine Cliff. After such a long time, Jin Tianzhan was still confident that he could defeat Fairy Pei Shi. However, he did not want to attack Fairy Pei Shi. Love was the most magical thing in the world. No one would be able to understand Jin Tianzhan's feelings if they weren't deeply involved. At this moment, Jin Tianzhan felt extremely complicated. However, Fairy Pei Shi's expression was unusually calm. She was still attacking, completely ignoring Jin Tianzhan's words. Seeing that, Jin Tianzhan finally made a decision. He wanted to win this battle. He would not allow himself to be defeated. "Fairy Pei Shi, let's end this battle here." As he spoke, Jin Tianzhan unleashed his strongest power. A saber appeared in Jin Tianzhan's hand. The saber contained a bit of death aura. Death saber. Jin Tianzhan growled. The saber spun quickly. The death aura on the saber instantly condensed into a dazzling saber light. Then, it slashed towards Fairy Pei Shi. A tsunami-like attack instantly blasted towards Fairy Pei Shi. Fairy Pei Shi's expression changed drastically. Immediately, she desperately tried to resist. However, it was to no avail. The combat power that Jin Tianzhan unleashed was too strong. Fairy Pei Shi was no match for him and was instantly defeated. Whoosh! Fortunately, Jin Tianzhan put away his saber at the critical moment, so Fairy Pei Shi was not injured. After the battle, Jin Tianzhan cupped his hands apologetically towards Fairy Pei Shi. Fairy Pei Shi shook her head and left the martial arts arena. There was an uproar in the square. Even Scholar Heaven's Fury and the others were surprised. Scholar Heaven's Fury was the most popular candidate for this junior commander battle. However, No one expected that Jin Tianzhan of Golden Sky Palace had been hiding his strength. The power that he unleashed just now was enough to threaten Scholar Heaven's fury. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Jin Tianzhan wins, the referee announced after recovering from his shock. After Jin Tianzhan and Fairy Pei Shi's battle ended, the battle between Golden Sky Palace and Azure Palace also came to an end. Unsurprisingly, Jin Tianzhan became the junior commander with the most points from Golden Sky Palace. Although Fairy Pei Shi lost a battle, she still became the junior commander of Azure Palace who advanced to the finals. In this way, the 8 junior commanders with the most points from the 8 palaces all advanced to the finals. Sanguinati of Fengtian Palace, Xue Zixuan of Bloodthirsty Palace, Wenhan's Han of Frosty Peak Palace, Bai Qinfeng of Sky Wind Palace, Jin Tianzhan of Golden Sky Palace, Fairy Pei Shi of Azure Palace, Bailiguan of Pearl Mountain Palace, and Scholar Heaven's Fury of Heavenly Book Palace. These 8 people were the 8 strongest junior commanders in the Black Heaven sect so far. Today it was already late. Seeing that the sky had already darkened, Yi Zichen sighed. After a discussion, the 8 armored commanders decided that the finals would be held tomorrow. It was just enough time for the 8 junior commanders who advanced to the finals to prepare for the night. After the referee's announcement, everyone left. Just as Feng Chen was about to leave, Fairy Pei Shi called out to him. Sanguinati. Fairy Pei Shi's voice entered Feng Chen's ears. Immediately, the latter stopped in his tracks. When he turned around, Fairy Pei Shi was already beside him. Fairy Pei Shi stretched out her fair little hand and smiled. Long time no see. Feng Chen froze for a moment, then reached out and shook Fairy Pei Shi's hand. Long time no see. Last time, they had only met once at the decapitation cliff outside Fengtian City. However, Feng Chen had a good impression of Fairy Pei Shi. Back then, for powerhouses of the younger generation came to the decapitation cliff and tried to communicate with the demon sword. Among them, Jin Tianzhan and Wang Wenlong looked down on him. They knew him, but they still tried to kill him. Only Gu Xingyun and Fairy Pei Shi spoke up for him. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level since we parted that day, Fairy Pei Shi said with a smile. Feng Chen also smiled. Yeah, I didn't expect that we would be fellow disciples the second time we met. Most of the martial artists had already left. In the distance, Jin Tianzhan's face was extremely gloomy. He glared at Sanguinati, his heart filled with anger. Seeing Fairy Pei Shi talking and laughing with Sanguinati, he finally couldn't hold back and came to Sanguinati's side. Sanguinati, long time no see. Jin Tianzhan said in a deep voice. However, there was a hint of threat in his words. Feng Chen looked at Jin Tianzhan fearlessly, his robe fluttering without wind. Jin Tianzhan. Fairy Pei Shi sensed Jin Tianzhan's killing intent and scolded him. Hearing that, Jin Tianzhan's killing intent quickly receded. He then turned to look at Fairy Pei Shi with a smile on his face. A clown will always be a clown. No matter how you package him, it's useless. Jin Tianzhan muttered to himself. Even an ant can trip an elephant. What's so strange about a clown defeating a so-called genius? Feng Chen retorted. Kid, if I meet you in the finals tomorrow, I'll break your legs. Jin Tianzhan sneered and said disdainfully. After saying that, he turned and left without giving Feng Chen a chance to refute. Fairy Pei, she looked at Feng Chen apologetically, and also left the bloodthirsty palace. Looking at Jin Tianzhan's back, Feng Chen narrowed his eyes. I hate it when people threaten me. After a day of the junior commanders' battle, the 8 strongest junior commanders had been decided. Tomorrow was the final round. At that time, the 8 junior commanders would fight one-on-one. It was extraordinary to be able to advance to the final round. Feng Chen also felt a trace of pressure. As soon as he returned to the Fengtian Palace, Feng Chen went directly to the battle arena. There was a battle arena in each of the 8 palaces. The battle arena was a magical place. After a martial artist entered, the battle arena would sense it and form a phantom completely condensed from vital essence. It was exactly the same as the martial artist's cultivation. The martial artist fought with the phantom to improve their combat strength. Fang Qin entered the battle arena and prepared to hone his heavenly demon sword art. Pucci, after defeating a phantom beside him with a sword strike. Suddenly, 16 phantoms appeared in the battle arena. Kill. Every time a phantom was defeated, the number of phantoms in the battle arena would double. From 1 phantom at the beginning to 16 phantoms now. If he defeated these 16 phantoms, he would directly face 32 phantoms next time. In short, there were endless phantoms in the battle arena. It was the best place to hone one's combat strength. While Fang Chen was fighting crazily in the battle arena, the junior commanders of the other palaces also entered the battle arena one after another. Only Jin Tianzhan and Heaven's Fury Scholar were very confident, thinking that with their strength they could easily take first place. The 2 of them did not enter the battle arena. They disdained to be with others. Night fell, and the sky was twinkling with stars. The battle arena in the 8 palaces was brightly lit. Rumble. In the battle arena, the sound of battle resounded through the sky. However, this was a sealed space, so there was no need to worry about sound leaking out. Fang Qin burst out with all his strength, urging the heavenly demon sword art to the extreme. 1 phantom after another was killed by him. Now, the number of phantoms that Fang Chen was facing had reached a shocking 128. And this was not his limit. Kill! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, and the heavenly demon sword art was displayed again. Only by breaking through the limit could one squeeze out one's potential and improve one's strength. Fang Chen kept killing phantoms. Chapter 1080. After reaching the Heaven Star Realm, Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of the sky demon sword technique. Fang Chen was a sword cultivator. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator with boundless potential. His understanding of the sword principle was incomparable to that of ordinary people. The Sky Demon Sword technique was the lifelong secret of the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. It was very powerful. Fortunately, Fang Chen was a genius in the sword principle, so he could cultivate the Sky Demon Sword technique to the perfection realm in a short time. The sword technique is a killing technique. Fang Chen thought to himself. In his mind, he kept recalling the Sky Demon Sword technique. He performed the Sky Demon Sword technique again and again. The sword hero chi in his body had also reached the peak. Buzz! After killing 256 phantoms, Fang Chen felt that the sword hero chi in his body seemed to have undergone a transformation. Along with the strange movement of the golden heart, the sword hero chi was rotating rapidly. Traces of the king's aura gradually emerged. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. The second step of the advanced sword principle truth, the Sword King realm. Continue. After going through untold hardships, he finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the Sword King realm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen continued to practice the Sky Demon Sword technique. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. Fang Chen had been practicing the Sky Demon Sword technique for the entire night. At this time, the sword hero chi in his body had completely transformed into the Sword King chi. When he performed the sword technique, his body was filled with the king's aura. This aura alone could intimidate a mystic king realm martial artist and make them unable to move. This was the terrifying part of the Sword King chi. After stepping into the Sword King realm, the Sky Demon Sword technique naturally reached the intricate realm. The attack power of the Sky Demon Sword technique at the intricate realm was too powerful. Before the breakthrough, Fang Chen's limit was to kill 512 phantoms. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen defeated 1024 phantoms in one fell swoop. Unknowingly, he had already broken the historical record of the Heavenly Sealing Palace. According to the records of the Black Heaven sect, the young commander of the Celestial Ceiling Palace, the strongest person in history, had only defeated 512 phantoms. Fang Qin destroyed 1024 phantoms by himself, breaking the record. Who inside the battle arena? By the time Fang Qin killed the last shadow, his clothes were already soaked in sweat. His forehead was covered with sweat as he stood there, panting. His arms were slightly numb, and his legs were in pain. "I've reached my limit," Fang Qin said to himself. As he spoke, 2,048 illusionary figures appeared instantly. Without any ability to resist, his body was instantly sent flying out of the battle ring. Whoosh! After leaving the fighting ring, Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He had gained a lot today. Not only had he reached the level of a sword king, but his sky demon sword art had also reached the level of intricate subtlety. His overall strength skyrocketed. After that, Fang Qin quickly returned to his residence and began to cultivate. After resting for 6 hours, he was woken up by He-In. In a daze, Fang Qin saw He-In. He-In didn't look well, and it was obvious that he didn't rest well last night. "Sanguinati, what did you do last night?" Seeing Sanguinati in such a state, He-In asked in surprise. "I didn't rest well." Fang Qin tried his best to adjust his state before answering. "Today is the finals. How can you not rest well?" He-In was a little speechless, but he didn't say anything else. He brought Fang Qin to the Bloodthirsty Palace. Bloodthirsty Palace Square. Many ordinary martial artists, and even some young commanders who were eliminated, were watching. On the rostrum, 9 of the 8 armored young commanders were already seated. The first round of the finals was a 2-on-1 battle. First, they would draw lots to choose their opponents. The referee took out a small box with 8 folded slips of paper inside. There were seals on them, and soul spirits couldn't scan them. The 8 junior commanders took a small slip of paper in a single file. "Open the slip of paper and call out the number on it," said the referee. Fang Qin opened the slip of paper and saw the number 4 on it. "I'm number 1, said Jin Tianzhan. "I'm number 1 too." Bailey Guan's face was filled with helplessness. He was very unlucky to meet Jin Tianzhan in the first round. Bailey Guan was the strongest young commander in the Pearl Mountain Palace, but his strength was far from Jin Tianzhan's. If it were someone else, he might have a chance to advance to the next round. But against Jin Tianzhan, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, after hearing Jin Tianzhan's words, his face turned gloomy. Even the iron armor commander of the Pearl Mountain Palace on the rostrum looked livid. After a while, the lots were drawn and the groups were divided. The first group, Jin Tianzhan from the Golden Sky Palace versus Bailey Guan from the Pearl Mountain Palace. The second group, Xue Zixuan from the Bloodthirsty Palace versus Wenhan's Han from the Cold Peak Palace. The third group, Scholar Tianru from the Heavenly Book Palace versus Bai Chenfeng from the Windless Palace. The fourth group, Sanguinati from the Fengtian Palace versus Fairy Pei Shi from the Jade Floating Palace. The winner would directly advance to the next round, and the loser would be eliminated. On the martial arts stage, Jin Tianzhan stood quietly. Bailey Guan from the Pearl Mountain Palace had a gloomy face. After the battle began, he made a symbolic move and then admitted defeat. Jin Tianzhan's victory was very easy. After defeating Bailey Guan, he glanced at Fang Qin proudly and then walked down the martial arts stage. The second group, Blood Zixuan from the Bloodthirsty Palace versus Wenhan's Han from the Cold Peak Palace. Rumble. The two of them had just stepped onto the stage and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Blood Zixuan was the target of the Bloodthirsty Palace's training and was abnormally strong. His bloodshed divine fist was even more ferocious and rarely had a match. On the rostrum, the 8 young commanders were also commenting. Blood Zixuan's bloodshed divine fist is really domineering. Yes, Blood Zixuan is a physical martial artist and is very strong. Coupled with the bloodshed divine fist, Wenhan's Han is no match for him. Several armored young commanders were very satisfied with Blood Zishuan's performance, and Blood Zishuan did not disappoint them. He found an opportunity and suddenly threw a punch. The blood-red fist radiance was like a blade. It hit Wen Hanshan's body. Bang! Wen Hanshan's body flew out and barely stabilized his body. He cupped his hands at Blood Zishuan. I admit defeat, Wen Han said. Blood Zishuan advanced. This bloodshed divine fist is really domineering. Fang Qin thought to himself as he weighed the pros and cons. However, he was not afraid of the bloodshed divine fist. The perfect sword body was the nemesis of the bloodshed divine fist. Soon, the third group's battle began. There was no suspense in this battle. Bai Chunfeng from the Windless Palace was no match for the Heaven's Wrath Scholar. He was defeated without even forcing the Heaven's Wrath Scholar to use his full strength. The first 3 group battles only took an hour. The 4th group battle began. When Fang Qin stepped onto the martial arts stage, Jin Tianzhan deliberately passed by Fang Qin. He put his mouth on Fang Qin's ear and said a sentence. If you dare to win this battle, I will definitely kill you. Although Jin Tianzhan believed that Fairy Pei, she would definitely not lose to Sanguinati. But just in case, he still deliberately ran over to threaten Sanguinati. Fang Qin glanced at Jin Tianzhan and walked onto the martial arts stage. Fairy Pei, she was a recognized beauty in the 8 palaces. Her green robes perfectly outlined her impressive figure. Her ample bosom attracted the eyes of countless disciples to burn with passion. No one could compare to her temperament. In the 8 palaces, only the vice palace master of the Bloodthirsty Palace, Bai Qingqing, could suppress Fairy Pei Shi. At this moment, Fairy Pei, she had a smile on her face. Sanguinati, I didn't expect you and I to fight so soon. Fairy Pei, she said softly. I didn't want to fight you, but I want to win the competition. Fang Qin cupped his fists and said apologetically, I also want to know how much you have grown since you were in front of the severed head cliff, Fairy Pei, she said. In fact, Fairy Pei, she was also very shocked that Fang Qin could reach this stage. Back then, Fang Qin's cultivation had not reached the Heaven Star border realm. He was not her opponent at all. But now, he had stepped into the Heaven Star border realm. Furthermore, he was able to reach this step with his unimaginable combat strength. A Heaven Star border realm, 1st level, against a Heaven Star border realm, 6th level. In recent years, no one in the Black Sky sect could do it except for Bai Qingqing. From this point, it could be seen how strong Sanguinati's potential was. Since ancient times, martial artists who could be called geniuses all had the ability to fight beyond their level. However, there were very few like Sanguinati. Dong! The golden heart beat rapidly, and a vast king's sword chi appeared around Fang Qin's body. It instantly swept across the entire martial arts arena. In the square, after everyone felt this sword chi, they couldn't help but retreat. What a powerful sword chi! Everyone was shocked. On the opposite side, Fairy Pei, she also launched an attack. Crash! Her fair little hands were constantly waving, and streams of light shot out and danced in the sky. They pierced through the king's sword chi that swept across the martial arts arena and stabbed towards Fang Qin. Sky Demon's Sword Technique. Fang Qin used the Sky Demon's Sword Technique. Hula! A terrifying light sword appeared in the sky above the martial arts arena. This light sword contained a rich Sky Demon's Sword Chi. On the rostrum, the 8 armored commanders' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. The sword technique that Sanguinati used was too strong. Boom! The streams of light and the Sky Demon Sword Chi collided fiercely. Fang Qin and Fairy Pei, she retreated at the same time. Your growth has shocked me. Fairy Pei, she looked at Fang Qin and said. Fairy Pei, she is also very strong, Fang Qin said. Just now, he was just testing the waters. He didn't use the Sky Demon's sword technique at full strength. He already had a rough idea of Fairy Pei Shi's strength. At this moment, in the square, Jin Tianzhan clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. His eyes were fixed on Fang Qin, and he couldn't wait to kill Fang Qin. This kid must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he have such an exquisite sword technique? Jin Tianzhan thought to himself. Before joining the Black Heaven sect, Jin Tianzhan's nickname was Golden Sword. His achievements in the Sword Dao were extraordinary. However, when he saw Fang Chen's Sky Demon Sword technique, he couldn't help but be jealous. "If you dare to win, I will kill you and take your sword technique," Jin Tianzhan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1081. The Sky Demon Sword technique, when cultivated to the extreme, could cut through the sky. However, Fang Qin had only cultivated to the intricate realm. Even so, it was enough to help Fang Qin defeat Fairy Pei Shi. Whoosh! The king's sword Qi whizzed out and circled around the hidden star sword. In Fang Chen's mind, streaks of Sky Demon Sword Qi instantly spread out and poured into the hidden star sword through his palm. "Go!" Fang Qin shouted in a low voice, and the dazzling Sky Demon Sword technique was pushed to the extreme. Whoosh! The sharp and domineering sword light shattered Fairy Pei Shi's attack with an unstoppable force. At this moment, Fairy Pei Shi's face finally turned gloomy. A trace of panic arose in her heart. This Fairy Pei Shi was very shocked. That immature young martial artist from back then had now grown to such an extent? Looking at the menacing attack, Fairy Pei Shi decisively gave up resisting. Her figure flashed, and she instantly jumped off the martial arts practice platform. Seeing this, Fang Chen suddenly turned his body, and the hidden star sword came to an abrupt stop in the sky. Fairy Pei Shi's withdrawal from the martial arts practice platform meant that she had admitted defeat. She had no enmity with him, so there was no need to kill him. "I admire you." Fairy Pei Shi cupped her hands and said to Fang Chen on the martial arts practice platform. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her face was full of smiles. Although she had lost to Sanguinati, it was also a wonderful thing to be able to witness the rise of a young martial artist. Moreover, Fairy Pei Shi did not like to compete with others for the so-called Junior Commander King title. The square was in an uproar. The strength that Sanguinati had displayed was too strong. Even Fairy Pei Shi of the Bifu Palace had lost to him. Could it be that this time he was the biggest dark horse? In the Golden Sky Palace area, Jin Tianzhan clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with anger. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The moment Fairy Pei Shi was defeated, Jin Tianzhan made a decision. If he faced this kid in the next round, he would definitely take the opportunity to kill him. "Kid, you will regret it." Jin Tianzhan's heart was filled with unprecedented rage. However, Fang Qin was not worried at all. After recovering from the shock, the referee announced the result of the match. The winners of the four groups were Scholar Heaven's Wrath from the Heavenly Book Palace, Jin Tianzhan from the Golden Heavenly Palace, Xue Zixuan from the Bloodthirsty Palace, and Sanguinati from the Fengtian Palace. These four people had entered the finals. The eyes of all the warriors were filled with envy. Being able to enter the finals, even if he lost in the end, would still attract the attention of the upper echelons. Perhaps the upper echelons would appear and accept him as a disciple. On the rostrum, the 8 armored commanders nodded slightly. Xue Zixuan is definitely the most underrated commander. Not bad. His physical strength has reached the pinnacle. Combined with the bloodshed godly fist, he has a high chance of entering the next round. That depends on who my opponent is this round. If it's the Heaven's Fury Scholar or Jin Tianzhan, the possibility of losing is very high. Although Blood Disciple Pavilion was impressive, his foundation wasn't as deep as Heaven's Fury Scholar and Jin Tianzhan's. Therefore, everyone thought that if Blood Disciple Pavilion wanted to enter the next round, he would have to fight Sanguinati. Among the four, Sanguinati was the weakest. At least, that was what everyone thought. Before long, the drawing of lots began. Finally, the results of the battle between the two groups were announced. Jin Tianzhan against Scholar Heaven's Fury and Sanguinati against Blood, Disciple Pavilion. The armored commanders of the Bloodthirsty Palace were the most excited when they heard the news. They had just said that if Blood, Disciple Pavilion wanted to enter the next round, he would have to fight Sanguinati. However, in the blink of an eye, their dream had come true. Ha ha ha! It seems that the heavens are looking after our Bloodthirsty Palace. The armored commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace grinned. The armored commanders of the other palaces also congratulated him. Blood, Disciple Pavilion against Sanguinati. There's no suspense. He'll definitely enter the next round. As for Scholar Heaven's Fury against Jin Tianzhan, I think Scholar Heaven's Fury has a higher chance of winning. The armored commander of the Floating Jade Palace analyzed. There's no suspense in Blood, Disciple Pavilion's battle. However, Jin Tianzhan's battle against Scholar Heaven's Fury is full of suspense. That's right. I also feel that Jin Tianzhan hasn't used his full strength yet. To be able to become an armored commander of the Black Heaven sect, his judgment was naturally very unique. Although Jin Tianzhan's performance was normal, they felt that Jin Tianzhan seemed to be a little dangerous. In this round, the first battle was between Sanguinati and Blood, Disciple Pavilion. The two of them stepped onto the martial arts stage at the same time. In fact, when Fang Qin found out that his opponent was Blood, Disciple Pavilion, he secretly rejoiced. If he were to face either of the other two, he would probably have to reveal his true strength in advance. Only Blood, Disciple Pavilion didn't need to be exposed. This was because Blood, Disciple Pavilion was proud of his physical strength and bloodshed fist. It just so happened that Fang Chen's perfect sword body could restrain Blood, Disciple Pavilion's attacks. On the martial arts stage, Blood, Disciple Pavilion raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Sanguinati. To be able to come this far proves that the Vice Palace Master has good judgment, Blood, Disciple Pavilion said. From the beginning, he had some malice towards Sanguinati. Later, his attitude towards Sanguinati gradually changed. Now, he no longer had any malice towards Sanguinati. He only had high fighting spirit. This is not the end. I will continue to walk. Fang Qin was very confident. In an instant, the two of them launched their attacks. Buzz! Blood, Disciple Pavilion's physical strength was pushed to the extreme. Traces of strange brilliance appeared on the surface of his skin. Seeing this, Fang Qin was also stunned. Violent body of power. Fang Qin recognized Blood, Disciple Pavilion's physique. It was a physique known for its strength and was very domineering. I didn't expect him to have the violent body of power. Fang Qin thought to himself. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body. Suddenly, a vast sword qi spread around his body. There was a layer of sword qi halo on the surface of his skin. Bloodshed fist. Blood, Disciple Pavilion's violent body of power was pushed to the extreme. After his physical strength reached the peak, he performed the bloodshed fist. It seemed that Blood, Disciple Pavilion wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He did not want to be entangled with Sanguinati. On the rostrum, seeing Blood, Disciple Pavilion's attack, several armored commanders nodded slightly. The violent body of power is indeed worthy of its reputation. Some of the armored commanders even had a touch of envy in their eyes. The violent body of power was known for its strength. When cultivated to the extreme, it was hundreds of times stronger than an ordinary physical body. Blood, Disciple Pavilion specialized in physical strength. Coupled with the bloodshed fist, which was very compatible with him, the power was even more explosive. Blood, Disciple Pavilion clenched his fist and suddenly punched out. Rip! The void was instantly torn apart, and the surrounding air dissipated. Blood, Disciple Pavilion's punch contained a vast amount of power. It was a simple and violent punch, but it made the faces of many warriors in the square change drastically. Some of the eliminated commanders were even ashamed of their inferiority. Even if they were not eliminated, they could not resist Blood Disciple Pavilion. It's too terrifying. This fist technique is really exquisite. Blood Disciple Pavilion's power is still skyrocketing. His power was already so strong, but it was still skyrocketing. Everyone was shocked. Even Jin Tianzhan and Heaven's Fury Scholar looked solemn. If he is given more time to grow, I'm afraid I won't be his match. Heaven's Fury Scholar felt a trace of pressure. Jin Tianzhan also looked solemn as he stared at the martial arts ring. Sanguinati could not resist Blood Disciple Pavilion's violent attack at all. This was what everyone thought. However, the truth was just the opposite. After Fang Qin activated the perfect sword body, he clenched his fist and took the initiative to punch out to meet Blood Disciple Pavilion's bloodshed fist. Blood Disciple Pavilion, who was in the midst of attacking, was slightly stunned. He immediately increased the speed of his attack. Open! In a flash, the two fists collided with a loud bang. Suddenly, the entire martial arts ring shook. On the square, the faces of many warriors changed drastically. They were shocked. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. When the two fists collided, they thought it would be one-sided. However, to Blood Disciple Pavilion's surprise, Sanguinati's fist transmitted a force that was not weaker than his. How is this possible? Blood Disciple Pavilion cried out and immediately activated the bloodshed fist again. Blood-red fist radiance bombarded Sanguinati's body continuously. This bloodshed fist, combined with the violent body, is really overbearing. Fortunately, I have the perfect sword body. Fang Qin thought to himself. At the same time, the perfect sword body was breaking the attack of the bloodshed fist. Crack! Vast sword chi emerged from Fang Qin's fist and directly collided with the bloodshed fist. Bang! Blood spurted from the corner of Blood Disciple Pavilion's mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. On the rostrum, the 8 commanders had been waiting for the end of the battle. However, after the two fists collided, there was no reaction. What's going on? Sanguinati blocked Blood Disciple Pavilion's attack. Just as the commander was surprised, a figure flew out and finally staggered to the edge of the martial arts practice field. Everyone looked over and was instantly shocked. It's Blood Disciple Pavilion. Oh my God! Blood Disciple Pavilion was sent flying. The whole square was in an uproar. Waves of shock surged in the hearts of the crowd. Blood Disciple Pavilion's violent body and bloodshed fist did not defeat Sanguinati. Instead, he was sent flying. Was Sanguinati a monster? Jin Tianzhan and Heaven's Fury Scholar's faces were extremely grave as they stared at the figure on the martial arts practice field. The violent, vital spirit dissipated. Fang Qin withdrew his perfect sword body and stood quietly. Do you still want to fight? Fang Qin asked. Blood Disciple Pavilion was shocked and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, after thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and cupped his fists at Fang Qin. I admit defeat. Blood Disciple Pavilion had admitted defeat, and he had taken the initiative to do so. If the gap between them was not big, given Blood Disciple Pavilion's arrogance, he would have taken the initiative to admit defeat. For a moment, everyone was curious about how Sanguinati had resolved Blood Disciple Pavilion's attack. How had he sent Blood Disciple Pavilion flying? The 8 armored captains were also extremely shocked. They all thought that Sanguinati must have used some trump card. However, only Blood Disciple Pavilion knew. Chapter 1082. Xue Zixuan had been born in a world filled with killing since he was young. He had been extremely strong since he was young and specialized in cultivating his physical strength, until one day he discovered that his physique was actually the violent body of strength. This physique was very rare. It was the best physique to cultivate physical strength. After that, Xue Zixuan kept digging out his potential and improving his strength. His cultivation realm was also improving rapidly. Along the way, he had never lost to anyone in the same cultivation realm. It was even harder to find a match in physical strength. After joining the Black Heaven sect, Xue Zixuan's strength skyrocketed again. He had also fully developed the violent body of strength, and his physical strength had reached the peak. Then he obtained the bloodshed divine fist and successfully cultivated it. He thought that he was invincible among the Black Heaven sect's junior commanders. However, Jin Tianzhan and the Heaven's Fury Scholar appeared one after another, which made him feel a little pressured. However, the battle against the Blood Sword Saint had become his curtain call for this time's junior commander battle. He had already used his strongest attack and pushed the violent body of strength to the extreme, together with the bloodshed divine fist. However, he was unable to break through Sanguinati's physical defense. He would never forget the scene of being sent flying by Sanguinati's punch. This was the first time he had lost to an opponent in a physical strength competition since he started cultivating. Moreover, his opponent was a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 1 martial artist. Monster, pervert. This was the only word that Xue Zixuan could think of to describe Sanguinati. After gradually calming down, Xue Zixuan looked at Sanguinati meaningfully, cupped his fists at Sanguinati, and left the martial arts arena in loneliness. He thought that he could enter the next round, but he lost to his opponent just like that. Moreover, he had lost in a contest of physical strength that he was so proud of. No one could understand the loneliness in Xue Zixuan's heart. Seeing Xue Zixuan leave, the armored commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace got up and left in a hurry. On the rostrum, Hien was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. From the beginning of the junior commander battle until now, Sanguinati had given him too many surprises. Along the way, he gradually realized that he could not see through Sanguinati. The other junior commanders also looked at each other as if they had seen the emergence of a rising star. After today, regardless of whether Sanguinati could obtain the title of Junior Commander King, his name would definitely spread throughout the Mystic Sky Sect. Sanguinati wins. The referee's voice was trembling. Sanguinati walked down the stage and returned to the Fengtian Palace area. The second match continued. Jin Tianzhan versus Scholar Heaven's Fury. When they saw the two of them standing on the martial arts stage, the crowd shock toward Sanguinati gradually disappeared and was replaced by a fiery look. In the Xiantian sect, it was a duel between the strongest junior commanders. "I thought that you and I would meet in the finals," the Heaven's Fury Scholar suddenly said calmly. "It's good that we met earlier. After this battle, we will know who will be able to become the Junior Commander King," Jin Tianzhan said. The words spoken by the two of them were extremely arrogant. They did not take Sanguinati seriously at all, even though he had just defeated Xue Zixuan with unbelievable power. Scholar Heaven's Fury laughed when he heard that and said, "Let's fight then." Boom! On the martial arts practice platform, the violent vital spirit instantly spread out. A golden sword appeared in Jin Tianzhan's hand. His nickname was Golden Sword, and the weapon he used was also a golden sword. The fact that he took out his weapon as soon as he came up was enough to show how important this battle was to Jin Tianzhan. Whoosh! Jin Tianzhan made the first move. The golden sword in his hand trembled as he leaped and appeared in front of Scholar Heaven's Fury. Then he stabbed out with his sword. Scholar Heaven's Fury shifted his body slightly to the left and dodged Jin Tianzhan's attack. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! This was the first time the two of them clashed. After the clash, both of them retreated. Jin Tianzhan stared at Scholar Heaven's Fury. "There's no point in probing like this," Jin Tianzhan said. Scholar Heaven's Fury nodded slightly and said, "Then let's settle this with one move." Whoosh! The Heaven's Wrath Scholar opened the fan in his hand. A strange aura instantly spread across the place. Scholar Heaven's Fury narrowed his eyes and stared at Jin Tianzhan. Heavenly Book Technique. Scholar Heaven's Fury performed his ultimate skill, Heavenly Book Technique. As soon as the Heavenly Book Technique was performed, countless shadows of folding fans appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Scholar Heaven's Fury's body flashed, and the shadows of folding fans followed his body and shot toward Jin Tianzhan. Even the armored commander on the VIP platform could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw such a terrifying fighting strength. Scholar Heaven's Fury's combat strength is enough to be ranked among the armored commanders. The Heavenly Book Palace has produced a genius. How dazzling was it for a junior commander to have the combat strength of an armored commander. However, other than Scholar Heaven's Fury, Jin Tianzhan was equally dazzling. He was a monstrous genius from Golden Sky City. Although his cultivation had just entered Heaven Star Border Stage 6. However, he had a glorious record of killing a Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist. Therefore, Jin Tianzhan was very calm when facing Scholar Heaven's Fury. Have you finally performed the Heavenly Book Technique? Jin Tianzhan grinned when he saw this. The Heavenly Book Technique was Scholar Heaven's Fury's strongest ultimate skill. Once the Heavenly Book Technique was broken, it meant that the Scholar Heaven's Fury had been defeated. Let me see the real Heavenly Book Technique. Jin Tianzhan roared, and the golden sword in his hand slashed across the void. He leaped and stood on the martial art stage. At the same time, he threw the golden sword in his hand into the sky. Vital essence surged in his body. Golden Fire Dragon Sword Technique. Jin Tianzhan's trump card. When the Golden Fire Dragon Sword Technique was performed, a scorching flame suddenly appeared in front of Jin Tianzhan. The appearance of this flame attracted the attention of the golden sword in the sky. In an instant, the flame rushed into the golden sword. Buzz! The golden sword immediately expanded and instantly became 3 feet long. At this moment, Jin Tianzhan's figure flashed and arrived in front of the golden sword. He held the sword hilt with both hands. Rip! He exerted all his strength and swung the golden sword. The 3-foot-long golden sword suddenly swooped down. Its strength was so strong that it shocked the Heaven's Fury Scholar. How is this possible? Scholar Heaven's Fury felt a trace of fear. He desperately performed the Heavenly Book Technique, hoping to break through Jin Tianzhan's attack. However, he was disappointed. Crack! The golden sword, which was 30 feet long, smashed through the afterimages of the folding fan with an unstoppable force. Then, it struck the Heaven's Wrath Scholar hard. One move to decide the winner. When Jin Tianzhan's 3-foot-long golden sword smashed the afterimages of the folding fan, everyone already knew that the battle was over. It was just that they couldn't accept the fact for a while. The Scholar Heaven's Fury, the most popular candidate for this junior commander battle, had lost to Jin Tianzhan. Bang! Scholar Heaven's Fury used the last of his strength to move his body 1 meter sideways. He dodged the heavy blow of the 3-foot-long golden sword and was only hit by the tip of the golden sword. Scholar Heaven's Fury's body fell to the ground. His face was extremely gloomy. I actually lost. Scholar Heaven's Fury couldn't accept that he had lost to Jin Tianzhan. His eyes gradually turned scarlet. A trace of madness appeared around him, and the vital spirit in his body became chaotic. On the rostrum, the armored commander of the Heavenly Book Palace saw the situation and immediately took action to suppress Scholar Heaven's Fury. Wake up! Scholar Heaven's Fury woke up from his madness with the roar of the armored commander. It doesn't matter if you lose a battle. What's important is that you can step onto the peak of martial arts in the future, the armored commander scolded. Scholar Heaven's Fury's state of mind was very bad. He had almost gone mad just now. Fortunately, he had taken action in time. Scholar Heaven's Fury's face was full of complicated emotions. He then cupped his hands and thanked the armored commander. Thank you for taking action. Scholar Heaven's Fury was too ashamed to stay in the square and hurriedly left. On the martial arts stage, Jin Tianzhan became the most dazzling existence. He stood quietly, enjoying the cheers of the people in the square. Even the commanders on the rostrum congratulated Jin Tianzhan. The happiest one was the armored commander of the Heavenly Book Palace. Before the battle of the junior commanders began, no one thought that Jin Tianzhan could take first place. But now, Jin Tianzhan had successfully defeated Scholar Heaven's Fury as a dark horse. First place was already in sight. As long as he defeated Sanguinati, he could take first place. Everyone knew very well that defeating Sanguinati was much easier than defeating Scholar Heaven's Fury. Jin Tianzhan, your performance was very good, the armored commander of the Heavenly Book Palace said. Jin Tianzhan revealed a bright smile. The final battle would be held tomorrow. Jin Tianzhan looked down at Sanguinati. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his face was full of disdain. Sanguinati, I didn't expect you to be able to enter the finals, Jin Tianzhan said. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow's battle. In tomorrow's battle, not only did he want to seize the title of junior commander, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to kill Sanguinati. While killing his opponent, he could also enjoy the cheers of the crowd. This was destined to be a very wonderful thing. Faced with Jin Tianzhan's provocation, Fang Qin was very calm. I'm also looking forward to tomorrow's battle. The two of them confronted each other, sparks flying in the air. Right at this moment, an elder suddenly appeared. Jin Tianzhan, in tomorrow's battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I'm willing to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. This person was a highly respected elder of the Black Heaven sect. His cultivation level had reached the Heavenly Body tier. A Heavenly Body tier elite accepting a disciple. Everyone was envious. Disciple pays his respects to master, Jin Tianzhan hurriedly said. Hearing this person laughed loudly. He was in a very good mood. Good. After tomorrow's battle ends, I'll come to pick you up. After saying this, he disappeared. Everyone looked at Jin Tianzhan enviously. The armored commanders all congratulated him. Congratulations, congratulations. You've been chosen by a Heavenly Body tier elder. Jin Tianzhan, well done. You have a bright future ahead of you. Being accepted as a disciple by a Heavenly Body tier elder, Jin Tianzhan was also very happy. In tomorrow's battle, I'll leave with Master with the honor of Junior Commander. Chapter 1083. Xue Zixuan had been born in a world filled with killing since he was young. He had been extremely strong since he was young and specialized in cultivating his physical strength, until one day he discovered that his physique was actually the violent body of strength. This physique was very rare. It was the best physique to cultivate physical strength. After that, Xue Zixuan continued to tap into his potential, and his strength continued to improve. His cultivation realm was also rapidly improving. Along the way, he had never been defeated in the same cultivation realm. It was even more difficult to meet a match in physical strength. After joining the Black Heaven sect, Xue Zixuan's strength skyrocketed again. He had also fully developed the violent body of strength, and his physical strength had reached the peak. Then he obtained the bloodshed divine fist and successfully cultivated it. He thought that he was invincible among the Black Heaven sect's junior commanders. However, Jin Tianzhan and the Heaven's Fury Scholar appeared one after another, which made him feel a little pressured. However, the battle against the Blood Sword Saint had become his curtain call for this time's junior commander battle. He had already used his strongest attack and pushed the violent body of strength to the extreme, together with the bloodshed divine fist. However, he was unable to break through Sanguinati's physical defense. He would never forget the scene of being sent flying by Sanguinati's punch. This was the first time he had lost to an opponent in a contest of strength since he started cultivating. Moreover, his opponent was a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 1 martial artist. Monster, pervert. This was the only word that Xue Zixuan could think of to describe Sanguinati. After gradually calming down, Xue Zixuan looked meaningfully at Sanguinati, cupped his fists at Sanguinati, and then left the martial arts arena in loneliness. He had thought that he could enter the next round, but he had lost to his opponent just like that. Moreover, he had lost in a contest of physical strength that he was proud of. No one could understand the loneliness in Xue Zixuan's heart. Seeing Xue Zixuan leave, the armored commander of the bloodthirsty palace was worried about Xue Zixuan, so he got up and left in a hurry. On the rostrum, Hien was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. From the beginning of the junior commander battle until now, Sanguinati had given him too many surprises. Along the way, he gradually realized that he could not see through Sanguinati. The other junior commanders also looked at each other as if they had seen the emergence of a rising star. After today, regardless of whether Sanguinati could obtain the title of Junior Commander King, his name would definitely spread throughout the Mystic Sky Sect. Sanguinati wins. The referee's voice was trembling. Sanguinati walked down the stage and returned to the Fengtian Palace area. The second match continued. Jin Tianzhan versus Scholar Heaven's Fury. When they saw the two of them standing on the martial arts stage, the crowd's shock towards Sanguinati gradually disappeared and was replaced by a fiery look. In the Xiantian sect, it was a duel between the strongest junior commanders. "I thought that you and I would meet in the finals," the Heaven's Fury scholar suddenly said calmly. "It's good that we met earlier. After this battle, we will know who will be able to become the Junior Commander King," Jin Tianzhan said. The words spoken by the two of them were extremely arrogant. They did not take Sanguinati seriously at all, even though he had just defeated Xue Zixuan with unbelievable power. Scholar Heaven's Fury laughed when he heard that and said, "Let's fight then." Boom! On the martial arts practice platform, the violent, vital spirit instantly spread out. A golden sword appeared in Jin Tianzhan's hand. His nickname was Golden Sword, and the weapon he used was also a golden sword. The fact that he took out his weapon as soon as he came up was enough to show how important this battle was to Jin Tianzhan. Whoosh! Jin Tianzhan made the first move. The golden sword in his hand trembled as he leaped and appeared in front of Scholar Heaven's Fury. Then he stabbed out with his sword. Scholar Heaven's Fury shifted his body slightly to the left and dodged Jin Tianzhan's attack. At the same time, he clenched his fist and threw out a punch. Bang! This was the first time the two of them clashed. After the clash, both of them retreated. Jin Tianzhan stared at Scholar Heaven's Fury. "There's no point in probing like this," Jin Tianzhan said. Scholar Heaven's Fury nodded slightly and said, "Then let's settle this with one move." Whoosh! The Heaven's Wrath Scholar opened the fan in his hand. A strange aura instantly spread across the place. Scholar Heaven's Fury narrowed his eyes and stared at Jin Tianzhan. Heavenly Book Technique. Scholar Heaven's Fury performed his ultimate skill, Heavenly Book Technique. As soon as the Heavenly Book Technique was performed, countless shadows of folding fans appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Scholar Heaven's Fury's body flashed, and the shadows of folding fans followed his body and shot toward Jin Tianzhan. Even the armored commander on the VIP platform could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw such a terrifying fighting strength. Scholar Heaven's Fury's combat strength is enough to be ranked among the armored commanders. The Heavenly Book Palace has a genius. How dazzling was it for a junior commander to have the combat strength of an armored commander. However, other than Scholar Heaven's Fury, Jin Tianzhan was equally dazzling. He was a monstrous genius from Golden Sky City, although his cultivation had just entered Heaven Star Border Stage 6. However, he had a glorious record of killing a Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist. Therefore, Jin Tianzhan was very calm when facing Scholar Heaven's Fury. "Have you finally performed the Heavenly Book Technique?" Jin Tianzhan grinned when he saw this. The Heavenly Book Technique was Scholar Heaven's Fury's strongest ultimate skill. Once the Heavenly Book Technique was broken, It would mean that he had defeated Scholar Heaven's fury. Let me see the real heavenly book technique. Jin Tianzhan growled, and the golden sword in his hand slashed across the void. He leaped and stood on the martial art stage. At the same time, he threw the golden sword in his hand into the sky. Vital essence surged in his body. Golden fire dragon, sword technique. Jin Tianzhan's trump card. When the golden fire dragon sword technique was performed, a scorching flame suddenly appeared in front of Jin Tianzhan. The appearance of this flame attracted the attention of the golden sword in the sky. In an instant, the flame rushed into the golden sword. Buzz! The golden sword immediately expanded and instantly became 3 feet long. At this moment, Jin Tianzhan's figure flashed and arrived in front of the golden sword. He held the hilt with both hands. Rip! He exerted all his strength and swung the golden sword. The 3-foot-long golden sword suddenly swooped down. Its strength shocked Scholar Heaven's fury. How is this possible? Scholar Heaven's fury felt a trace of fear. He desperately performed the heavenly book technique, hoping to break through Jin Tianzhan's attack. However, he was disappointed. Crack! The 3-foot-long golden sword smashed the afterimages of the folding fan with an unstoppable force, and then slammed into Scholar Heaven's fury's body. Victory and defeat were decided in one move. When Jin Tianzhan's 3-foot-long golden sword smashed the afterimages of the folding fan, everyone knew that the battle was over. It was just that they couldn't accept the fact for a while. Scholar Heaven's fury, the most popular candidate for this junior commander battle, had lost to Jin Tianzhan. Bang! Scholar Heaven's fury used the last of his strength to move his body 1 meter sideways. He dodged the heavy blow of the 3-foot-long golden sword and was only stabbed by the tip of the golden sword. Scholar Heaven's fury's body fell to the ground. His face was extremely gloomy. I actually lost. Scholar Heaven's fury couldn't accept that he had lost to Jin Tianzhan. His eyes gradually turned scarlet, and a trace of madness appeared around him. The vital spirit in his body became chaotic. On the rostrum, the armored commander of the Heavenly Book Palace saw this and immediately took action to suppress Scholar Heaven's fury. Wake up! Scholar Heaven's fury woke up from his madness with the roar of the armored commander. It doesn't matter if you lose a battle. What's important is that you can set foot on the peak of martial arts in the future, the armored commander scolded. Scholar Heaven's fury's state of mind was very bad. He had almost gone mad just now. Fortunately, he took action in time. Scholar Heaven's fury's face was filled with a complicated expression. He then cupped his hands and thanked the armored commander. Thank you for taking action. Scholar Heaven's fury was too ashamed to stay in the square and hurriedly left. On the martial arts stage, Jin Tianzhan became the most dazzling existence. He stood quietly, enjoying the cheers of the people in the square. Even the commanders on the rostrum congratulated Jin Tianzhan, one after another. The happiest one was the armored commander of the Heavenly Book Palace. Before the battle of the junior commanders began, no one thought that Jin Tianzhan could take first place. But now, Jin Tianzhan had successfully defeated Scholar Heaven's fury as a dark horse. First place was already in sight. As long as he defeated Sanguinati, he could take first place. Everyone knew very well that defeating Sanguinati was much easier than defeating Scholar Heaven's fury. Jin Tianzhan, your performance was very good, the armored commander of the Heavenly Book Palace said. Jin Tianzhan revealed a bright smile. The final battle would be held tomorrow. Jin Tianzhan looked down at Sanguinati. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his face was full of disdain. Sanguinati, I didn't expect you to be able to enter the finals, Jin Tianzhan said. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow's battle. In tomorrow's battle, he not only wanted to seize the title of Junior Commander King, but also wanted to take the opportunity to kill Sanguinati. While killing his opponent, he could also enjoy the cheers of the crowd. This was destined to be a very wonderful thing. Faced with Jin Tianzhan's provocation, Fang Chen was very calm. I'm also looking forward to tomorrow's battle. The two of them confronted each other, and sparks flew in the air. Right at this moment, an elder suddenly appeared. Jin Tianzhan, in tomorrow's battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I'm willing to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. This person was a highly respected elder of the Black Heaven sect, and his cultivation level had reached the heavenly body tier. A heavenly body tier, elite accepting a disciple, everyone was envious. Disciple pays his respects to master, Jin Tianzhan hurriedly said. Hearing this person laughed loudly and was in a very good mood. Good, after tomorrow's battle ends, I'll come to pick you up. Saying this, he disappeared. Everyone looked at Jin Tianzhan with envy. The armored commanders all congratulated him. Congratulations, congratulations. You've been chosen by a heavenly body tier elder. Jin Tianzhan, well done. You have a bright future ahead of you. Being accepted as a disciple by a heavenly body tier elder, Jin Tianzhan was also very happy. Chapter 1084. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at Jin Tianzhan, who fell to the ground in pain without any expression on his face. The battle just now was carried out in a flash. However, Fang Chen had already noticed Jin Tianzhan's murderous intent towards him. He was already being merciful by doing this. In fact, there was a reason why Fang Chen could defeat Jin Tianzhan so easily. Jin Tianzhan was too eager for quick success. He wanted to end the battle quickly and enjoy the cheers of the crowd. However, even in his dreams, he had never imagined that it was because of his eagerness for quick success that he looked down on Fang Chen's mentality. This allowed Fang Chen to find the right opportunity to counterattack. The imperceptible realm of the Sky Demon Sword Art, the 5th level of demon slaying, combined with the 5 Thunder Calamity technique, completely suppressed Jin Tianzhan's Golden Fire Lone Dragon Sword Art. When Jin Tianzhan was holding his head with both hands and screaming miserably, the Junior Commander battle had already come to an end. Before the Junior Commander battle began, if someone said that Sanguinati could win first place, no one would believe it. However, Sanguinati really won first place now. He was the biggest dark horse in this Junior Commander battle. After the shock, everyone looked at Sanguinati with burning eyes. The 8 armored commanders on the rostrum stood up in unison. Even the armored commander from Golden Sky Palace had no objection to this result, because Sanguinati was really too outstanding. If it was him, he probably couldn't block the last soul attack easily. Such an outstanding martial artist was actually only a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 1 martial artist. It was unbelievable. This, he e'en coughed lightly, waking everyone up from their shock. The judge was stunned and immediately got up to announce the result. In this Junior Commander battle, Sanguinati from Fengtian Palace won the final victory. Therefore, the title of Junior Commander King belongs to Sanguinati. When the judge said this, he was also very excited. As soon as the judge finished speaking, Jin Tianzhan's master appeared instantly. He glanced at Sanguinati, then walked up to Jin Tianzhan and gently patted his head. Immediately, streams of star power drilled into Jin Tianzhan's head. In an instant, the lightning in Jin Tianzhan's head disappeared. Then, Jin Tianzhan fell unconscious. Walla the Elder was expressionless as he left with Jin Tianzhan. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, the few elders who were left behind in the clouds were in an uproar. This kid is really heaven-defying. That last soul attack was too powerful. I want to take this kid as my disciple. Several elders fought to be the first to accept Fang Chen as their disciple. However, a figure suddenly appeared and stopped them. This figure had his back facing them. His body was slightly stooped and his hair was completely white. However, the aura emitted from his body was frightening. Vice Sect Master. When the elders saw this, they hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "You won't be able to teach Sanguinati," the Vice Sect Master said solemnly. Hearing this, The elders' expressions kept changing. In the end, they nodded heavily. I didn't expect that a minor commander would actually draw the vice sect master out. However, since the vice sect master said so, we naturally know our limits. The vice sect master nodded and then disappeared. It was as if he had never been here. After the vice sect master left, the elders spread their hands and then said, "Looks like we can only accept other disciples." The two sect masters of the Black Heaven sect were usually elusive. They were already standing at the peak of the heavenly body tier and were the most powerful great elites in the entire Clear Sky Island. In the eyes of the vice sect master, the elders were nothing to be afraid of at all. The vice sect master came out and didn't let them accept Sanguinati as their disciple. They already understood that the vice sect master must have taken the initiative to accept a disciple. Let's go and accept a disciple. They definitely couldn't accept Sanguinati, so they would accept other disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The referee had just announced the results and awarded Sanguinati the minor commander's token. Suddenly, a few elders appeared. A female elder looked at Fairy Pei, she of the Jade Floating Palace, and asked gently, "Pei-shi, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Everyone looked and found that this person was Elder Jin Shuang, who was more famous in the Black Heaven sect. "It's Elder Jin Shuang." Someone was shocked. Fairy Pei, she was also a little surprised when she heard this. She hurriedly acknowledged her master. "Disciple Pei, she greets master." Everyone looked at Fairy Pei, she with eyes full of envy. To be accepted as a disciple by Elder Jin Shuang, Fairy Pei, she's future was bright. "Xue Zixuan, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" "Bai Chen Feng, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Next, each elder accepted a disciple. When Hans Han and Bai Liguan were both acknowledged by great teachers, everyone congratulated them enviously. The 8 armored commanders on the rostrum also grinned. However, after the elders accepted their disciples, they left one after another. Before leaving, an elder looked at Scholar Heaven's Wrath and asked, "Do you know why no one is willing to accept you as their disciple?" "I don't know," Scholar Heaven's Wrath said. "The most important thing on the path of martial arts is to cultivate the heart. Your heart is too weak, so you won't have much success in the future." After saying that, the elder turned and left. Scholar Heaven's Wrath was stunned. After a long time, Scholar Heaven's Wrath's face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with hatred. "No one is willing to accept me as their disciple. I, Scholar Heaven's Wrath, will cultivate by myself. One day, I will trample all your so-called good disciples under my feet." After Scholar Heaven's Wrath finished speaking, he looked at Sanguinati with hatred. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. At this moment, Sanguinati was standing calmly on the martial arts stage. The 8 armored commanders were waiting for an elder to appear and accept Sanguinati as their disciple. However, no elder appeared after waiting for a full 3 minutes. What's going on? No elder is willing to accept Sanguinati as their disciple. What's going on? For a moment, the square was in an uproar. All the martial artists were very puzzled. There was a reason why the other 6 of the 8 strongest commanders were taken away. Even Scholar Heaven's Wrath was not accepted, except for Sanguinati. When these elders appeared, they did not say a word to Sanguinati at all. Logically speaking, Sanguinati was the most dazzling genius in this battle, especially in the last battle when he defeated Jin Tianzhan. He also showed his potential incisively and vividly. However, he did not move the elders. Everyone was puzzled. Even Fong Qin himself was slightly stunned. Could it be that they also raised the sky demon sword technique that I cultivate? In Fong Chen's opinion, this was the only reason. That was because he had performed perfectly in every aspect. However, no elder wanted to accept him as their disciple, and they did not even mention the reason. Why was this? Thinking of this, Fong Qin shook his head slightly, but he was not discouraged. I have to walk my own path in the end, Fong Qin said to himself. Many martial artists came to congratulate Sanguinati on becoming the junior king commander. However, their eyes were also filled with a touch of complexity. In the end, all the martial artists left the bloodthirsty palace. Fong Qin also followed Heian back to the Fengtian Palace. The battle of the junior king commanders came to an end. During this period, everyone was shocked, especially the dark horse Sanguinati, whose momentum was like a rainbow. But now, what people were discussing the most wasn't the blood sword saint becoming the junior commander king. Instead, they were discussing why the blood sword saint had been abandoned by the elders. For a time, all kinds of voice transmissions were heard. Some rumors said that although Sanguinati was a genius who cultivated demonic techniques, he was despised by the elders. There were also rumors that Sanguinati had offended some higher-ups. There were even more exaggerated rumors that the reason why no one wanted him as their disciple was because of Bai Qingqing. Of course, these voices were not verified. In front of a magnificent palace in the Black Heaven sect, 2 old men stood quietly at the edge of the mountain, overlooking every corner of the 8 palaces. Why don't you let the other elders take him as their disciple? The one who spoke was the vice sect master. Previously, he had appeared at the bloodthirsty palace to stop the elders from taking Sanguinati as their disciple. At this moment, an ordinary old man stood beside him. However, from his expression, one could tell that this ordinary old man was not ordinary. They can't teach Sanguinati, the old man said. Is it because Sanguinati has a space-type true meaning? The vice sect master asked. The old man looked down, his long robe fluttering in the breeze. He slowly said, Sanguinati is able to comprehend a transcendent grade, true meaning at such a young age. He is definitely not a fish in a pond. One day, he will become a carp that leaps over the dragon gate. The vice sect master was stunned for a moment before he asked, You're saying that Sanguinati's space-type true meaning is the true meaning of void? Among the space-type true meanings, only the true meaning of void was a transcendent grade, true meaning. His true meaning is a little special. It is very similar to the true meaning of void, but there are some fundamental differences, the old man said. The vice sect master's heart trembled. If Sanguinati's true meaning was the true meaning of void, then he was definitely qualified to be the old man's disciple. Then why don't you take him as your disciple? The vice sect master asked. This child is almost perfect in all aspects. The sect master slowly said. His physique is very special. His sole secret technique is also abnormally strong. Even the sword art he cultivates is very exquisite. I don't believe that such a genius doesn't have a master. The vice sect master fell into silence. The sect master's meaning was clear. Sanguinati should have a master. If he didn't have a master, it was impossible for him to grow to such a level based on his own efforts. Sect master, you're saying that Sanguinati has an almighty behind him? The vice sect master asked. Whether or not there is an almighty behind him, he is now a junior commander of the Black Heaven sect. The sect master paused for a moment before continuing. With such impressive potential, he needs to polish himself or he will lose himself. In fact, the sect master also had the intention of taking in a disciple. However, the sect master wouldn't take in a disciple so easily. He had to secretly observe Sanguinati. Only when Sanguinati reached his standards would he appear to take in a disciple. From the sect master's words, it was clear that he valued Sanguinati. Thinking of this, the vice sect master grinned. Chapter 1085. The 8 strongest junior commanders were incomparably dazzling. Although Sanguinati and Heaven's Fury Scholar were not accepted as disciples by the elders. As for the other 6, they had all been accepted as disciples. Under normal circumstances, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect would not easily come out of the mountain to accept disciples unless they met a very good disciple. However, the 8 junior commanders had given them a lot of surprises in the battle of the junior commanders. The elders directly ignored the rumors from the outside world. The ordinary disciples were too narrow-minded and could not be compared to them at all. In the eyes of the ordinary disciples, the elders were unwilling to accept Sanguinati as a disciple. However, the truth was that they could not accept him even if they wanted to. For Sanguinati, the vice sect master personally came forward. What else could they say? After the junior commander battle ended, Bai Qingqing immediately came to the Fengtian Palace and found Sanguinati. Sanguinati, are you okay? Such an outstanding genius, but no one cared about him. This made Bai Qingqing very worried, afraid that Feng Qin would fall into a difficult situation. Vice Palace Master. Feng Qin cupped his hands. Just call me Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was actually not old. She was not even 100 years old. The path of martial arts was 1,000 years in the blink of an eye. 100 years old was already considered very young. Of course, except for a freak like Sanguinati, who had such heaven-defying achievements at the age of 30. Due to her cultivation, Bai Qingqing's appearance was maintained perfectly. There was a gentle smile on her flawless face. Bai Qingqing's vision was very unique. The young martial artists that she took a fancy to were all people with unparalleled potential. When she first saw Sanguinati, she felt that this child would definitely become an overlord in the future. Therefore, Bai Qingqing wanted to rope in Sanguinati very much. However, the latter had always refused. Thank you for your concern, Miss Qingqing. I'm fine. Feng Qin grinned. Bai Qingqing's character was good. In front of him, she did not have the slightest arrogance of a vice palace master. This made Feng Qin very satisfied. Although you weren't accepted as an elder's disciple, with your potential, Jin Tianzhan and the others will never be able to surpass you, Bai Qingqing said directly. They will regret not accepting you one day. In response, Feng Qin only smiled. Suddenly, Bai Qingqing thought of the poison cloud mystic realm and said, "Oh, that's right. As a king of junior commanders this time around, you will be able to obtain a spot to enter the poison cloud mystic realm. You must properly cherish this opportunity." "Oh, is Miss Qingqing very familiar with the poison cloud secret realm?" Feng Qin asked. Only then did he recall that Bai Qingqing had once obtained the title of junior commander king. He wondered if she had entered the poison cloud mystic realm before. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, "When I obtained the junior commander king, I entered another mystic realm. I only heard about the poison cloud mystic realm from the palace lord." Hearing this, Feng Qin nodded. It seemed like it would be impossible to obtain any information about the poison cloud secret realm from Bai Qingqing. In the poison cloud secret realm, there's a kind of, or called the poison crystal rock. If you come across it, try to get as many as you can, Bai Qingqing said. Feng Qin was slightly puzzled. However, Bai Qingqing's communication jade pendant flickered. It seemed like someone was sending her a message. Immediately after, her expression changed slightly. She hurriedly bid farewell to Sanguinati. Heaven Book Palace, Heaven's Wrath Scholar's Courtyard. Two unfamiliar martial artists sat on a stone bench. After looking around and making sure that no one was watching them, one of them slowly said, "Heaven's Wrath Scholar, I wonder if there is a chance for us to work together." Sanguinati has always been in Heaven's Sealing Palace. I can't attack him, Heaven's Wrath Scholar said. The other person shook his head and said, after obtaining the title of Junior Commander King, he will soon enter the Poison Cloud Mystic Realm. That is an opportunity. You only need to kill this lad in the Poison Cloud Mystic Realm. Heaven's Wrath Scholar frowned slightly. He did not say anything. As for how to enter the Poison Cloud Mystic Realm, you can rest assured. Our Red-Head Saber has a close relationship with one of the Black Heaven Sect's elders. If you agree, not only will this elder accept you as his disciple, but he will also send you into the Poison Cloud Mystic Realm, one of the Red-Head Saber's martial artists said. Heaven's Wrath Scholar's eyes flickered. He was hesitant. However, When he saw the jade pendant in the red-head saber's martial artist's hand, he immediately agreed. "All right, I agree. The jade pendant in the red-head saber's martial artist's hand belonged to one of the Black Heaven sect's elders. It could not be fake. Wait for our news." The red-head saber's martial artist left the Heaven Book Palace. Ever since he knew that Sanguinati had killed 2 of Redhead Saber's brothers, Redhead Saber had been looking for Sanguinati. This was a rare opportunity. Of course, he would not miss it. Immediately, Redhead Saber contacted the elder who had a close relationship with them. Everything was under Redhead Saber's control. On the 3rd day after the Junior Commander battle, the Iron Armor Commander battle began. After a few days of fierce battles, the title of Iron Armor Commander King was obtained by one of the Bloodthirsty Palace's commanders. Everyone sighed. As expected of the Bloodthirsty Palace's Iron Armor Commander, the bloodthirsty aura on his body was unbearable. After the Iron Armor Commander battle, it was the Silver Armor Commander's turn, followed by the Gold Armor Commander. However, what the disciples did not know was after the Gold Armor Commander battle, there was the most important Palace Lord battle. Of course, other than the Palace Lords and Vice Palace Lords of the 8 palaces, no one knew. In the battle between the Vice Palace Lords, Bai Qingqing won first place. As for the Palace Lord battle, the Palace Lord of the Jade Floating Palace won slightly. After all the battles ended, it was already half a month after the Junior Commander battle. During this half a month, Fang Qin did not give up on cultivating. Of course, he was also preparing to enter the Poison Cloud Secret Realm. He had 400 points left. He went to the points hall and exchanged them for some anti-poison elixirs. After spending all 400 points, he exchanged them for 5 ordinary anti-poison elixirs and 100 poison elixir. It was said that the 100 poison elixir could cure all kinds of poisons. Even if it was highly toxic after swallowing the 100 poison elixir, one could instantly get rid of it. Fang Chen's perfect sword body was not afraid of highly toxic poisons. However, this time he was entering the Poison Cloud Secret Realm. It was better to be careful. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Fang Qin did not want to lose his life because of something like this. On the 2nd day after the Palace Lord battle, He-In went to look for Fang Qin. "Sanguinati, the Poison Cloud Secret Realm, is opening today. I'll bring you there." He-In brought Sanguinati to a forbidden area in the Black Heaven sect. This forbidden area was the entrance to the Poison Cloud Secret Realm. It was heavily guarded, and there were also a few elders guarding it. "Elder, I've brought Sanguinati here," He-In said respectfully. The elder nodded. He-In left, leaving only Sanguinati behind. "I'm going to open the Poison Cloud Secret Realm now. You can enter by yourself later," the elder said. With that, the elder began to perform a secret technique to open the Poison Cloud Secret Realm. Soon, a void door appeared in the sky above the forbidden area. Waves of poisonous gas came out from it. Fang Chen leaped and entered the void door. Then, the elder prepared to close the void door. However, at this moment, a red-bearded elder appeared. Whoosh! The red-bearded elder flicked his wrist and threw the Heaven's Fury Scholar into the Poison Cloud Secret Realm. At this moment, the Poison Cloud Secret Realm closed. "Red-bearded elder, what are you doing?" The guardian elder's expression was solemn. He was slightly displeased. He was caught off guard and allowed the red-bearded elder to send in a disciple. "I sent my disciple into the Poison Cloud Secret Realm. If you don't say anything, no one will know," the red-bearded elder said in a deep voice. He held a high position in the Black Heaven sect. When the guardian elder heard this, he wanted to say something. However, the red-bearded elder took out a book from his pocket and handed it to the guardian elder. "This is the secret technique that I cultivate. Take it and cultivate it." With that, the red-bearded elder turned and left. He knew that the guardian elder should know how to make a choice. The guardian elder's face was filled with helplessness. If he reported this matter, he would definitely be charged with incompetent supervision and punished. Moreover, he would completely offend the red-bearded elder. If he did not say anything, he could befriend the red-bearded elder and obtain a secret technique. After weighing the pros and cons, the guardian elder put the secret technique into his pocket. Then he gritted his teeth and sealed the forbidden area. The poison cloud secret realm was extremely dangerous. The red-bearded elder sent the Heaven's Fury Scholar in to kill Sanguinati. If Sanguinati died in the poison cloud secret realm, the Heaven's Fury Scholar would not be suspected. Moreover, the Heaven's Fury Scholar could use this opportunity to search for opportunities. This was killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, the iron-armored Commander King, the silver-armored Commander King, the gold-armored Commander King, and the strongest Palace Lord. They all entered different secret realms to search for opportunities and increase their strength. As one of the three palaces, two sects, and the royal family, the Black Heaven sect had a boundless territory and vast resources. There were countless powerhouses in the sect. However, the three palaces and two sects had always been suppressed by the royal family on Tongtian Island. It was impossible for them to develop quickly. The royal family of Tongtian Island was the ruler of Tongtian Island. They occupied a large amount of resources on Tongtian Island. There were many talents in the royal family. This year, there were even more amazing people who had appeared. When Fang Qin entered the Poison Cloud secret realm, the younger generation of the royal family of Tongtian Island was challenging the younger generation of the three palaces and two sects. Tongtian Island royal family. It's time for the younger generation of our royal family to challenge the disciples of the three palaces and two sects. That's right, I agree. It's a good opportunity to intimidate the three palaces and two sects. The three palaces and two sects have been too unruly recently. It's time to teach them a lesson. The higher-ups of the royal family unanimously agreed with this decision. Soon after, a powerhouse of the royal family led the younger generation of the royal family to conquer the world. The first target was the younger generation of the three palaces. This time, we can't afford to lose the younger generation of the three palaces, the higher-ups of the royal family said in a deep voice. Don't worry, royal uncle. This time, the royal family will let the disciples of the three palaces and two sects know how powerful we are. If we encounter any disciples of the three palaces and two sects with heaven-defying potential, we can use some tricks to cripple them, the powerhouse of the royal family said. The young prodigy of the royal family smiled confidently. Chapter 1086. Poison Cloud, Secret Realm. At first glance, it was all gray and hazy. Fang Qin stood on the ground, his vital spirit surging around him to protect himself. At the same time, he had already swallowed an ordinary antidote. What a strong poison gas! Fang Qin muttered to himself. The air in the Poison Cloud secret realm was filled with dense poison gas. Although the poison gas wasn't strong and wouldn't cause much harm to Heaven Realm martial artists, it would still harm their internal organs in the long run. Therefore, Fang Qin was very cautious, as expected of the place where a poison Tao Almighty perished. Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The Poison Cloud secret realm would be open for a month. Therefore, Fang Qin had to find the energy-gathering pill within this month. If possible, he hoped to obtain the Poison Tao Almighty's inheritance. It was Fang Qin's first time entering the Poison Cloud secret realm. He wasn't very familiar with this place and could only walk around randomly. Huff! Flying in the sky, Fang Qin held his breath and avoided places with dense poison gas. Little Mouse had unknowingly jumped onto Fang Qin's shoulder. Boss, I'm suffocating. There were many experts in the Mystic Heaven sect. In order not to cause any trouble, Fang Qin didn't let Little Mouse out to move around. This caused Little Mouse to stay in the interspatial ring and feel extremely sullen. Now that it had entered the Poison Cloud secret realm, it could finally regain its freedom. Be careful. This place is filled with poison gas. Fang Qin reminded. However, Little Mouse confidently patted its chest and said with its head held high, "Boss, you are underestimating me." After speaking, Little Mouse opened its mouth and inhaled. Instantly, the dense poison gas was sucked into its body. In the blink of an eye, Little Mouse refined the poison gas. This Fong Chun was dumbfounded. The heaven-devouring divine rat's body was too strong. "How is it, boss?" Little Mouse grinned and looked at Fong Chun. The heaven-devouring divine rat was a unique race in the universe. Its talent made even the heavens jealous. "Let's go." With Little Mouse leading the way, Fong Chun moved forward quickly. It didn't take long for him to discover something amiss. "Boss, come quickly," the little mouse said as it swooped down and quickly arrived at a small hill. When Fong Chun heard this, he quickly came to Little Mouse's side. "What did you find?" Fong Chun asked. The little mouse pointed at a mark on the hill and said, "Boss, look at this mark." Fong Chun observed carefully. There was a mark on the small hill. This mark was very strange. It looked like the footprints of a demonic beast, but it also didn't look like it. Just as Fong Chun was pondering this, he suddenly discovered that there was something powdery underneath the mark. Highly toxic! Fong Chun was startled. He immediately squatted down and observed carefully. After a long time, Fong Chun's heart trembled, because he discovered that the powdery, highly toxic poison in this mark was an extremely rare shaman poison. "Boss, shaman poison appeared here. It's very suspicious," the little mouse said, its eyes flickering. Fong Chun nodded. Shaman poison was a very domineering type of highly toxic poison. It was said that in ancient times there was a great master of poison who specialized in studying shaman poisons. In the end, he developed the strongest shaman poison. Shaman poisons were very domineering. Mystic King tier martial artists would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Heaven Dipper tier martial artists would also die if they were hit by shaman poison. Even Heavenly Body tier elites would pale at the mention of shaman poison. And now there was shaman poison in this mark. Could it be that a great battle once happened here? Fong Chun quickly analyzed. Just as Fong Chun was analyzing, Little Mouse's little paw directly grabbed the powdery shaman poison in the mark. No, Fong Chun stopped it, but it was too late. Seeing that Little Mouse came into contact with shaman poison, Fong Chun was extremely worried. This shaman poison is too corrosive. However, before Fong Chun finished speaking, Little Mouse directly put the shaman poison into its mouth and swallowed it. Afterward, it had no reaction at all. "It's just SOSO," Little Mouse said with a shrug. Seeing this, Fong Chun was speechless for a while. The heaven-devouring divine mouse was too domineering. It was not even afraid of shaman poison. "Boss, I can smell the residual shaman poison aura on the ground," Little Mouse said solemnly. "Lead the way," Fong Chun was overjoyed and hurriedly said. Then, Little Mouse began to lead the way. At this time, Fong Chun also understood why Little Mouse swallowed shaman poison. Only by swallowing it could one sense the residual shaman poison aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chun and Little Mouse passed through the mountain peak and then through the canyon. Finally, they came to a wasteland. The wasteland was surrounded by shaman poison. "There's shaman poison everywhere," Little Mouse said solemnly. Fong Chun stopped and stared the ground. The shaman poison was everywhere in the wasteland. It should be to prevent martial artists from going to the dilapidated thatched hut. In the sky, there was a tyrannical seal that even Heaven Realm martial artists could not break. If one wanted to go to the dilapidated thatched hut, they could only walk there. However, the shaman poison was fatal. "There must be a treasure in the thatched hut," Little Mouse said solemnly. While Fong Chun was thinking of countermeasures, Little Mouse's figure flashed and began to swallow the shaman poison on the ground. After a while, Little Mouse opened a path and stood in front of the thatched hut, waving at Fong Chun. "Boss, come here." Fong Chun was overjoyed. Then he followed the path opened by Little Mouse and walked to the front of the thatched hut. As soon as he approached, he felt a terrifying sword aura. Swoosh! Then, rays of sword light came out of the thatched hut and shot at Fong Chin and Little Mouse. "Be careful!" Fong Chin roared. He took out the hidden star sword and swung it. The Sky Demon sword art was performed. Rays of Sky Demon sword aura spread out instantly. Poochie! The Sky Demon sword aura collided with the sword light. Crack! The sword light shattered. Fong Chen's body landed on the ground. He stared at the thatched hut with vigilance. Creak! The door of the thatched hut opened. "Those who come here are fated with me. Please enter the thatched hut." A voice filled with vicissitudes of life entered Fong Chen's ears. Almighty! Fong Chen was stunned. He immediately understood. The sword light just now should be a test for him. Thinking of this, Fong Chen took a step forward and entered the thatched hut. Creak! The thatched hut closed. Little Mouse was locked outside. He stared at the thatched hut anxiously. If there was anything wrong, he would use his innate ability to save Boss. The thatched hut was very simple. There was only a bed and a wooden table. There was a skeleton on the bed. The skeleton's body was filled with powerful sword chi. It should be a great swordsman, Fong Chin thought to himself. At this moment, a ball of light appeared in the skull. "I am the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign. Back then I was ambushed and poisoned. As a result, I died here." A voice came from the ball of light. Fong Chin had heard of the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign. It was recorded in the history books of the Black Heaven sect. 100 years ago, he was the king of swordsmanship who defeated the heavenly body tier elites of Clear Sky Island with a single sword. Back then, the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign was so powerful that even the current Empress Ya feared him. However, the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign disappeared after defeating the heavenly body tier elites of Clear Sky Island. Who would have thought that the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign would die in the Poison Cloud Mystery Realm? Voodoo was too terrifying. The Sword Cloud Star Sovereign was an elite at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier. He was ambushed, poisoned, and died here. Being able to come here and block my sword light means that you can be considered a sword cultivator. If you pass the test, you can obtain my inheritance, the ball of light continued. Then, before Fong Chin could speak, the test appeared. Inside the thatched hut, countless dazzling sword lights came from all directions. Poochie! These sword lights all stabbed toward Fong Chin. Bang! Fong Chin used the heavenly demon's sword technique to block these sword lights. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chin was drowned by the sword lights. At this moment, the golden heart beat rapidly. Dong! As the golden heart beat, the surrounding sword lights emitted a series of sword chimes. In the skeleton's arms, a sword-shaped jade pendant shot out a dazzling light. Whoa! The sword lights that enveloped Fong Chin instantly retreated. The sword-shaped jade pendant drilled into Fong Chen's body and was instantly swallowed by the golden heart. The ball of light above the skeleton flickered, seemingly excited. If you pass the test, you can obtain my inheritance. After saying that, 2 beams of light shot out from the skeleton. Fong Chin stretched out his hand and suddenly discovered that one of the rays of light was a book. Sword Cloud Star Sovereign's insights were written on it. These were the insights of the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign. They were very important to Heaven Dipper realm cultivators. Then, Fong Chin looked at the other hand. It was a pill the size of a thumb. Seeing this pill, Fong Chen's hand trembled. An energy-gathering pill. He never dreamed that he would obtain an energy-gathering pill as soon as he entered the Poison Cloud Mystery Realm. Fong Chin was very excited. Crack! After finding the inheritor, the skeleton shattered, and the ball of light flickered. It was about to be destroyed. If possible, I hope you can avenge me. A sad voice came from the ball of light. My enemy is called Ancestor Green Spirit. After that, the ball of light completely collapsed. Ancestor Green Spirit. Fong Qin was shocked when he heard that. Ancestor Green Spirit was the current palace master of the Green Spirit sect, one of the 3 palaces and 2 sections. He was one of the top experts in Tongtian Island. The Sword Cloud Star Sovereign's enemy was actually Ancestor Green Spirit. Although surprised, Fong Qin still cupped his hands to the broken skeleton and said, "If I have the strength, I will definitely avenge you." After that, Fong Qin left the thatched hut. "Boss, are you okay?" Seeing Fong Qin, the little mouse hurriedly asked. Fong Qin shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Fong Qin's mind entered Tongtian Peak. "Master," the artifact spirit called out to the half-beast man. "You told me before that there is a sword expert in Tongtian Island who has a relationship with the Tongtian Island master." Fong Qin asked. The tool spirit nodded and said, "That's right. This sword Dao elite was once Master's youngest disciple. Master accepted him in his later years. At that time he was still very weak. However, he should have already reached the heavenly body tier by now." Chapter 1087. What's the name of this sword Dao expert? Fong Qin asked. "Jian Yin." The artifact spirit smiled. "When you see him, Master, tell him who you are. He'll definitely help you, wholeheartedly." It was just as Fong Qin had guessed. Jian Yin was the sword Dao expert mentioned by the artifact spirit. Seeing the change in Fong Qin's expression, the artifact spirit asked, "Master, why are you suddenly asking this? Aren't you in the Black Heaven sect now?" Master was still too weak. Even if he joined the Black Heaven sect, he wouldn't be able to see Jian Yin. "He's dead." Fong Qin said in a deep voice, "Master, what are you talking about?" The artifact spirit was puzzled. "Star Sovereign Sword Cloud died 100 years ago," Fong Qin said. "Impossible. Jian Yin has incredible potential. Other than the old master, no one knows Jian Yin's identity. How could he die?" The artifact spirit couldn't accept this fact. Fong Qin took out the book that Sword Cloud Star Sovereign had given him. The artifact spirit's face darkened when he saw the book. He believed what Fong Qin said. "How did Jian Yin die?" "Master, how did you get Jian Yin's insights?" the artifact spirit asked. "I am currently in the Poison Cloud secret realm. I found a thatched hut here. Inside it is the skeleton of Star Sovereign Sword Cloud. I have obtained his legacy," Fong Qin said simply. "Who killed Jian Yin?" the artifact spirit asked. "Ancestor Green Spirit of the Green Spirit sect." Hearing this, the artifact spirit was furious. There's indeed something wrong with the Green Spirit sect. When the old master was still here, he felt that something was wrong with the Green Spirit sect. Now that I think about it, the Green Spirit sect had already secretly allied with the Xia clan. The artifact spirit's words were full of anger. "Master, you must avenge Jian Yin." Back then, the Tongtian Island Lord died in battle, along with all his disciples. Only his youngest disciple, Jian Yin, was lucky enough to escape. And now, even Jian Yin had been harmed by a villain. After saying a few words to the artifact spirit, Fong Qin left Tongtian Peak. "Help me guard the area." Fong Qin instructed the little mouse, then sat down cross-legged and began his closed-door cultivation. First, Fong Qin took out the energy-gathering pill and swallowed it. Instantly, the energy-gathering pill exploded with a terrifying power. Wall of the terrifying power drilled into his qi, stirring up the vital spirit in his qi. Even the first vital spirit above his qi was spinning. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The effects of the gain-gathering pill were extremely overbearing. Fong Qin could see that the terrifying vital essence in his qi was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the second vital essence was formed. At that moment, The medicinal effects of the energy-gathering pill had completely seeped into the second vital essence. Dong with a loud bang, the second vital essence completely stabilized. It floated side by side with the first vital essence above the Qi Si. The vital essence circulating in his Qi Si also gradually stabilized. Fang Chen's aura instantly increased. His cultivation base, from Heaven Dipper Realm LV1 to LV2. Heaven Dipper Realm LV2. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his face full of smiles. The energy-gathering pill was indeed, as the legends said. A Heaven Dipper Realm cultivator could take 3 energy-gathering pills in their lifetime. He had only taken one, and the effects were already so obvious. Next, Fang Chen began to stabilize his cultivation base. After spending 2 hours to stabilize his cultivation base, Fang Chen began to study the Sword Cloud Star Monarch's insights and experiences. The book described in detail how the Sword Cloud Star Monarch had cultivated from an ordinary cultivator to the peak of the heavenly body tier. Especially regarding the cultivation of sword techniques, there was a detailed description. After reading it, Fang Chen was enlightened. He felt like he had opened a new door to the Sword Dao, as expected of an elite of the Sword Dao. After digesting the contents of the book, Fang Chen put it away and exclaimed with a smile, "The Sword Cloud Star Monarch's insights and experiences were of great help to Fang Chen." The golden heart beat rapidly, seemingly because Fang Chen's comprehension of the Sword Dao had increased greatly. The king's sword qi is expanding. Fang Chen thought to himself with a thought. Then Fang Chen stood up, held the hidden star sword, and began to use the sky demon sword technique. Xiao! Streaks of sky demon sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. Fang Chen tirelessly used the sky demon sword technique from dawn to dusk, then from dusk to dawn. Finally, on the 3rd morning, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. Wang! Boundless sword qi instantly spread out around Fang Chen's body. On the wasteland, dust flew everywhere. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. At the side, the little mouse could clearly feel that there was a great change in Fang Chen's body. "Boss," the little mouse called out. "Let's go," Fang Chen said. As soon as Fang Chen and the little mouse left, someone came to find this place. The Heaven's Fury Scholar entered the thatched hut and found nothing. He carefully observed and found traces of human martial artists. Sanguinati must have gotten there first. The Heaven's Fury Scholar was furious. He immediately found the right direction and chased. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, the Heaven's Fury Scholar caught up with Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, it's time for you to die," the Heaven's Fury Scholar roared. Fang Chen was surprised to see the Heaven's Fury Scholar. "Why are you here?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. "I'm here to take your life." As soon as the Heaven's Fury Scholar finished speaking, the folding fan in his hand flashed, and he used the heavenly book art. Whoosh! The sky was instantly filled with light. The heavenly book art was pushed to the extreme, wanting to kill Sanguinati. "I'm not even afraid of Jin Tianzhan, let alone you," Fang Chen sneered. After obtaining the opportunity in the thatched hut, his cultivation had reached Heaven's Star Border Stage 2, and his sky demon sword art had reached the transformation stage. Even if a Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist was here, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Bang! A simple punch violently shattered the heavenly book art's attack and forced the Heaven's Fury Scholar to retreat. "How is this possible? You obtained the inheritance in the thatched hut." The Heaven's Fury Scholar panicked and shouted. "It's too late to know now." He held the hidden star sword and slashed out. The void was cut open, and the hidden star sword instantly expanded and slashed down. No, the Heaven's Fury Scholar was furious. He shook his wrist, and a small blood-red ball collided with the Hidden Star sword. It exploded and stopped the Hidden Star sword from slashing down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Heaven's Fury Scholar used some kind of blood escape technique to escape. Feng Chen wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by the blood-red ball, which delayed him. "You won't be so lucky next time." Feng Chen kept the Hidden Star sword and said coldly. In a hidden place, the Heaven's Fury Scholar was in a sorry state and was covered in blood. Damn it, how is he so strong? Before entering the Poison Cloud secret realm, the red-bearded elder gave him a blood-red ball. Its terrifying lethality was something that even a Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artist couldn't withstand. This was his trump card to kill Sanguinati. However, he was now forced to such an extent by Sanguinati. Now that I've used my trump card, it will be difficult to kill Sanguinati. The Heaven's Fury Scholar said coldly, "When I obtain the Poison Tao Almighty's inheritance, it will be the time of your death." In the following time, the Heaven's Fury Scholar frantically recovered his strength. After that, he searched for the energy-gathering pill and the Poison Tao Almighty's inheritance. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's attack didn't pose any threat to Feng Chen. However, it made Feng Chen extremely vigilant. How did the Heaven's Fury Scholar enter the Poison Cloud secret realm? Feng Chen was puzzled. Could it be that someone wants me dead? That blood-red ball just now was very powerful. If it wasn't for his breakthrough, it would be hard for him to withstand it. The Poison Cloud secret realm was heavily guarded. It was impossible for the Heaven's Fury Scholar to sneak in with his own strength. The only explanation was that the Heaven's Fury Scholar bribed the Guardian Elder. Damn it! At the thought of this, Feng Chen clenched his fists tightly with killing intent. He didn't expect that someone would want to kill him in the Poison Cloud secret realm. It seemed like the Poison Cloud secret realm was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Clear Sky Island. A piece of news had been spreading around for the past few days. The young prodigies of the imperial family challenged the young prodigies of the 3 palaces and 2 sections. Their first battle was against one of the 3 palaces, the Flamewing Palace. As one of the 3 palaces, the Flamewing sect's young prodigies were very outstanding. However, they were completely defeated by the young prodigies of the imperial family. They were even trampled on. This was a disgrace. However, the Flamewing Palace chose to remain silent. The news came from within the imperial family. The young prodigies of the imperial family continued to march forward, wanting to defeat all the geniuses of the Clear Sky Island. The streets were abuzz with discussions. The young prodigies of the imperial family are really powerful. The young supremes of the Flamewing Palace were beaten to the point where they couldn't even retaliate. If you ask me, the imperial family must be pressuring the 3 palaces and 2 sections. Lower your voice. It's best not to speak of such things. At this moment, one of the 3 palaces, the Daoles Palace, was nervously preparing. The Daoles Palace. Palace Master, what do you think of this matter? A green-robed old man asked. The Daoles Palace Master pondered for a moment before saying, "To be able to defeat the prodigies of the Flamewing Palace, this young supremes of the Xia clan must have some tricks up their sleeves." After pausing for a moment, the Daoles Palace Master continued, "Let Lu Kuang come out of closed-door cultivation early." Hearing this, the green-robed old man's expression changed slightly. "Palace Master, you can't. If Lu Kuang came out of closed-door cultivation early, it would be a huge loss to the Daoles Palace." The Daoles Palace Master shook his head. "Our Daoles Palace cannot lose this battle." This was how the competition between the major powers was. Sometimes they couldn't help themselves. For example, the imperial family's actions this time were very high profile, and they even took the initiative to announce it. This was to increase the deterrence of the imperial family. Chapter 1088. Poisonous Cloud Secret Realm. It had been a few days since they entered this place. Ever since they entered and obtained the inheritance of the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign, they had not gained anything else. Fang Chen and the little mouse quickly traveled through the poisonous cloud's secret realm, searching everywhere. However, Fang Chen did not expect that there would be natives in the poisonous cloud's secret realm. This discovery caused Fang Chen to be very surprised. Under normal circumstances, there were very few natives in the various secret realms. A secret realm with natives was extraordinary. Now, there were two groups of people fighting in the wasteland. On one side, there were dozens of people, all of whom were riding on war horses. On the other side, there were only 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men. Kill them all. The dozens of people riding on war horses quickly chased after the 3 people. Brother Shao. With a puff, the woman's face was whipped by a warrior riding on a war horse. Immediately, a burning mark appeared. Sister Yu, leave quickly. Seeing this, the 2 men roared furiously. At the same time, the 2 of them exerted all their strength and blocked the dozens of warriors riding on war horses, trying to buy some time for the woman. Without my permission, none of you can leave, the leader of the group said with a grin. When he looked at the woman, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Kill the 2 of them for me. As for that woman, capture her and bring her back for everyone to enjoy. The leader laughed loudly. Hearing this, the 2 men's faces turned solemn. Without caring about their own safety, they charged toward the dozens of warriors riding on war horses. However, with their strength, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. Bang! The leader of the group threw out 2 punches consecutively, sending the 2 men flying. Then the subordinate quickly came to the woman's side, grabbed her clothes, and carried her onto the war horse. Ha ha ha! The dozens of warriors riding on war horses laughed loudly. Fang Chen saw the entire process clearly. When the woman was taken away, the 2 men went crazy, trying to save the woman at all costs. However, it was useless. Seeing this, Fang Chen sighed softly. He thought of his wife, Star, and Moon. Then, Fang Chen made his move. While unleashing the space-time true intent, Fang Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of dozens of warhorse martial artists. The warhorse warrior's expression changed slightly when he was stopped by a stranger. He immediately berated, "Brat, do you have a death wish? How dare you stop us, the Ice Demon Bandits?" Fang Chen ignored the man's words and looked at the woman instead. "Leave this woman behind." He spoke softly. "Kill him," roared the leader angrily. Immediately, several warhorse warriors rushed in front of Fang Chen, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, before they could make a move, they saw a few flashes of sword light. The corpses of several warhorse warriors near Fang Chen fell to the ground. This scene attracted the attention of the leader. "Brat, I'm the 6th leader of the Ice Demon Bandits. Who are you?" The leader introduced himself in an attempt to intimidate Fang Chen. However, he was too naive. "Ice Demon Bandits." Fang Chen muttered and then shook his head. He didn't know any Ice Demon Bandits, but judging from their names, they seemed to be bandits. "How dare you stop us, the Ice Demon Bandits? You're really courting death. Attack together and kill him." The leader was completely enraged. He immediately shouted, and the remaining warhorse warriors surrounded Fang Chen. "Die!" Wherever the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand passed, miserable screams could be heard. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the warhorse martial artists were all dead or injured. In the end, only the leader was left. He was so frightened that he fell from his warhorse. "Brother, please spare my life." The leader knelt on the ground, his body trembling as he begged for mercy. "People like you deserve to die." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he raised his sword and killed the leader. This sudden turn of events shocked the woman to the core. She sat on her warhorse in a daze and looked at the man in front of her. Her heart was in turmoil. Not far away, 2 men quickly ran over. When they saw that all the ice demon bandits were dead, their faces were filled with excited smiles. "Brother, thank you for saving our lives." One of them cupped his hands and thanked Fang Qin. "Brother, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have all died in the hands of the ice demon bandits." The other man helped the woman off her warhorse and walked to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen nodded slightly. He asked calmly, "Who are you? Why did the ice demon bandits want to kill you?" "We are from the Shao clan." The man cupped his hands and said, "My name is Xiao Yun." "The ice demon bandits are a bandit force. They are very powerful. The people here are most afraid of the ice demon bandits," the other man said. "Ice demon bandits, Shao clan." Fang Chen was informed of this series of information. The Shao clan was not the only aboriginal tribe in the Poison Cloud mystic realm. Almighties were able to open up an independent world within their own sea of qi. Presumably, the Poison Cloud mystic realm was an independent world opened up by the fallen Almighty of the Poison Tao. The aboriginals here had always lived here. "I followed my master and lived in seclusion. I'm not familiar with this place," Fang Qin said with a smile. "Brother, you killed the Ice Demon Bandits' sixth head. The Ice Demon Bandits will definitely not let you go. Why don't you come back to the Shao clan with us?" Xiao Yun asked. "Sure," Fang Qin said. He did not know much about the Poison Cloud mystic realm for the time being. He would follow them back to take a look. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were Xiao Yun, Xiao Yuyu, and Xiao Hongbo. The 3 of them were the younger generation of the Shao clan. They had left the Shao clan this time to hunt and train themselves. They did not expect to encounter the Ice Demon Bandits as soon as they came out. The Shao clan was in a mountain range 100 miles away. They brought Fang Qin and quickly headed to the Shao clan's location. On the way, they encountered some powerful demonic beasts. However, they were all killed by Fang Qin. One day, Fang Qin, who was walking, was suddenly stopped by Xiao Yu, "Big brother Shui." When Fang Qin heard this, he stopped and turned to look at the 3 of them. "Brother Shui, we have a mission this time. We need to kill a sufficient number of demonic beasts. Do you know what it is?" Originally, Xiao Yuyu and the other 2 did not intend to ask Fang Qin for help. However, after seeing how powerful Fang Qin was along the way, he had such a thought. Since they were going to the Shao clan to understand the situation, they might as well do him a favor. "Okay." Fang Qin nodded in agreement. In the following time, Fang Qin and the other 3 deliberately went to places where demonic beasts roamed and killed them. 3 days later, the 3 of them completed their mission. They happily brought Fang Qin back to the Shao clan. Although it was called the Shao clan, it was actually a small tribe. There were only a few dozen families in the entire tribe. In the depths of the mountain range, there was an open space. This place was isolated from the rest of the world and was very quiet. This was where the Shao clan was located. When Xiao Yun and the other 3 returned to the tribe, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Xiao Yun, the 3 of you are back so soon?" Some of the young people in the tribe asked. "Yes, Xiao Yun. Have you completed your mission?" Fang Qin scanned the entire tribe with his soul spirit and realized that the Shao clan was actually very weak. In the entire tribe, the strongest person was only at the 6th stage of the Heaven Dipper realm. As for the ordinary tribesmen, they were basically low-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. Among the younger generation, Xiao Yun and the other 2 were already considered elites at the 3rd stage of the Heaven Dipper realm. As for the others, most of them were at the Mystic King realm. Why are these people so weak? Fang Qin was a little puzzled. "Brother Shui, I will bring you to see the patriarch," Xiao Yun said. Soon, Xiao Yun and the other 2 brought Fang Qin to the tribe's ancestral hall. The patriarch was inside. "Yun, the 3 of you are back." The patriarch was an old man. He walked out of the ancestral hall with a walking stick and looked at Xiao Yun and the other 2. "Patriarch, we encountered the Ice Demon Bandits." Xiao Yun said in a deep voice, What ice demon bandits? The patriarch's expression changed drastically. Why would the ice demon bandits come here? The patriarch asked anxiously, did they discover our Shao clan? The Shao clan was located in a very secluded place. Outsiders had no idea. Once the ice demon bandits found out, they would definitely massacre the Shao clan. It was said that the ice demon bandits' leader had a high cultivation level. He could massacre an entire tribe with a casual move. The patriarch was very worried. Patriarch, the ice demon bandits that surrounded us are all dead. Xiao Hongbo took over the topic. Dead. The patriarch's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Hongbo. Patriarch, it was Brother Shui who saved us. At that time, we were surrounded by the ice demon bandits, 6th leader, and almost died. Fortunately, Brother Shui came and saved us. Xiao Yi smiled. If it wasn't for Sanguinati, she would have ended up in a very miserable state. Who is this brother? At this moment, the patriarch finally noticed Fang Qin behind Xiao Yu and immediately asked, I'm Sanguinati. I've been living in seclusion until recently. Coincidentally, the ice demon bandits attacked the 3 of them, so I saved them. Fang Qin said slowly. Hearing that, the Chu Heavenly Clan's clan chief nodded in satisfaction. His attitude toward Fang Qin had changed greatly. Thank you, Brother Shui, for your righteous help. Fang Qin was arranged to stay in the Shao clan. After the people of the Shao clan learned that Fang Qin had saved Xiao Yu and the other 2, they were extremely respectful to Fang Qin. Fang Qin also took the opportunity to learn about the situation in the Poison Cloud secret realm. However, on the 3rd day after Fang Qin arrived at the Shao clan, the ice demon bandits found the Shao clan. How dare you kill my 6th brother? I'll kill all of you. A man wearing armor and riding a warhorse said coldly. Immediately, he led a large number of ice demon bandits to the Shao clan settlement. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Following the 5th leader's order, the ice demon bandits immediately charged towards the people of the Shao clan. Instantly, miserable screams were heard. Not good. The ice demon bandits are attacking. Someone in the Shao clan shouted. After the patriarch heard the news, he was even more terrified. The ice demon bandits have discovered the Shao clan. However, at this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere and rushed into the group of ice demon bandits' warhorses, starting a massacre. It's Sanguinati. Chapter 1089. The ice demon bandits were too weak and weren't Fang Qin's match at all. The sky demon sword art was executed. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, countless ice demon bandits were instantly killed. Kill him for me. The 5th head, who was riding on his warhorse, roared when he saw Fang Qin's ferocious attack. Instantly, all the ice demon bandits gave up on the ordinary martial artists of the Shao clan and surrounded Fang Qin. Brat, you killed my 6th brother. The 5th head stared at Fang Qin and said in a deep voice, Not only him, you have to die too. As soon as Fang Qin finished his words, he activated his perfect sword body. He didn't need to defend himself and started his massacre. The sky demon sword art of the transformative realm was extremely powerful. The ice demon bandits' cultivation was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 5. There was nothing to be afraid of. Kill. One by one, the ice demon bandits died under Fang Qin's sword. In the blink of an eye, the ice demon bandits brought by the 5th head were all dead. In the end, the 5th head felt a tinge of fear in his heart. Demon! The 5th head was ready to escape. However, Fang Qin didn't give him the chance. He leaped up and executed the space-time true meaning. He instantly appeared above the 5th head. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed down and pierced the 5th head's head. Bang! The 5th head's body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. The ice demon bandits, who were arrogant just a moment ago, were all killed outside the Shao clan in the blink of an eye. All the martial artists in the Shao clan were shocked when they saw this. Brother Shui is too powerful. The Ice Demon Bandits are no match for him. The Ice Demon Bandits are all dead. Many of the clansmen cheered happily. However, a few of them looked gloomy and seemed to be in deep thought. The patriarch ordered the clansmen to deal with the aftermath of the Ice Demon Bandits' death. He then gathered a few elders and entered the clan's ancestral hall to discuss important matters. Patriarch, the elders asked, Sanguinati is very strong. He killed this wave of Ice Demon Bandits and saved our Shao clan. The chief looked around and said, But have you ever thought that his actions would attract the attention of the Ice Demon Bandits' leader? That's right. All of this happened because of Sanguinati. If it weren't for him, the Ice Demon Bandits wouldn't have found their way here. The leader of the Ice Demon Bandits is too strong. Sanguinati's matter is over for the Ice Demon Bandits. Once the leader of the Ice Demon Bandits arrives, our Shao clan will definitely be annihilated. The elders expressed their opinions, one after another. Basically, their opinions were unanimous. That was to make peace with the Ice Demon Bandits and voluntarily hand over Sanguinati. If that was the case, the Shao clan might be able to continue surviving. Third brother, head to the Ice Demon Bandits, lair personally, and seek peace with them. The patriarch made a decision after pondering for a moment. All right, I'll go now. Third brother nodded and said, But before I return, don't let Sanguinati leave. Go, I know what to do, the patriarch said. The Ice Demon Bandits, led by the fifth leader, were completely annihilated. Within the clan, everyone regarded Sanguinati as a hero. Walking in the clan, there were warriors greeting Sanguinati everywhere. On this day, Xiao Yu led Fangchen to every corner of the Shao clan. Big brother Shui, although our Shao clan is very small, we have a long history, Xiao Yu introduced. Oh, Fangchen was a little interested. Seeing this, Xiao Yu continued, Do you see the statue over there? Hearing this, Fangchen looked up. Behind the Shao clan, in front of the cliff, there was a 3-foot-tall statue. I see it. Is that your Shao clan's ancestor? Fangchen asked. That's right. That's our Shao clan's ancestor. According to the clan records, our Shao clan's ancestor was once an indomitable expert. Xiao Yu was very proud when talking about her ancestor. Back then, when our ancestor was still alive, the Shao clan was very prosperous. The other clans did not dare to invade us. However, with the fall of our ancestor, our Shao clan gradually fell to our current state. Xiao Yu's words were filled with sorrow. The Shao clan will definitely become strong again, Fangchen said. Big brother Shui, do you know about poison Dao cultivators? Xiao Yu suddenly blinked and asked Fangchen, Poison Dao. Fangchen frowned slightly. Why was Xiao Yu suddenly asking him this? As expected, what Xiao Yu said next was related to poison Dao. Our Shao clan's ancestor was a poison Dao expert. Xiao Yu said, After such a long time, our Shao clan did not have a single poison Dao cultivator. Xiao Yu was very sad. Her ancestor was most proficient in poison Dao. However, until now, no one in the huge Shao clan was proficient in poison Dao. It was sad. Poison Dao expert. When Fangchen heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Could the Shao clan's ancestor be the poison Dao expert in the poison cloud secret realm? Xiao Yu's words had successfully attracted Fangchen's attention. Can you tell me more about your Shao clan's ancestor? Fangchen asked without batting an eyelid. Xiao Yu was not very clear about the Shao clan's ancestor. After all, it had been a long time since the Shao clan's ancestor fell. Some of the clansmen had changed generation after generation. Until now, they only knew about the Shao clan's ancestor from books. Big brother Shui, are you interested in my Shao clan's ancestor? Xiao Yu asked. Fangchen nodded. Let me bring you to a place. Xiao Yu brought Fong Qin to the statue quickly. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, she brought Fong Qin to a room under the statue. This room was on the stone platform under the statue's feet. It was the forbidden area of the Xiao clan. Big Brother Shui, come in quickly. Xiao Yu brought Fong Qin into the room. This is the forbidden area of the Xiao clan. These books record some of the deeds of our Xiao clan's ancestor, Xiao Yu said. Fong Qin nodded and looked around. The room was empty except for a row of bookshelves at the very front. There were some books on the bookshelves. Beside the bookshelves, there was a futon. Fong Qin picked up a book and realized that it was a book that recorded some of their ancestors' deeds. I am the Sky Poison Taoist, the eldest disciple of my master. I have been practicing Poison Tao for my entire life. Finally, when I was 800 years old, I reached greater mastery. According to the book, the Sky Poison Taoist followed his master and practiced Poison Tao for 800 years before reaching greater mastery. Is the Sky Poison Taoist the Almighty in the Poison Cloud secret realm? Fong Qin was puzzled. The Sky Poison Taoist was the eldest disciple of his master. In other words, his master was even more powerful. After that, Fong Qin opened another book. After reading this book, Fong Qin instantly understood. I, the Sky Poison Taoist, am most proud of being the disciple of my master, the Poison Cloud Emperor. However, after spending my entire life's effort, I was unable to obtain my master's Poison Tao inheritance. According to the book, the Poison Cloud Emperor should be the Poison Tao Almighty in the Poison Cloud secret realm. There were 3 disciples under the Poison Cloud Emperor: the Sky Poison Taoist, the Earth Poison Taoist, and the Human Poison Taoist. The Poison Cloud Emperor passed down 3 different Poison Tao inheritances to each of his 3 disciples. However, the strongest Poison Tao inheritance that he had learned in his lifetime was not passed down to his 3 disciples. After that, Fong Qin read a few books. The records in the books basically described the life experiences of the Sky Poison Taoist. After reading for an hour, Fong Qin sat on the yellow futon. The Sky Poison Taoist's achievements in the Poison Tao are also incomparable to ordinary people. Fong Qin sighed inwardly. The Poison Cloud Emperor's achievements in the Poison Tao were truly heaven-defying. The 3 disciples that he taught were all so powerful. Unfortunately, as time passed, they turned into a pile of yellow soil. The clan that the Sky Poison Taoist left behind was the Xiao clan. Thinking about it, the other 2 disciples also left behind their clans. Just as Fong Qin sat on the yellow futon, he suddenly felt his soul tremble. Suddenly, the golden heart beat rapidly. Layers of golden halos poured from Fong Qin's body into the yellow futon. In an instant, Fong Qin fell into an illusion. A scene appeared in his mind. Master has just fallen, and the 2 of you joined forces to plot against me. How despicable! A cultivator in a black robe stared at the 2 in front of him and said coldly, "Eldest senior brother, before Master fell, he gave the 3 of us a jade pendant each. When the 3 jade pendants are combined, we can obtain Master's inheritance. Your achievements in the Poison Tao are already very high. I think you don't need Master's inheritance anymore. Hand over the jade pendant. Eldest senior brother, I'm sure you can see the current situation." The other person chuckled. "Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want." The cultivator in a black robe roared loudly. Immediately, he exerted all his strength and fought with the other 2. Rumble, the battle lasted for a long time before it ended. Both sides were injured. The cultivator, who was called eldest senior brother, was in a sorry state. His soul was severely injured and he was about to die. The other 2 weren't any better. "Ha ha ha, we 3 brothers fought back and forth, but we ended up like this." The 3rd junior brother looked at the other 2 and laughed maniacally. He joined forces with the 2nd senior brother to plot against the eldest senior brother and obtain the jade pendant. Unexpectedly, they were severely injured by the eldest senior brother before he died. Now, the three brothers were at their last breaths and were about to die. After fighting back and forth, they couldn't even keep their lives. Ha ha ha. At the last moment of their lives, the three of them saw through life and death. They looked at each other with a complicated expression and then flew away at the same time. Crash! The scene ended and Fong Qin instantly woke up. Fong Chen was shocked. What did he just see? The three brothers fought for the jade pendant and both sides were injured. Those three are the three brothers? After a short moment of shock, Fong Qin had already guessed. The cultivator in a black robe was the sky poison Taoist. The other two were the earth poison Taoist and the human poison Taoist. He didn't expect the three of them to die like this. In the end, the three of them all died in the fight for the jade pendant. What made Fong Qin regretful was that he didn't see the jade pendant's whereabouts in the scene. When the three jade pendants are combined, you can obtain Emperor Poison Cloud's Poison Tao Inheritance. Chapter 1090. He did not expect Emperor Poison Cloud to do this. All three of his disciples wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Poison Tao. He purposely split the jade pendant into 3 parts. Only by combining the 3 pieces of jade pendant could one obtain his inheritance. This way, it would lead to an internal conflict between the 3 disciples. No matter who it was, in the end, they obtained the inheritance by stepping on the bodies of these 2 fellow disciples. This kind of selection was very cruel. However, it was in line with Emperor Poison Cloud's mentality. Poison Tao Almighties were usually very vicious and would do anything to achieve their goals. Unfortunately, Emperor Poison Cloud did not expect that, the moment he died, the 3 disciples broke out into a great battle. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. All 3 of his disciples died because of this. His Poison Tao inheritance had never appeared. At the thought of this, Fong Qin smiled. Emperor Poison Cloud had schemed for his entire life, but he was wrong in the end. This was retribution. After calming down, Fong Qin began to search for the jade pendant. Back then, the 3 disciples knew that they were about to die and separated. They must have returned to their respective clans to settle their affairs. Sky Poison Taoist's jade pendant must be here. He must find a way to find it. Fong Qin thought to himself. The statue had been built by the Sky Poison Taoist before his death. Most of the books in the forbidden area were written by him when he was alive. Fong Qin searched the room quickly and flipped through all the books. Xiao Yu was a little surprised to see this. Brother Shui, what are you looking for? Xiao Yu asked. Fong Qin said, I'm just looking around. For so many years, the clue of the jade pendant had been hidden in the yellow futon, and no one in the Shao clan had discovered it. He had discovered it when he sat on the futon casually. After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin felt that it must be because of the golden heart. An hour later, Fong Qin had searched the entire room. However, there were still no clues about the jade pendant. It was as if the clue of the jade pendant had been cut off in an instant. Impossible. The jade pendant must be in the Shao clan. Fong Qin thought to himself. Then he turned to look at Xiao Yu and asked, Apart from this forbidden area, is there any other place related to the ancestor in your Shao clan? Fong Qin pretended to be nonchalant as he asked. Xiao Yu thought about it carefully, after which she shook her head and said, Other than the forbidden area, there are no other traces of our ancestors in the Shao clan. After hearing this, Fong Qin was even more certain that the pendant was here. Continue searching. At the same time, the 3rd elder of the Shao clan was leading a group of ice demon bandits towards the Shao clan. Leaders, it was Sanguinati who killed the 5th head and 6th head. It has nothing to do with our Shao clan. I hope that the 2 leaders can let our Shao clan off after killing Sanguinati. The 3rd elder of the Shao clan said softly. Cut the crap. Hurry up and bring us to the Shao clan, the 4th head said in a deep voice. The third head, who was beside him, had a murderous look in his eyes. Don't worry. The murderer is Sanguinati. Our ice demon bandits only want Sanguinati's life. As for the Shao clan, we can't be bothered. After hearing the third head's words, the third elder of the Shao clan was relieved. The third head and the fourth head exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with smiles. Right from the beginning, they had never thought of letting the Shao clan off. The reason why they had not taken action now was to make use of this fool to bring them to the Shao clan. Once they found the Shao clan, his value would be used up. After a while, the third elder of the Shao clan suddenly pointed to the front and said, "Leaders, the Shao clan is in front." "Oh, we have arrived," the fourth head said. "Since we have arrived, your mission has been completed. I will reward you handsomely." The third head smiled and walked to the side of the third elder of the Shao clan. "Thank you, third head." The third elder of the Shao clan was extremely emotional. Puke! However, at this moment, he felt a cooling sensation on his neck. Immediately after, blood spurted out. He felt pain. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the third head. With a hoarse voice, he asked, "Why?" "Fool!" The third head sneered and kicked the third elder of the Shao clan. Instantly, the third elder's head was separated from his body. "From today onwards, the Shao clan will be destroyed," the third head said loudly. The ice demon bandits arrived in front of the Shao clan settlement. "Clan leader, the ice demon bandits are here," an elder shouted. Immediately, the clan leader came out to welcome them. "Leaders, you are finally here," the clan leader said with a chuckle. "When third brother went to deliver the news, we thought of all ways to make Sanguinati stay. Now we can finally rest assured," the clan leader continued. Hearing the clan leader's words, some of the clansmen were puzzled. Xiao Yun and Xiao Hongba were the first to react. How can the clan leader do this? Xiao Yun shook his head and ran quickly to inform Sanguinati. "Hongba, did you see Sanguinati?" Xiao Yun asked anxiously. "I remember that Sanguinati and Sister Yume went to the statue," Xiao Hongba said. The two of them arrived in front of the statue and realized that there was no one there. "Sanguinati, Xiao Yuyu, something bad has happened," Xiao Yun shouted. Instantly, the two people in the room were alerted. "Brother Shui, we have been discovered. Let's go." Xiao Yuyu thought that the two of them had been discovered entering the forbidden area. Her expression changed drastically as she quickly brought Fang Chen out. Even though Fang Chen wanted to find the jade pendant, he did not want to alert the enemy. "Brother Shui, leave quickly," Xiao Yun shouted anxiously when he saw Sanguinati. "Brother Yin, what's wrong?" Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. "The clan leader is seeking peace with the ice demon bandits. He wants to hand Brother Shui over. Now the ice demon bandits, third head and fourth head, have arrived at our Shao clan," Xiao Hongba said while panting. "How can the clan leader do this?" Xiao Yuyu was furious when she heard that. The three of them looked at Fang Chen. The latter was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, anger rose in his heart. He had helped the Shao clan out of goodwill, but he did not expect the clan leader to treat him this way. "Brother Shui, leave quickly," Xiao Yun said. Fang Chen shook his head and ignored the three of them. He walked straight to the front of the Shao clan settlement. Seeing this, the three of them hurriedly followed behind. In front of the Shao clan settlement, the third head and fourth head looked at the people of the Shao clan with ridicule. "Kill the people of the Shao clan without mercy," the third head said in a deep voice. Immediately, a large number of ice demon bandits attacked. "Heads, why do you want to kill the people of the Shao clan?" The clan leader was puzzled. The Shao clan should not be seeking peace with the ice demon bandits. A bunch of idiots. Do you think you have the right to seek peace with the ice demon bandits? What a joke. The fourth head sneered. Instantly, the clan leader and the others felt their hearts turn cold. The third elder did not return. He must have been killed by the ice demon bandits. No, you can't do this, the clan leader said anxiously. However, it was to no avail. The ice demon bandits were too strong. In the blink of an eye, they had killed more than half of the Shao clan's people. Ah! Miserable cries could be heard coming from the Shao clan's settlement. The clan leader's face was ashen. He was the cause of this. I'll fight it out with you. The clan leader's cultivation was Heaven Star Border Stage 6. He killed several ice demon bandits who were closer to him the moment he attacked. Third brother, let's attack together and kill this old fart, the fourth head said. The third head and fourth head joined forces to fight the clan leader. Rumble. The battle was intense. In the blink of an eye, the clan leader was at a disadvantage. He was in a sorry state and was covered in blood. However, when he saw the people of the Shao clan lying in a pool of blood one after another, his heart was filled with hatred. Ah! The clan leader roared in anger and attacked crazily. However, he was no match for the two heads of the ice demon bandits. Pucci, one of the clan leader's arms, was chopped off and his body flew out. Die, old fart. As they spoke, the two heads leaped and arrived in front of the clan leader, ready to kill him. I'm the sinner of the Shao clan, the clan leader said sorrowfully. At this moment, Fong Chen arrived. Ice demon bandits. Fong Chen's voice contained the power of vital essence and spread throughout the Shao clan settlement. The battle came to an abrupt end. All the ice demon bandits looked at Fong Chen. You're sanguinati. Even the third head and fourth head gave up on killing the clan leader and looked at Fong Chen. That's right, I'm sanguinati, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with anger. He came here not to save the clan leader, but to save the ordinary martial artists of the Shao clan. If it wasn't for Xiao Yun and the other two, he wouldn't have taken action. Other than him, the people of the Shao clan will not die in vain. Fong Chen meant that he wanted to take revenge for the people of the Shao clan who died. Sanguinati, you've got guts. How dare you appear after killing my fifth and sixth brothers? The fourth head laughed eerily. Today will be the day you die. The third head said. The two of them were in the 6th stage of the Heaven Star Border Realm and could even deal with a 7th stage Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist. However, they were ignored by Fong Chen. Die. Fong Chen didn't say anything and used the Hidden Star Sword to execute the 5th stage of the Sky Demon Sword art. Slay demons. Swoosh. Streaks of heavenly demon sword chi appeared in the sky. Under his control, they merged into the Hidden Star Sword. The two heads tried their best to resist, but it was useless. No, it wasn't until this moment that they felt fear and realized how terrifying Sanguinati was. Unfortunately, it was too late. Slay demons. Slay all the demons in the world. Pucci, the Hidden Star Sword was brandished, and the third master and the fourth master slowly fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, the Shao clan settlement was dead silent. All the ice demon bandits looked at Sanguinati as if they were looking at a monster. After the shock, someone suddenly shouted, The third head and fourth head are dead. Instantly, all the ice demon bandits fled. None of you are allowed to leave. Fong Chen executed the Sky Demon Sword art with the space-time true intent. He started a merciless massacre of the ice demon bandits. Chapter 1091. Under Fong Chen's merciless massacre, the ice demon bandits were all killed. The remaining martial artists in the Shao clan were completely dumbfounded. The Shao clan leader, who was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body, was filled with regret. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The Shao clan leader was in disbelief. Sanguinati's strength had exceeded his expectations. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have asked for peace with the ice demon bandits. Now he had offended both the ice demon bandits and Sanguinati. Sigh. The Shao clan leader sighed in his heart. Pucci, after killing the last ice demon bandit. Fang Qin kept the hidden star sword with a gloomy face. He looked around the entire Shao clan and swept his gaze across all the martial artists. Sanguinati, thank you for saving our lives. Immediately, a martial artist knelt on the ground and shouted. Fang Chen was indifferent as he turned to look at Xiao Yun and the other two. Brother Shui. Xiao Yu was incomparably excited. Sanguinati was too strong. The third and fourth leaders of the Ice Demon Bandits died in his hands just like that. Brother Shui, leave quickly, Xiao Yun said hurriedly. You killed so many of the Ice Demon Bandits. The leader of the Ice Demon Bandits will definitely not let you go, Xiao Hongba said quickly. Fang Qin shook his head. He couldn't leave before he got the jade pendant. How strong is the leader of the Ice Demon Bandits? Fang Qin asked. We don't know how strong the leader is exactly. Fang Qin is very strong. He's at least a Heaven Star Border Stage 8 expert, Xiao Yun said after pondering for a moment. Fang Qin nodded. Although he wasn't a match for a Heaven Star Border Stage 8 expert, he wouldn't be afraid if he teamed up with the little mouse. At this moment, the Shao clan leader stood up with difficulty and walked to Fang Qin's side. Sanguinati, this is my fault alone, the Shao clan leader said in a deep voice. I know that I've done something wrong. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only ask that you protect the Shao clan. With that, the patriarch slapped himself on the top of his head. Immediately his flesh was badly mangled, and blood splattered all over the sky. The clan leader's corpse fell limply to the ground. In fact, the patriarch had just thought about it. Sanguinati hated him. As long as he was still alive, Sanguinati would definitely not protect the Shao clan. Sanguinati had a good impression of Xiao Yun and the other two. Since he had already made a mistake, he might as well commit suicide in front of Sanguinati. This way, he would be able to obtain a higher position from Sanguinati. However, before the clan leader killed himself, he had already passed the position of clan leader to Xiao Yun. Patriarch. Xiao Yun and the others roared, their hearts filled with sorrow. Fang Chen was also stunned for a moment before he nodded his head. The people of the Shao clan started to deal with the aftermath. As for Fang Qin, he returned to the Forbidden Room to search for the jade pendant. In a day's time, the Shao clan was completely restored to its previous state. The dead clansmen were all taken care of. As for Xiao Yin, he became the new clan leader of the Shao clan. In order to express his respect for Sanguinati, Xiao Yun announced that Sanguinati was an honorary elder of the Shao clan. His authority was equal to that of the clan leader. Fang Qin did not say anything about this matter. He silently agreed. Within the Forbidden Room, Fang Qin was unable to find the jade pendant. This made him speechless. One day, Xiao Yun came to the Forbidden Room. Brother Shui, what are you looking for? Asked Xiao Yun. Brother Xiao, does your Shao clan have any ancestral treasure? Asked Fang Qin. Ancestral treasure? Xiao Yun thought quickly. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, Brother Shui, now that you mention it, I really do remember. After saying that, Xiao Yun brought Fang Qin out of the Forbidden Room. Soon, the two of them arrived at the back of the statue. Standing behind the statue, Xiao Yun placed his palm on the statue's foot and exerted a little force. Suddenly, with a creak, the stone behind the statue started to spin. In the blink of an eye, a stone box appeared. Xiao Yun took out the stone box and used a special method to open it. Seeing the item in the stone box, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. After searching for so long, he did not expect it to be hidden here. Brother Shui, this jade pendant has been passed down in the Shao clan for generations. As for what it is used for, I do not know. Xiao Yun handed the jade pendant to Fang Qin. After holding the jade pendant, Fang Qin was extremely excited. Then he looked up at Xiao Yun and said, Brother Xiao, to tell you the truth, I need this jade pendant of the Shao clan. Brother Shui, you are an honorary elder of the Shao clan. Without you, there would be no Shao clan. If you want it, just take it. Why are you being so polite with me? Shao Yun was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If it were not for Sanguinati, the Shao clan would have been destroyed by the Ice Demon Bandits. Hearing this, Fang Chen was very touched. He kept the jade pendant and patted Shao Yun's shoulder heavily. Brother Shao, with me, Sanguinati, around, the Shao clan will definitely be safe and sound. At this moment, Fang Chen already had an idea in his mind. If he could obtain Emperor Poison Cloud's Poison Dao inheritance, he would share it with Shao Yun. With Brother Shue's words, I can rest assured. Shao Yun grinned. Sanguinati had great potential and was powerful. Befriending such a person might allow the Shao clan to rise again. However, just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden shout in the Shao clan's tribe. Fang Chen's soul spirit swept over and his expression changed. His figure flashed and he flew towards the front of the tribe. The Ice Demon Bandits are here. Hearing this, Shao Yun's expression changed drastically. In front of the Shao clan's tribe, there was a large number of Ice Demon Bandits. The person leading them was the second head of the Ice Demon Bandits. His cultivation had reached the terrifying Heaven Star border stage 7. Third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother have all died in the Shao clan. I am very curious to know who is in the Shao clan. The second head of the Ice Demon Bandit's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the Shao clan members. Boom! The second head suddenly threw out a punch, and some of the Shao clan's martial artists died instantly. The Shao clan will be destroyed. The second head said coldly. Swoosh! Space rippled and Fang Chen's figure flashed out. You killed my third brother, and the others. Seeing Fang Chen, the second head raged. That's right. Fang Chen looked at the second head calmly. In that case, go to hell. The second head roared. Boom! In a flash, the second head appeared in front of Fang Chen. He launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen sneered and activated the perfect sword body. His physical body reached the strongest defense. Then he performed the Sky Demon Sword Art. 5th level, Slay Demons. Whoosh! The Sky Demon Sword Chi that filled the sky instantly condensed into a sword light beam and shot toward the second head. Bang! The sword light beam was too strong and forced the second head to retreat. The second head stabilized his body and his expression kept changing. He did not expect this kid to be so strong. I'm going to kill you. The second head had used his trump card. His body was filled with the power of vital spirit as he charged toward Fang Chen. 6th level, Cleave the Firmament. With a wave of his hand, the hidden star sword erupted with dazzling sky demon sword chi. The 6th level of the Sky Demon Sword Art, Cleave the Firmament, was instantly performed. Whoosh! A thick sword light suddenly shot out from the hidden star sword. The sword light contained the terrifying heavenly demon, Sword Chi. Fang Chen stomped on the ground with his foot. Immediately, he leaped into the air and stood in the sky. Then, the thick sword light directly tore through the void and swooped down. No. Sensing the power of this move, the second head of the Ice Demon Bandits quickly retreated and roared in anger. However, it was useless. No matter how hard he tried, he could not resist the Sky Demon Sword Art. Puff! The thick sword light directly pierced through the second head of the Ice Demon Bandit's throat and then exploded. Big Brother will avenge me. The second head widened his eyes and fell to the ground after saying this. The second head is dead. Run. This person is too strong. Seeing the second head die, many Ice Demon Bandits screamed in horror. However, Fang Chen did not give them a chance. He attacked everyone with all his strength. After a while, the Ice Demon Bandits, brought by the second head, were all killed by Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen left the last Ice Demon Bandit alive. Where is the lair of the Ice Demon Bandits? Fong Chen asked. In the Ice Demon Mountain Range, the Ice Demon Bandit said in horror, his body trembling. Puff! After receiving the news, Fong Chen killed him. The Shao clan's people were already used to Fong Chen's strength. They clapped their hands happily, welcoming the return of their hero. All the clansmen were very excited. Without Sanguinati, how could the Shao clan resist the Ice Demon Bandits? Deploy the Shao clan's defense well. I'm going out for a while. Fong Chen turned to Xiao Yun and said, Brother Blood, the leader of the Ice Demon Bandits, is very strong, Xiao Yun hurriedly said, knowing where Fong Chen was going. Fong Chen shook his head and disappeared. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The Ice Demon Mountain Range was about 1,000 miles away from the Shao clan, southeast of the Shao clan. This place was gloomy and terrifying all year round. The mountain range was filled with ice demons. Ice demons were a special kind of demon beast. They were extinct in the outside world, but there were many in the Poison Cloud secret realm. The bandits in the Ice Demon Mountain Range were called the Ice Demon Bandits because of the ice demons here. The leader of the Ice Demon Bandits called himself Perfected Ice Demon. His cultivation had reached Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8 a long time ago. He subdued all the ice demons in the Ice Demon Mountain Range and became the overlord of this place. Then he established the Ice Demon Bandits. They rampaged in the Poison Cloud secret realm, killing and robbing the resources of the 3 clans. At this moment, in the Ice Demon Bandits' lair, Perfected Ice Demon was sitting leisurely. The Gold Clan and the Blood Clan are already under my control. Only the Shao Clan has not been discovered. Perfected Ice Demon said, I didn't expect to discover the Shao Clan's settlement by chance. Perfected Ice Demon's face was full of smiles when he thought about the discovery of the Shao Clan settlement. I've already obtained the Gold Clan's Jade Pendant. Those stubborn Blood Clan have been unwilling to tell me the whereabouts of the Jade Pendant, but I'll find a way. Perfected Ice Demon continued. He didn't care how many Ice Demon Bandits died. What he really cared about was the Jade Pendant in the hands of the Shao Clan. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely be shocked. Chapter 1092. When Fong Chen was heading towards the Ice Demon Bandits' lair, something big happened in the Blood Race tribe. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar, who was defeated by Fong Chen, escaped with the Blood Escape art. He came to the Blood Race tribe while searching for the inheritance. When the Blood Race tribe's patriarch saw the Heaven's Wrath Scholar, he laughed maniacally. The Blood Race had been looking for a strong carrier to carry the remnant soul of their ancestor. However, they couldn't find it. Ha ha ha, God bless the Blood Race. The Blood Race's patriarch laughed wildly. The other Blood Race's elders surrounded the Heaven's Wrath Scholar, their eyes burning with passion. Everyone, I came here by accident. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar sensed the strength of the Blood Race and felt that this place was dangerous. He wanted to leave this place. However, he was stopped by the Blood Race's patriarch. Kid, since you're here, don't leave. The Blood Race's patriarch's cultivation had reached Heaven Star Border Stage 7. The Blood Race was the descendant of Emperor Poison Cloud's second disciple. They had extraordinary means and captured the Heaven's Wrath Scholar. Damn it! The Heaven's Wrath Scholar was furious. He wanted to struggle, but there was nothing he could do. Let's go! The Blood Race's patriarch grabbed the Heaven's Wrath Scholar and came to the Blood Race's forbidden area. We've been forced by the Ice Demon Bandits all this time. Now, it's finally time for the Blood Race to rise. The Blood Race's elder was excited. There was a statue in the forbidden area. It was the statue of the Blood Race's ancestor. Kid, you should be proud to be chosen by the Blood Race. The Blood Race's patriarch stared at the Heaven's Wrath Scholar when he saw him struggling. Patriarch, this kid has the Bloodwing bloodline. He's the most suitable carrier to carry the ancestors' legacy. The Blood Race's elder laughed. That's right. I didn't expect to meet a kid with the blood-wing bloodline when we're at our wits' end. Another elder said. The Heaven's Wrath scholar didn't understand what they were talking about. He probably didn't even know that he had the blood-wing bloodline. Let's begin. The patriarch's hands formed complicated seals. Suddenly, the statue emitted a strange aura that shrouded the Heaven's Wrath scholar. Let me go. The Heaven's Wrath scholar was terrified. He felt as if the blood in his body was burning. The strange aura that had entered the statue was mobilizing the power of its bloodline. What happened? In that instant, the Heaven's Fury scholar felt his bloodline fill with scarlet power. My bloodline! It was only at this moment that the Heaven's Fury scholar realized that he possessed an ancient bloodline. But it was too late. How hateful! The Heaven's Fury scholar roared. Then he fainted. I hope we can succeed. The members of the Blood Clan were all praying. The Ice Demon Bandit leader didn't know what had happened in the Blood Race either. After all, this was the most important matter for the Blood Race. The Ice Demon Bandit leader was very puzzled. Why hadn't the second-in-command returned after such a long time? However, on this day, Fong Chen arrived at the Ice Demon Bandit's lair. Dong! As soon as Fong Chen arrived, he gave the Ice Demon Bandit leader a show of strength. He mustered all his strength and punched the Ice Demon Bandit's lair. Immediately, the Ice Demon Bandit's lair shook incessantly, and the ground and mountains shook. The Ice Demon Bandits in the lair were terrified. Who is it? The Great Master roared angrily after sensing the tremors. With a swoosh, he rushed into the sky. How dare you barge into the Ice Demon Bandit's lair? Do you want to die? The Great Master stared at Fong Chen and said coldly, Didn't you guys always want to kill me? Now, I've delivered myself to you. Fong Chen sneered. You killed the second-in-command. Hearing this, the Great Master instantly understood and glared at Fong Chen. Your brothers were all killed by me. Even you will die by my hands. Before he arrived, Fong Chen already had a plan to kill the Great Master. Of course, this was based on the Great Master's cultivation base being at Heaven Star, Border Stage 8. Hearing this, the Great Master's face turned gloomy and he sneered. What a joke! With your strength, you want to kill me? Your brothers also said the same thing, but they were all killed by me in the end. Fong Chen said calmly. Fong Chen's words completely infuriated the Great Master. Brat, you're courting death. The Great Master growled and punched across the air. Rumble. The Great Master's aura burst out instantly. Before the punch arrived, the force arrived first. Bang! Fong Chen punched and collided with the Great Master's fist. The two fists collided and made a deafening explosion. The Great Master and Fong Chen each took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, Fong Chen could already confirm that the Great Master's cultivation base was at Heaven Star Border Stage 8. In this case, his plan should be able to succeed. Brat, although you're strong, you must die. The Great Master took out an iron rod and swung it fiercely. Shadows of the rod floated in the sky like flowing water and blasted toward Fong Chen. Sky Demon Sword Art. Bang! Bang! With Fong Chen's current strength, even if he used all his strength, it was impossible to defeat a Heaven Star Border Stage 8 martial artist. However, he could still retreat unscathed. Go to hell! After a battle, the Great Master roared angrily. Immediately, a golden luster burst out from his iron rod and instantly slashed toward Fong Chen. The perfect sword body was activated to the extreme, and the defense instantly increased. At the same time, Fong Chen displayed the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. Rumble! In the sky, the vast soul condensed into a thunderbolt light and shot toward the Great Master. Puchi! The Great Master was hit by the thunderbolt light. His body shook for a moment, but he immediately stabilized his body and continued to attack. Seeing this, Fong Chen was shocked. Was the 5 Thunder Calamity technique ineffective against the Great Master? He was obviously hit, but why was he safe? Fang Chen's heart was full of doubts. With a thought, the little mouse appeared. Roar! Innate ability Devour. A terrifying attraction shrouded the Great Master. You're courting death. The Great Master waved the iron rod in his hand and directly smashed the purple mouse shadow behind the little mouse. Crack! Cracks appeared on the purple mouse shadow, and the little mouse spat out a mouthful of blood. Innate ability Extreme Piercing. The purple rat phantom that had appeared with a crack suddenly turned into a purple arrow that pierced towards the first master with unimaginable power. Seeing this, a trace of surprise appeared on the Great Master's face. Immediately, a golden luster appeared around the Great Master's body. Golden Dragon, Sky-Destroying Rod. The Great Master roared, and the iron rod in his hand danced in the sky. Shadows of the rod shrouded the entire sky. This is, seeing the Great Master's attack, Fang Qin was shocked. You're a descendant of the Jin clan. Fang Qin cried out involuntarily. The golden dragon, sky-destroying rod that the Great Master just displayed was clearly the technique that the third junior brother used when the three brothers were fighting in the illusion. It's too late to know now. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Great Master was obviously stunned for a moment, and then the iron rod in his hand continued to smash down. Bang! The sky demon sword art was instantly shattered, and Fang Chen's body flew out directly. At the same time, the little mouse's extreme piercing was also shattered by the golden dragon's sky-destroying rod. Puff! The little mouse's body flew out, and he spat out blood with a pale face. Damn it! Fang Qin, who was flying back, couldn't help but curse in his heart. Who would have thought that the Great Master of the Ice Demon Bandits was actually a descendant of the Gold Clan? And he actually cultivated the Gold Clan's legacy cultivation technique. When the golden dragon sky-destroying rod was displayed, the Great Master's attack power instantly skyrocketed. The current him was comparable to a Heaven Star Border Stage 9. Too strong. Fang Qin felt that he was a little reckless. He cursed in his heart and immediately used the space-time true intent to escape quickly. Trying to escape, the Great Master sneered and chased after him. Soon, the Great Master returned to the Ice Demon Bandit's lair. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, this guy is too fast. The Great Master said coldly. He simply couldn't catch up with Fang Chen's space-time true intent. After chasing for a while, the Great Master stopped. After returning to the Ice Demon Bandit's lair, the Great Master immediately ordered, "Go to the Gold Clan and find me the golden demonic ball," the Great Master said. After fleeing for a long time and confirming that the Ice Demon Bandits' Great Master didn't chase after him, Fang Qin stopped. He was panting and hugging Little Mouse with both hands. "How is it?" Fang Qin asked worriedly. "Boss, I won't die." Little Mouse held back a smile and said, "It's just that guy exceeded my expectations." Hearing this, Fang Chen's face darkened. This crushing defeat was something he would remember deeply. There was always someone better than you, an enemy that could never be underestimated. Even a dog would jump over a wall when cornered, let alone a human. It's my fault for not investigating clearly beforehand. Fang Chen whispered. The Ice Demon Bandit's Great Master was a descendant of the Gold Clan. Did he betray the Gold Clan, or were the Ice Demon Bandits originally from the Gold Clan? Fang Qin couldn't figure it out. Moreover, the Great Master actually cultivated the Gold Clan's ancestors' ultimate technique. Could it be that the Great Master also knows about the Jade Pendant? According to Xiao Yin, the Ice Demon Bandits had been searching for something in the Poison Cloud mystic realm. At this moment, thinking about the Great Master, Fang Qin suddenly realized something important. Perhaps he wasn't the only one who knew about the Jade Pendant. The Gold Clan might also know, and even the Blood Clan might know. Let's heal first, then think of a way. If he wanted to find the Jade Pendant, It seemed that he had to make a move on the Great Master. Blood Clan's forbidden area. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Heaven's Fury Scholar. A blood-red luster surged on his body. After a long time, a trace of scarlet aura seeped out of the Heaven's Fury Scholar's body. Immediately, the hearts of the crowd were put at ease. Cheers were everywhere in the forbidden area. Chapter 1093. The leader of the Ice Demon Bandits was a descendant of the Gold Clan. This was something that Fang Qin did not expect. What was even more unexpected was that the leader of the Ice Demon Bandits had actually cultivated the Gold Clan's ancestors' Golden Dragon Destroyer Cudgel. The power of this cultivation technique was incomparably strong. In addition, the leader of the Ice Demon Bandits was at Heaven Star Border Stage 8. For the time being, Fang Qin was no match for him. Fortunately, he had the space-time true meaning and escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have been finished. After escaping from this troublesome place, Fang Qin found a slightly hidden and safe place. Here, his first task was to recover from his injuries. Secondly, he was thinking of a way to get the Jade Pendant from the Gold Clan and the Blood Clan. Inside the Ice Demon Bandits' lair, a member of the Ice Demon Bandits stood aside cautiously, holding a round ball in his hand. The ball was golden on the outside, and there was a strange aura coming from it. If Fang Qin was here, he would be shocked. The aura coming from the golden ball was poisonous. "Leader, I've brought the golden magic ball," the Ice Demon Bandit said softly. The first master took the golden magic ball. His eyes filled with fervor. In the Poison Cloud secret realm, the three clans had gradually fallen to their current state as time passed. Poisoned out techniques had long been lost. As for the great leader, it was because he discovered the Jin clan's poisoned out techniques and used them for himself. After the Gold Clan's patriarch found out, he immediately supported the leader. However, he was worried that the other two clans would find out about this, so he asked the leader to betray the Gold Clan and establish the Ice Demon Bandits. All these years, the leader had been cultivating the Golden Dragon Destroyer Cudgel. At the same time, he studied the Poison Dao inheritance left behind by the Gold Clan's ancestor. This golden magic ball was the Gold Clan's most precious treasure. It had a lot to do with the Poison Dao inheritance. "I wanted to get the Poison Cloud Emperor's Poison Dao inheritance before using you, but now it seems like I need to use you in advance." The leader's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. Fang Qin's appearance made him feel a little depressed. Therefore, he had to cultivate the poison technique as soon as possible and lead the Ice Demon Bandits to conquer the other two clans and get the Jade Pendant. "Boss, the clan head wants me to tell you that the blood breeds seem to have been up to something lately," the Ice Demon Bandit said softly. When the first head of the Blood Clan heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "I understand. You may leave." That day, the Great Master went to the blood race alone. On this day, the Blood Clan was extremely lively, because their plan had succeeded. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's Bloodwing bloodline had successfully inherited the remnant soul of the blood race's ancestor. Although the ancestor of the Blood Clan had already fallen and couldn't be revived, the Blood Clan's ancestor was still alive. However, this remnant soul was enough to protect the blood race. "Ancestor, our blood race is currently in grave danger. Please protect our blood race." Led by the Blood Clan leader, many members of the Blood Clan knelt on the ground and said loudly. The Heaven's Fury Scholar, who was sitting on the futon in front, slowly opened his eyes. However, the Heaven's Fury Scholar's soul had already been devoured by the remnant soul of the Blood Kindred's ancestor. His eyes were filled with the aura of poison. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire Blood Clan was enveloped by the aura of poison. Seeing this, the members of the Blood Clan were extremely excited. However, before the Blood Kindred's ancestor could speak, he felt a powerful aura approaching. "Blood Clan leader, quickly come and see me." The first head of the Ice Demon Bandits stood in the air above the Blood Clan, looking down from above as he spoke in a deep voice. The first head's voice quickly spread throughout the entire blood clan. When the blood kindred's ancestor heard this, he frowned slightly and immediately said, "Who is causing trouble in the blood clan?" With that, the blood kindred's ancestor's figure flashed and appeared in the air, confronting the first head. "Who are you?" The first head sensed the strange aura on the Heaven's Fury Scholar and asked coldly. "And who are you?" The Heaven's Fury Scholar asked instead of answering. "I am the first head of the Ice Demon Bandits. Quickly ask the Blood Clan leader to come and see me." The Ice Demon Bandits were very powerful, especially the first head, who suppressed the Blood Clan with his own strength. Even the Blood Clan leader could not withstand a single blow in front of him. The Ice Demon Bandits had controlled the Blood Clan a long time ago. However, the Blood Clan resisted with their lives. The Ice Demon Bandits did not completely destroy the Blood Clan. Because he wanted to obtain the Blood Clan's Jade Pendant, the first head of the Ice Demon Bandits did not attack the Blood Clan. Scram! When the Heaven's Fury Scholar heard this, he suddenly waved his hand. Following this, a strong poisonous gas spread across the place. In the sky, the poisonous gas formed a fist aura that carried a strange power and blasted toward the first head. Bang! Seeing this person attack without warning, the first head was furious and immediately blocked with his fist. When the two fists collided, a strange aura immediately drilled into the first head's body. The poisonous gas is not good. After the first head sensed the poisonous gas, he cursed inwardly and quickly retreated. After stabilizing his body, he hurriedly took out the golden magic ball. The ball emitted a dazzling light and quickly absorbed the poisonous gas that drilled into the first head's body. In a short while, the first head returned to his original state. He held the golden magic ball in his hand and stared at the Heaven's Fury Scholar with a grave expression. "Who are you? How can you use poisonous techniques?" The first head asked coldly. "Descendant of the Gold Clan." The Heaven's Fury Scholar recognized the first head and said softly, "Hand over the Golden Clan's Jade Pendant, and I'll spare your life." Hearing this, the first head's expression changed greatly. He was extremely shocked. This person actually knew about the Jade Pendant. He must be a member of the Blood Kindred. Just as well, I also need the Blood Kindred's Jade Pendant. The first head said sinisterly. Immediately after, an iron rod appeared in his hand. When the golden Devastator rod was used, the sky was filled with rod shadows that carried a terrifying power and blasted toward the Heaven's Fury Scholar. The golden Devastator rod. The Heaven's Fury Scholar was slightly startled. Immediately after, his hands formed a complicated seal and his body whistled over. The two of them launched an intense attack in the sky above the Blood Kindred tribe. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The remnant soul of the Blood Kindred's ancestor had just obtained a physical body, and his strength had not fully recovered. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither could defeat the other. The first head had the golden Devastator rod, but the Blood Kindred's ancestor also had some life-saving methods. In the end, the battle ended with the first head fleeing in a sorry state. Seeing the first head flee in a sorry state, the Blood Kindred were very excited. After so many years, they finally did not have to worry about the Ice Demon Bandits. Ancestor. Numerous Blood Kindred knelt on the ground and loudly called out their ancestor's name. The Heaven's Fury Scholar floated in the sky and looked down. He softly said, "The first head of the Ice Demon Bandits is from the Gold Tribe. He is a descendant of the Gold Tribe." What? The Blood Kindred's leader was very shocked. How is this possible? The Blood Kindred were very shocked. They did not expect the first head of the Ice Demon Bandits to be from the Gold Tribe. "Let's set off now and head to the Gold Tribe," the Blood Kindred's ancestor said. An earth-shattering event had happened in the Poison Cloud Mystery Realm. However, Fong Qin did not know about it. After a few days of recuperation, his injuries had already healed. If I can cultivate the Heavenly Star technique to the level of perfection, I might be able to block the first head's attack. Fang Qin said softly. Currently, his strongest attack was the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Next was the Heavenly Star technique. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Star technique had reached a bottleneck when it was cultivated to the level of perfection. The ultimate technique of a Heavenly Body Tier elite must be extraordinarily powerful, Fang Qin said softly. With a thought, Fang Qin entered the heaven-connecting peak. Master. The Tool Spirit and the half-beast man instantly appeared. The Heavenly Star technique has reached a bottleneck. Is there any way? Fang Qin briefly told the Tool Spirit about his troubles. After listening to him, the Tool Spirit frowned and thought to himself. After a long while, the Tool Spirit's eyes lit up, and he said, Master, there is a place where you can practice the Heavenly Star technique. Where is it? Fang Qin asked hurriedly. After entering the Poison Cloud Mystery Realm, his biggest goal was to obtain the inheritance of the Tao of Poison. Now he was too weak to fight for the Jade Pendant. Therefore, the most important thing now was to improve his strength. Master, follow me. As soon as the Tool Spirit finished speaking, he brought Fang Qin to a certain place on the heaven-connecting peak. On this mountain peak, there were 99 stone steps that led to the sky. These are the Heavenly Stone Steps, the Tool Spirit explained. The Heavenly Stone Steps were used by the Old Master to train his disciples. Back then, the Old Master used a heaven-defying method to inject a large amount of star power into the Heavenly Stone Steps. When you step onto the Heavenly Stone Steps, you will be attacked by the star power. Hearing this, Fang Qin's eyes lit up. The most important thing about the Heavenly Star technique was the baptism of the star power. The reason why he could not cultivate to the transcendent realm was that he lacked the baptism of the star power. You mean I can step onto the Heavenly Stone Steps now? Fang Qin asked. Of course you can. Although the Heavenly Stone Steps have existed for a long time, and the star power inside is much weaker, it is enough to train your Heavenly Star technique, the Tool Spirit said with a smile. That's great, Fang Qin said excitedly. With your potential, Master, you might be able to step onto the 70th step, the half-beast man said. 70th step? Fang Qin was a little confused. Master, when the Old Master was alive, there were many cultivators who climbed the Heavenly Stone Steps, but the highest record for a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator was only the 69th step, the Tool Spirit explained. The Old Master once asserted that the 69th step was the limit of the Heaven Dipper tier, and unless one was at the Heavenly Body tier, one could not reach the 70th step. Of course, the Old Master also once said that if one had supreme true intent, there was also hope to break through the 69th step and step onto the 70th step. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded. It seemed that the Heavenly Stone Steps were much more difficult than he had imagined. However, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? The Heavenly Star technique had reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needed to increase his strength. Only the Heavenly Stone Steps could train him. Master, the star power on the Heavenly Stone Steps is very frightening. You must be careful when you go up for the first time, the Tool Spirit warned. Fang Qin nodded. The star power was a power that only Heavenly Body tier cultivators could control. Although he was very strong, he did not dare to be so arrogant as to be able to control the star power. Chapter 1094. There were 99 steps on the stone staircase that led straight to the heavens. With a leap, Fang Qin arrived at the bottom of the staircase. As far as the eye could see, it towered into the clouds. Just as he approached the staircase, he sensed the terrifying power of stars surging. As expected of a Heavenly Body tier elite, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. Even among elites of the Heavenly Body tier, such a technique was rare. Sure enough, those who could become island masters were all elites at the peak of the Heavenly Body tier. Thinking of this, Fang Qin thought of the Xia clan, which had 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The current Emperor Xia of the Xia clan was also an elite at the peak of the heavenly body tier. The island master of Clear Sky Island controlled the entire Xia clan. Most importantly, he was the enemy of the master of Clear Sky Peak. Only in a mystery realm can I use the heavenly star technique without restraint. Fang Chun sighed inwardly. If he used the heavenly star technique in the outside world and was discovered by others, he would definitely be killed. After thinking for a moment, he threw these worries to the back of his mind. Stomp! With a step, Fang Qin stood on the first step of the staircase. Every step of the stone staircase was made of stone. Just as he stepped on the first step, Fang Qin sensed the power of stars whistling from all directions. Such powerful power of stars! Fang Qin exclaimed. He activated his perfect sword body, and the 2 streams of vital essence in his Qi Si spun rapidly. The terrifying power of vital essence quickly emerged. The power of stars on the first step wasn't too strong. Fang Qin began to climb the staircase, 1 step after another. An hour later, Fang Qin reached the 50th step of the heaven-reaching stone steps. At this time, the power of stars was already very strong. Even Fang Qin had difficulty moving. However, Fang Qin believed that the power of stars here still couldn't help him break through the heavenly star technique. The limit of the Heaven Dipper tier is the 69th step. Fang Qin muttered to himself. Then he continued forward. 51st floor, 52nd floor, 53rd floor, 54th floor. Not long after, Fang Qin arrived at the 60th floor. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a large amount of star power. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of the star power. The power of the stars is all-pervasive. However, a perfect sword body can form the best defense. After such a long period of understanding, Fang Qin still had a lot of confidence in his perfect sword body. The strongest physique in the universe wasn't just for show. At least, until now, Fang Qin had not discovered a special constitution that was more powerful than the perfect sword body. His perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme, and his defense was greatly strengthened. King's sword chi spread out. Fang Qin continued forward. Starting from the 60th floor, Fang Qin would stop for a while on each floor to practice the heavenly star technique. Rumble as soon as he executed it, he could feel the concentrated power of the stars in the surroundings being swiftly absorbed by the massive hand of stars. Seeing this, Fang Qin's face was full of smiles. Sure enough, it worked. The power of the stars was quickly tempering the heavenly star technique. On the mountain peak, the artifact spirit and the half-beast man stood side by side, watching the stone steps to the sky. "Do you think Master can enter the 70th floor?" asked the half-beast man. "Master has a very high chance," said the artifact spirit. The 2 of them had been paying attention to Fang Qin. When they saw the heavenly star technique, their faces were full of disappointment. It was as if they were seeing their old master use the heavenly star technique again. "Old master, you found a good successor. Master will definitely avenge you." It took him 6 hours to go from the 1st floor to the 69th floor. On the 69th floor, Fang Qin stayed for a full 3 days. During these 3 days, he had been thinking about a way to break through. Every time he took half a step, he would be repelled by the raging power of the stars. The power of the stars on the 70th floor was very strong. 3 days later, at a certain moment, Fang Qin finally thought of a solution. Moreover, after testing, it seemed to be feasible. The true meaning of time and space. The heavenly star technique was combined with the true meaning of time and space. Fang Qin's figure was integrated into the big hand of stars. Boom! The terrifying power of the stars spread out and hit the big hand of stars unscrupulously. And Fang Qin used the true meaning of time and space to constantly change the direction of the big hand of stars. Crash! It seemed to break through a ripple. When he stepped into the 70th floor, the big hand of stars suddenly skyrocketed and then swooped down. Boom! The big hand of stars bombarded the mountain below the stone steps to the sky and suddenly blew up the mountain range. Seeing this, Fang Chen was even more delighted. The artifact spirit and the half-beast man on the mountain peak were also very excited. The 70th floor. Any martial artist who could cross the 70th floor with the cultivation of Heaven Dipper Realm had great potential. The owner of Tongtian Peak once asserted, a martial artist who crossed the 70th floor with the cultivation of Heaven Dipper Realm would definitely not be under him in the future. It was even possible to break through the legendary realm. However, what they didn't know was that the shock had just begun. After stepping on the 70th floor, it was as if a layer of paper had been pierced. Fang Chen felt that his soul was shaken, and the power of stars surrounded his body. The golden heart also began to beat rapidly, quickly absorbing the power of stars. Whoosh! The originally incomparably difficult journey suddenly became very easy. Fang Chen strolled to the top of the stone steps to the sky. The half-beast man and the artifact spirit on the mountain peak below had already been stunned. Both of them were so shocked that they couldn't speak. At this moment, Fang Chen also fell into a mysterious state. His eyes were empty, and his body moved forward involuntarily. The power of stars that came from all directions was instantly absorbed by the golden heart. After absorbing the power of stars, the golden heart became more and more transparent. A trace of golden luster emerged and finally wrapped Fang Chen's body. When the golden luster covered every corner of the body, the golden heart trembled. It seemed to have entered the transformation period. At this time, Fang Chen had unknowingly reached the 90th floor. The 90th floor, the artifact spirit's mood was indescribable. He vaguely remembered that the old master once said, "A martial artist who could set foot on the 90th floor must be a powerhouse of the heavenly body realm." However, this assertion was broken by Fang Chen. The second level of the Heavenly Dipper realm set foot on the 90th floor of the stone steps to the sky. Fang Chen was writing his own legend in his own way. The golden heart entered the transformation period. Fang Chen felt that the vast power of stars drilled into his body. The perfect sword body was also rapidly improving. After the transformation of the power of stars, the physical body became more and more powerful. When he reached the 93rd floor, the Heavenly Star technique finally reached the stage of perfection. Rumble! Fang Chen formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, starlight shot in all directions, and a big hand of stars appeared in the sky. Then the terrifying power of stars poured into the big hand of stars and instantly suppressed it. Kacha! The mountain peak below was directly smashed by the palm. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. Was this the true power of the Heavenly Star technique? The Heavenly Star technique was cultivated to the stage of perfection. The golden heart was transforming, and Fang Chen continued to move forward. 94th floor, 95th floor, 96th floor, 97th floor, 98th floor. God! Master actually set foot on the 98th floor. The artifact spirit was shocked. The 98th floor, only one step away from the 99th floor. The 99th floor was the end of the stone steps to the sky. Can you set foot on the 99th floor? At this moment, the artifact spirit and the half-beast man widened their eyes and stared at Fang Chen on the 98th floor. The 98th floor of the stone steps to the sky. A touch of pain appeared on Fang Chen's face. The power of stars on the 98th floor was too vast. It was even more powerful than the power of stars from all the previous stone steps combined. The last step. Fang Chen shouted and took a step forward. One of his feet stepped on the 99th floor. In an instant, the terrifying power directly swept over. Bang! Fang Chen's body was instantly blasted away like a kite. Then he smashed hard on the mountain peak. Master, The artifact spirit and the half-beast man hurriedly ran to Fang Chen's side and asked worriedly. Fang Chen got up and looked up at the 99th floor of the stone steps to the sky. His heart was full of doubts. What's above the 99th floor? Fang Chen thought to himself. The power of stars on the 99th floor was too powerful. If it weren't for his perfect sword body, his body would have been torn apart in a face-to-face confrontation. It's too terrifying. Thinking of what had just happened, Fang Chen felt his scalp tingle. Congratulations, Master, for reaching the 98th floor of the stone steps to the sky. The artifact, spirit, congratulated. Reaching the 98th floor with Heaven Star Realm cultivation, Master will definitely become an almighty in the future. The half-beast man also said, excitedly. Fang Chen calmed down. Although he didn't reach the 99th floor, but his goal was achieved. The star sky art had reached the transcendent state, and his strength had skyrocketed again. If Fang Chen had to face the first head again, he wouldn't be afraid at all. When my strength increases, I'll try the heaven-reaching stone steps again. Vaguely, Fang Chen felt that there was something on the 99th floor of the stone steps to the sky. Somewhere in the poisonous cloud secret realm. This was the Jin clan tribe. Compared to the other two clans, the Jin clan had more than 100 members. Boom! The peace of the Jin clan tribe was broken. Led by Scholar Heaven's Wrath, many members of the Blood clan arrived at the Jin clan tribe. The Jin clan must die. Scholar Heaven's Wrath said in a deep voice. After a while, the members of the Jin clan came out. Blood clan, what are you doing here? The Jin clan leader scolded. Humph! The Jin clan created the Ice Demon Bandits to destroy the Blood clan. What do you think the Blood clan is doing here? The Blood clan leader said disdainfully. What? The Jin clan leader's face changed slightly. Had the first head been discovered? Immediately, a jade pendant appeared in the Jin clan leader's hand. But at this moment, Scholar Heaven's Wrath waved his hand, and a majestic force hit the Jin clan leader's hand. Ah! The Jin clan leader screamed as his hand was chopped off. You want to inform the first head of the Ice Demon Bandits? What a joke! Scholar Heaven's Wrath laughed eerily. Chapter 1095. The Blood Race and the Metal Race had a shocking battle. In the end, the Blood Race massacred the Metal Race. The Metal Race was completely annihilated. The Scholar of Heaven's Wrath searched for a long time in the Metal Race's forbidden ground statue. However, he couldn't find the jade pendant. This made the Blood Race ancestor very unhappy. Could the jade pendant be with the Ice Demon Bandit leader? The Blood Race ancestor thought carefully. After a long time, he made a decision. He would go to the Ice Demon Bandit leader's lair and look for him. He would rather kill the wrong person than miss him. The Metal Race was destroyed, but the leader didn't know. He was absorbing the poisonous gas in the golden magic ball to cultivate his poison technique. However, at the critical moment of absorption, Fang Chen came. This time, Fang Chen came prepared. Boom! Floating in the air above the Ice Demon Bandit leader's lair, Fang Chen gave him a greeting gift. The hidden star sword suddenly swung out and slashed above the Ice Demon Bandit leader's lair. Suddenly, the Ice Demon Bandit leader's lair collapsed. Who is it? The Ice Demon Bandit leader's absorption was interrupted, and he was furious. Immediately, his figure flashed and appeared in the air. When he saw Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Brat, you still dare to appear? The Ice Demon Bandit leader sneered. I'm here to take your life, Fang Chen said. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The Ice Demon Bandit leader held the golden magic ball in his hand and said coldly. Fang Chen noticed the golden magic ball. Immediately, his eyes flickered and he directly attacked. Sky Demon Sword Technique. Fang Chen performed the Sky Demon Sword Technique and slashed out. Suddenly, a powerful sword light appeared in the sky and rushed toward the Ice Demon Bandit leader. Damn it! The Ice Demon Bandit leader held the golden magic ball in one hand and quickly absorbed the poisonous gas. With his other hand holding the iron staff, he unleashed the golden Devastator staff. Bang! The two collided, and a deafening sound immediately erupted. Brett, I want you dead. The Ice Demon Bandit leader was furious. Previously, he was defeated by the Blood Race ancestor. And now, he finally found a target to vent his anger on. However, he didn't dare to be careless as he was about to finish absorbing the poison gas in the golden, demonic ball. While attacking, he also absorbed the energy. Fang Qin noticed the Ice Demon Bandit leader's actions and immediately grinned. Casting the Heavenspan art, he controlled the Hand of Stars to attack the demonic golden ball. Crack after being hit, a crack appeared on the golden magic ball. The Ice Demon Bandit's head couldn't dodge in time. He looked at the cracked golden magic ball in his hand. His absorption of the poison gas was suddenly interrupted, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds. The Ice Demon Bandit, First Master, roared furiously. At this moment, the little mouse appeared. After a few days of recuperation, he had recovered once again. His innate abilities, Devour and Extreme Piercing, were all displayed in one go. As for Fang Qin, he also unleashed his Starlight Heavenly Technique. When the two of them worked together, their attack power was extremely strong. For a time, the Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader was actually forced to retreat. How is this possible? It's only been a few days, but this brat's strength has increased so much. The Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader said in surprise as he retreated. The absorption of the poison gas had reached a critical moment. Once it was interrupted, it would backfire. The Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader wanted to retreat. Whoosh! Seeing the Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader flee, Fang Qin sneered and activated the true meaning of space-time. Soon, Fang Qin stopped the Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader. Brat, if it wasn't for this demonic golden ball, you would have died long ago, the Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader said coldly. The Metal Clan's jade pendant is on you, right? Fang Qin asked with a smile, not in a hurry to attack. No more, the Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader said directly. Is that so? Fang Qin continued to attack. The Heavenspan Hand of Stars was vast and boundless as it pressed down. Brett, stop! The Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader roared. Fang Qin ignored him and continued to attack. I can give you poison crystals. Hearing the words poison crystals, Fang Qin was slightly startled and immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. After I kill you, the jade pendant and poison crystals will be mine. Fang Qin launched a powerful attack, alternating between the Sky Demon Sword art and the Heavenly Star art. In the end, he even used the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique. Crack! The Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader's soul was severely injured. The demonic golden ball in his hand fell to the ground and cracked. Suddenly, a terrifying poison gas emerged. Ah! The Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader let out a miserable scream. The consequences of the poison gas backfiring were unimaginable. The Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader tried his best to resist the poison gas backfiring, but the poison gas was too strong. It was left behind by the Metal Clan's ancestor. It wasn't something he could resist. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader looked at Fang Qin. He fell into a frenzy and launched his final attack. Boom! The iron rod in his hand smashed viciously at Fang Qin. It was a last-ditch struggle. This move was very powerful. Even an ordinary Heaven Star Border Stage 9 martial artist would be severely injured if not killed by this attack. Of course, Fang Qin wouldn't take it head-on. He used the space-time true intent, and his body kept flickering. At the same time, Little Mouse's black iron rod struck the Ice Demon Bandit Great Leader's iron rod. Crack! The black iron rod was a stage 3 divine weapon and was very hard. It shattered the ice demon bandit great leader's iron rod in one hit. Bang! The ice demon bandit great leader knelt on the ground. He looked at the broken iron rod in his hand and was filled with unwillingness. I can't accept this. After the ice demon bandit great leader said this, the poison gas backfired. His body was charred black and his soul scattered as he fell to the ground. Not far away, the cracked demonic golden ball emitted poison gas that corroded the entire ground. Within a 10-mile radius, not a single blade of grass grew. What a terrifying poison gas! Fong Chin couldn't help but sigh. Then he quickly swallowed the 100 poisons pill. Fortunately, it was the last bit of poison gas. If the demonic golden ball wasn't complete, Fong Chin wouldn't have been able to resist the poison gas emitted. The poison technique is really amazing. Fong Chin was looking forward to the poison Dao inheritance even more. Splash! With a flick of his wrist, he picked up the ice demon bandit great leader's interspatial ring and found a jade pendant lying inside. Fong Chin was overjoyed and immediately put the jade pendant into his interspatial ring. Then he found a few pieces of pitch black ore. Is this a poison crystal? Fong Chin muttered to himself. Buzz, holding the poison crystal in his hand. Traces of poison gas immediately entered his body. Splash! The golden heart beat and directly refined the poison gas in the poison crystal. Immediately, Fong Chin found that the poison crystal in his hand turned into powder. The golden heart sucked the poison gas out of the poison crystal. Fong Chin was a little surprised. He didn't expect the golden heart to absorb it. Then he held the other poison crystals in his hand. Soon, all the poison crystals turned into powder. The golden heart became more active and seemed to want to absorb more. Fong Chin spread his hands, speechless. However, at this moment, Fong Chin felt a terrifying bloody aura. Fong Chin's expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and hovered in the air. Heaven's Wrath Scholar! Fong Chin was shocked. How did the Heaven's Wrath Scholar's aura become so strong? Behind him, there were a few martial artists following. You killed the Ice Demon Bandit, great leader. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar looked at Fong Chin indifferently. It was as if he didn't know the latter. Fong Chin was stunned for a moment before he seemed to understand. Could it be that the Heaven's Wrath Scholar was possessed? Sure enough, just as Fong Chin was guessing, the Blood Race Patriarch shouted, Brat, my Blood Race ancestor asked you a question. How dare you not answer? Blood Race ancestor. Fong Chin was shocked. Were these people in front of him one of the 3 races, the Blood Race? The Heaven's Wrath Scholar was actually possessed by the Blood Race ancestor. Immediately, Fong Chin looked at the Heaven's Wrath Scholar differently. The space-time aura quietly spread in his body, ready to escape at any time. One of the 3 disciples of Emperor Poison Cloud was actually reborn. Run! Suddenly, Fong Chin bellowed. His figure flashed, and in the next moment he appeared 100 meters away. Trying to escape? The Heaven's Wrath Scholar sneered and slowly chased after him. Fong Chin activated the space-time true intent and quickly fled. He didn't expect to encounter someone from the Blood Race after killing the Ice Demon Bandit great leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the blink of an eye, Fong Chin arrived at the ruins of the Ice Demon Bandit lair. The pursuers were chasing closely behind. Fong Chin continued to flee. However, at this moment, the Golden Heart was beating rapidly. The Golden Heart was beating at the same frequency as when it absorbed the poison crystal. What's in the Ice Demon Bandit lair? Fong Chin quickly thought. The Golden Heart was beating faster and faster. Fong Chin gritted his teeth and suddenly plunged into the ruins of the Ice Demon Bandit lair. He scanned with his soul and instantly found a mineral vein. What's a poison crystal vein? Fang Chen was overjoyed and immediately drilled into the poison crystal vein. After entering the ground, the little mouse's claws quickly dug a hole and soon drilled into the poison crystal vein. In the sky above the ice demon bandit lair, the Heaven's Wrath Scholar and the others stopped chasing here. Ancestor, I didn't expect there to be a poison crystal vein below the ice demon bandit lair, the Blood Race Patriarch said in a deep voice. He has already entered the poison crystal vein, the Blood Race ancestor said. Each of the poison crystals contained a powerful poisonous gas. The poison crystal vein was even more poisonous. Back in the poison cloud mystic realm, even the three of them didn't dare to enter the poison crystal vein. This was because once they entered, they would be invaded by the poisonous gas and eventually become a poison corpse. He must have obtained the jade pendant. What should we do? The Blood Race Patriarch asked. Find someone to enter the poison crystal vein and find his corpse, the Heaven's Wrath Scholar said indifferently. The Blood Race Patriarch hesitated. If the Blood Race went in, wouldn't that be suicide? Ancestor. Before the Blood Race Patriarch finished speaking, the Heaven's Wrath Scholar stopped him. If my guess is correct, one of the three races, the Shao clan, should still exist. Hearing the ancestor's words, the Blood Race Patriarch's eyes lit up. The ancestor wanted the people of the Shao clan to go deep into the poisonous crystal mine. Chapter 1096. The poison crystal was a type of, or that was extremely poisonous. It was extremely rare in the outside world and could even be said to be almost non-existent. The poison crystal was not attractive to ordinary martial artists. However, it was fatally attractive to those who cultivated the poison Tao. Back then, Emperor Poison Cloud had chosen this place to cultivate because of the poison crystal vein. After the death of Emperor Poison Cloud and his three disciples, the years had changed. The poison crystal vein had disappeared from the sight of the three clans. The leader of the Ice Demon Bandits was a prodigy of the Gold Clan's younger generation. However, he had accidentally discovered the poison crystal vein when he went out to train. He was overjoyed and announced that he had betrayed the Gold Clan. He then formed the Ice Demon Bandits and used this place as a stronghold to mine the poison crystal vein. However, the poison crystal vein was extremely difficult to mine unless one was a poison Tao cultivator. Although the leader's cultivation was getting stronger, he was not a poison Tao cultivator. With his own efforts and the help of the Gold Clan, he had a preliminary understanding of the poison Tao. Over the years, he had only mined a few pieces of poison crystal vein. Inside the poison crystal vein, Fang Chen and the little mouse hurriedly arrived at the interior of the poison crystal vein. Buzz! At a certain moment, Fang Chen felt his body suddenly start to tremble. What's going on? There were poisonous crystals everywhere, one after another. Waves of poison were emitted from the poison crystal vein and entered Fang Chen's body. Boss, this poison crystal vein is filled with deadly poison. Little Mouse turned to look at Fang Chen and whispered. The golden heart was abnormally active. The poisonous crystal veins that Fang Chen's body came into contact with turned into powder one after another. Boss, what's wrong? At this moment, Little Mouse also noticed that something was wrong with Fang Chen and immediately asked. Bang! Fang Chen, who was trembling, suddenly started foaming at the mouth. In the next moment, he collapsed inside the poisonous crystal vein. Boss! Little Mouse was extremely anxious. He checked and found that his boss was still breathing. However, he did not know what to do. Fang Chen's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Along the way, the golden heart had absorbed enough poison crystals and could no longer absorb any more. At this time, the terrifying poisonous gas had all entered Fang Chen's body and spread to his limbs and bones. Fang Chen was foaming at the mouth, and his lips were black and purple. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. Boss is poisoned. The little mouse was extremely anxious. He quickly led Fang Chen through the big hole and soon arrived at a slightly open area inside the poison crystal vein. This was a small cave. It seemed that someone had been here before. However, Little Mouse couldn't care less and put Fong Chen on the ground. Fong Chen's 5 viscera were filled with deadly poison. Even the astral essence in his Qi Si had been invaded by the poison. If there were any experts here, they would definitely sigh. After being poisoned so deeply, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Outside the poison crystal vein, the people of the Xiao clan had all been escorted here. "Let us go." Xiao Hongba kept struggling, but he was suppressed again and again. "Ancestor, we have brought them here." The blood race patriarch cupped his hands at the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Everyone from the Xiao clan was shocked. Was this person in front of them an ancestor of the blood race? One had to know that the ancestors of the Xiao clan, the Gold clan, and the blood race were all experts in the poison Dao. Had the blood race's ancestor revived? Xiao Yun and the others were shocked. The Xiao clan. The Heaven's Fury Scholar turned his head and looked at Xiao Yun and the others. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He seemed to be lost in his memories. After a long time, the Heaven's Fury Scholar slowly said, "Hand over your Xiao clan's jade pendant." Xiao Yun's heart shook. "What jade pendant?" Xiao Yun pretended not to know and asked, "Where is your Xiao clan's inheritance treasure?" asked the Heaven's Fury Scholar. Xiao Yun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. At this time, the blood race patriarch walked forward and whispered a few words in the Heaven's Fury Scholar's ear. In the end, the Heaven's Fury Scholar nodded and did not ask any more. Then he looked at the poison crystal vein. "Someone in the poison crystal vein has offended me. As long as you can find him, I will let the Xiao clan go," said the Heaven's Fury Scholar. "Who do you think you are? How dare you attack the Xiao clan?" Someone from the Xiao clan roared. When the Heaven's Fury Scholar heard this, he frowned and waved his hand. Suddenly, a strange light shot into the forehead of the Xiao clan member. Bang! The Xiao clan member died instantly. The Heaven's Fury Scholars move successfully intimidated the Xiao clan. "Are you serious?" asked Xiao Yin. There was no other way now. "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse," said the Heaven's Fury Scholar indifferently. "Okay, we agree," said Xiao Yun immediately. In the following time, Xiao Yun's people took turns entering the poison crystal vein to look for Fong Chen. However, in less than 10 minutes, every cultivator was poisoned and could not move forward. They quickly escaped. However, the poison in the poison crystal stone mine was too vicious. Ordinary Mystic King realm martial artists couldn't withstand it at all. They died immediately after being poisoned. As for Heaven Star border cultivators, they could still use the vital essence in their Qi Sis to resist for a while. However, they still died in the end. In just 2 hours, more than half of the Xiao clan members were dead. This scene made Xiao Yun's face darken. "We can't continue like this," said Xiao Yun. "Don't forget that the Xiao clan's fate is in my hands," said the Heaven's Fury Scholar indifferently. Even if all the Xiao clan members died, it had nothing to do with him. All he wanted was Fong Chen's corpse. "Continue," said the blood race patriarch. Left with no choice, the Xiao clan continued to enter the poison crystal vein. Xiao Yun's heart was filled with sorrow as he watched his clansmen die, one after another. When Xiao Yuyu and Xiao Hongba were about to enter the poison crystal vein, Xiao Yun stopped them. "Let me do it." As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, he took a large step forward and entered the poison crystal vein. Hiss! Hiss! Within the poison crystal vein, Xiao Yun was walking quickly. The energy of vital spirit revolved around his body, blocking the invasion of the poisonous gas. After traveling for an hour, even Xiao Yun couldn't hold on any longer. Damned poison! Xiao Yun's soul was being corroded by the poison, and his mind was a little unclear. "I can't die." Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. He persisted and continued forward. Xiao Yun's body swayed. Unknowingly, he had reached the depths of the poison crystal vein by relying on his determination. Bang! At this moment, Xiao Yun could no longer resist the poison's invasion. His body fell. Coincidentally, when Xiao Yun fell, the ground caved in and his body fell into a pitch-black cave. Rumble! The little mouse was protecting Fang Chen. Suddenly, some poison crystals fell from the sky. Then, the little mouse looked up and discovered that Xiao Yun had fallen down. What's going on? The little mouse recognized Xiao Yun and was very puzzled. At this moment, Xiao Yun's soul was completely corroded and he was foaming at the mouth. His situation was much worse than Fang Chen's. However, the little mouse was not good at detoxification, so there was nothing it could do. Outside the poison crystal vein. Ancestor, the Xiao clan's people are all dead, the Blood Race Patriarch said in a low voice. Damn it! The Heavens Rage scholar clenched his fists as he looked at the poison crystal vein. His heart was filled with hatred. If he was still alive, he might be able to easily enter the poison crystal vein. But now, a wisp of his soul had taken over the Heavens Rage scholar's body and was extremely weak. His cultivation was around the 9th stage of the Heaven Star border realm, so he did not dare to enter the poison crystal vein. What should we do? The Blood Race Patriarch asked. Fang Chen had been in the poison crystal vein for so long, so he was most likely dead. But if they wanted to get his interspatial ring, they needed someone to enter the poison crystal vein. I'll think of a way. The Heavens Rage scholar flicked his sleeves and left. Skypass Island. After the young prodigies of the royal family defeated the Flamewing Palace, they started to attack the Daolis Palace. But 7 days later, another piece of news spread and shook the entire Skypass Island. The young prodigies of the Daolis Palace had all been defeated. The young prodigies of the royal family had defeated the Daolis Palace. When the news spread, countless martial artists on Skypass Island were talking about the young prodigies of the royal family. The Daolis Palace was the most depressed. In order to not follow in the footsteps of the Flamewing Palace, the Daolis Palace let Lu Kuang come out of seclusion in advance. They endured the pain in their hearts and wanted Lu Kuang to turn the tide. But the young prodigies of the royal family were too strong. Lu Kuang had defeated most of the young prodigies of the royal family, but he was defeated by a young prodigy called Xiasheng. Lu Kuang was the most powerful martial artist of the Daolis Palace's young prodigies. He had no power to fight back against Xiasheng. Xiasheng only used one move to make Lu Kuang lose his ability to fight. This battle was a huge blow to Lu Kuang, but it was an even bigger blow to the Daolis Palace. After the royal family defeated the Flamewing Palace and the Daolis Palace, they continued to attack. Their next target was the last of the 3 palaces, the Pillview Palace. The Pillview Palace was best at alchemy, but they were weak in battle. Even the prodigies of the Daolis Palace and the Flamewing Palace couldn't defeat the royal family. The Pillview Palace was even worse. The reality was as everyone expected. No one in the younger generation of the Pillview Palace was a match for the prodigies of the royal family. After defeating the 3 palaces, the royal family's gaze fell on the 2 sections. The Ice Dragon sect was closer to the Pillview Palace, so the royal family's next target was the Ice Dragon sect. After that was the Black Heaven sect. Royal Uncle. The young prodigies of the royal family have become famous after defeating the 3 palaces and 2 sections. The 3 palaces and 2 sects will be completely suppressed by the royal family in a short time. A man in a yellow robe with a golden dragon said with a laugh. The royal family cultivator, called Royal Uncle, looked at the man with a smile. This man was the most outstanding prodigy of the royal family's young generation. Emperor Xia even thought that he was the prodigy with the greatest hope of surpassing him, Xiasheng. Xiasheng was also the main force in this challenge against the 3 palaces and 2 sects. Chapter 1097. Inside the poison crystal vein. Fang Chen was still unconscious in a small cave. His perfect sword body was resisting the invasion of the poisonous gas. His body was already filled with poisonous gas. His body was highly toxic and his aura was weak. This was Fang Chen's current state. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, his life was tough and he held on. Although he had lost consciousness, his golden heart was still beating. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Fang Chen's body had started to rot. It was enough to see how powerful the poisonous gas in the poison crystal vein was, not to mention the 100 poisons pill. Even a pill stronger than the 100 poisons pill would not be able to help. However, nothing happened to Little Mouse at the side. The god-devouring rat's physical defense was too strong, and the poisonous gas could not penetrate it. Little Mouse looked at his boss anxiously. Xiao Yun's body had already rotted and lost all signs of life. This made Little Mouse even more worried. "Boss, you must hold on." The little mouse sneaked out of the poison crystal vein, wanting to see if there was anyone guarding outside. Every time he went out, he was disappointed. The Blood Clan ancestor had been guarding this place. It was impossible to take his boss away. The poisonous gas had already seeped into Fang Chen's blood vessels and merged with his blood. Even his soul had been infiltrated by the poisonous gas. However, as time passed, the Golden Heart began to become active. 10 days ago, the Golden Heart had absorbed enough poisonous gas and had started to digest it. Now, it had finally finished digesting it. As if sensing Fang Chen's condition, the Golden Heart began to help. The Golden Heart seemed to have undergone a transformation after absorbing a large amount of poisonous gas. Buzz! Just as Little Mouse was worrying, a majestic golden light enveloped Fang Chen's body. Then, traces of black gas flowed out of the Golden Heart. This black aura was none other than the refined and pure poisonous gas. This poisonous gas instantly filled Fang Chen's body and repelled all the poisonous gas from before. Then, the poisonous gas began to circulate in Fang Chen's body. The Tao of Poison was a special Tao in itself. Those who cultivated the Tao of Poison were all people with heaven-defying potential. Fang Chen had never come into contact with poison, but because of the Golden Heart, his body was being changed by the poisonous gas. Inside his qi, his vital essence was also corroded by the poisonous gas and turned black. After one night, Fang Chen finally regained some consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. His lips were black, and his whole body was in pain. "Am I poisoned?" Fang Chen said with difficulty. "Boss, you're awake." "Little Mouse," shouted excitedly. Fang Chen nodded and looked around. He found that he was still inside the poison crystal vein. "What's going on? Why did my body become like this?" Fang Chen looked at his own body and was scared silly. Is this still my own body? How could it be filled with poisonous gas? With a slight thought, a boundless poisonous gas emerged from his body. This is, while at the same time, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Fang Chen carefully sorted out the information and finally understood why his body became like this. Simply put, he was poisoned. At the critical moment, the Golden Heart helped him to refine the poisonous gas and spread it throughout his body. To put it bluntly, Fang Chen's body had become poisonous. He could not come into contact with ordinary people. Once he did, they would die. The poisonous gas in his body was even purer after being refined by the Golden Heart. It could even corrode a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. This, Fang Chen was a little anxious. Now that he had become poisonous, what should he do in the future? However, the information that appeared in his mind mentioned it. Only by cultivating the supreme Tao of poison would the poisonous gas in his body be expelled. Cultivating the Tao of poison? Fang Chen was slightly startled. It seemed that he had to get the other jade pendant. It was obvious that the last token was with the Heaven's Fury Scholar. He is too powerful. How can I get it? Fang Chen was a little helpless. However, Just as Fang Qin was thinking, he suddenly noticed a statue at the front of the small cave. This statue was completely carved out of poisonous crystals. What a huge amount of money! Fang Qin was shocked. The poisonous crystals were too vicious. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist could not resist the poison. However, this statue was actually carved out of poisonous crystals. Needless to say, this statue was the Emperor Poison Cloud. After discovering the statue of the Emperor Poison Cloud, Fang Qin walked to the back of the statue. He bowed 3 times to the statue. No matter what, the Emperor Poison Cloud was an almighty senior and deserved his respect. However, just as Fang Qin finished bowing, suddenly a secret compartment appeared on the palm of the statue. Then 3 elixirs rolled to the ground. Gang-gathering elixir. Seeing the gang-gathering elixir, Fang Qin was extremely excited. He hurriedly picked up the 3 gang-gathering elixirs. Just as he was worrying about how to deal with the Heaven's Fury Scholar, 3 gang-gathering elixirs appeared. A martial artist can only swallow 3 gang-gathering elixirs in his life. It's useless to have more. Fang Qin had already swallowed 1 previously. Now that he had 3, he would eat 2 and keep 1. Thinking of this, Fang Qin sat cross-legged and began swallowing the gang-gathering elixirs. Crunch! 2 gang-gathering elixirs were swallowed by Fang Qin. Suddenly, the vital essence in his qi rolled. The 3rd vital essence was instantly condensed. So fast, Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. The gang-gathering elixir was indeed worthy. After the 3rd vital essence was completely stabilized, the 4th vital essence followed. Fang Qin's face was filled with an excited smile, enjoying the pleasure of his cultivation improvement. Although it was only a 2-stage increase from Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 2 to Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 4. However, it was significant for Fang Qin. After the 4th vital essence was successfully condensed, Fang Qin began to stabilize his cultivation. After half an hour, his cultivation had completely stabilized at Heaven Star Border Stage 4. Fang Qin felt that his body was full of power, especially in his qi, where the 4 vital essences were floating. It was very shocking. Heaven Star Border Stage 4. It was a pity that a martial artist could only swallow 3 gang-gathering elixirs in his life. Otherwise, he could directly raise his cultivation to the peak of the Heaven Star Border Realm. Of course, Fang Qin was just thinking about it. If it was really possible, then the Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists of the major forces would not have a bottleneck. The gang-gathering elixir was most effective in the lower and middle stages of the Heaven Star Border Realm. The higher the cultivation, the weaker the effect. This was because a high cultivation required a large amount of vital essence. Sometimes 1 gang-gathering elixir could not even raise one's cultivation by 1 level. After tidying up his mood, Fang Qin was ready to leave the poison crystal vein. "Boss, how is it?" the little mouse asked with a smile. It's no problem to deal with the blood race ancestor. When he was at Heaven Star Border Stage 2, he could already kill a Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist. Although the higher the cultivation, the stronger the perception. But with Fang Qin's Heaven Star Border Stage 4 cultivation, even if he could not kill a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 martial artist, he could easily suppress them. "Let's go." The little mouse laughed. Fang Qin looked at Xiao Yan's corpse and felt a little sad. He had already discovered it when he woke up. But Xiao Yun was already dead, and he could not save him. Outside the poison crystal vein. After 10 days, the Heaven's Fury Scholar finally found a way to enter the poison crystal vein. Ha ha ha. The Heaven's Fury Scholar laughed and stood up, preparing to enter the poison crystal vein. But at this moment, Fang Qin appeared. Yes, he's not dead. The Heaven's Fury Scholar was also very surprised when he saw Fang Qin. He had been in the poison crystal vein for so long, but he was still alive. "Kid, you're quite lucky," the Heaven's Fury Scholar said coldly. "It's all thanks to you." Fang Chen said indifferently. Along the way, he saw many corpses of the Shao clan. Fang Chen had already guessed that the blood race's ancestor must have ordered the Shao clan to enter the poison crystal vein to search for his corpse. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. After today's battle, the blood race would cease to exist. Hand over the jade pendant and be my slave, and I can spare your life, the Heaven's Fury Scholar said. Dream on. Fang Chen sneered and executed the Sky Demon Sword art. Whoosh! The aura of a Heaven Starboarder stage 4 exploded. The power of the Sky Demon Sword art increased again. 6th level, Soul/Sky. A majestic sword light cut through the sky at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye and slashed towards the Heaven's Fury Scholar. You're courting death. The Heaven's Fury Scholar was enraged. He clenched his fists and punched towards the sword light. Bang! A heavy force came from the sword light and forced the Heaven's Fury Scholar to take a few steps back. Your strength. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's face was gloomy as he looked at the aura that Fang Chen was emitting. Shortly after, he said in a deep voice, You swallowed the energy-gathering pill. It's too late to know now. Fang Chen unleashed the Heavenly Star technique and suppressed the Blood Tribe ancestor with unstoppable force. No, the Blood Race's ancestor executed the poison art. Unfortunately, he hadn't possessed Lin Fan for long, so he could only execute a small part of the poison art. Wu the air was permeated by the poisonous gas and quickly enveloped Fang Chen. The poisonous gas is useless against me. Fang Chen sneered and walked out of the poisonous gas, step by step. Seeing this, the Heaven's Fury Scholar was shocked. He stared at Fang Chen's body and cried out, Poison body! You've cultivated the poison body. No wonder he didn't die in the poison crystal vein. The poison body was the most envied physique for poison Dao cultivators. Why? The blood race's ancestor was unconvinced. Why was Fang Chen able to cultivate the poison body? Die! The blood race's ancestor went crazy and launched a fierce attack. Fang Chen, on the other hand, dealt with it easily. The poison art was useless against him. His star sky technique suppressed the blood race's ancestor with absolute strength. Die! Be it the Heaven's Fury Scholar or the blood race's ancestor. They had completely fallen and disappeared in the long river of history. Bang! The Heaven's Fury Scholar's body exploded. Chapter 1098. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's body had already exploded. A ball of soul light appeared in the sky. It was the remnant soul of the blood kindred ancestor. The surrounding air was filled with blood mist. The remnant soul of the blood kindred ancestor quickly absorbed the blood mist in the air. No. At the same time, he cried out miserably. In the battle between the 3 brothers, both sides had suffered great losses. The other 2 had completely fallen. He was the only one who had used extraordinary means to leave a remnant soul to sleep in the forbidden land of the blood kindred. If the descendants of the blood kindred could find a body that could bear his remnant soul one day, they would be able to awaken him. However, the opportunity really came. The Heaven's Fury Scholar's bloodline was the rare blood wing bloodline. It was the best carrier for the blood kindred ancestor. After being resurrected, the blood kindred ancestor was full of confidence. He thought that he could get the other 2 jade pendants and then obtain his master's inheritance of the poison Dao. However, he never dreamed that he would be defeated by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He was unwilling to accept this. He did not want to give up. There was still a chance. He wanted to fight for it. Whoosh! The Heaven's Fury Scholar's body exploded. The aura of the blood wing bloodline in his blood vessels instantly erupted. As long as he could absorb enough of the blood wing bloodline's aura, his remnant soul would be able to sleep again. Die. Fang Chen would not give him such a chance. He suddenly swung the hidden star, sword in his hand. The 6th level of the Sky Demon Sword art, Sky Cleaving. Crack! The hidden star sword ruthlessly slashed the remnant soul of the blood kindred ancestor and immediately shattered it. Buzz! The remnant soul of the blood kindred ancestor gradually dissipated in the void. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. This sudden turn of events caused the Blood Clan members to be filled with terror. Run! The blood kindred patriarch roared and quickly fled. The heavenly celestial skill burst out, and a huge hand of stars came crashing down abruptly. Pucci! A series of cries of agony could be heard. In a moment, all the blood kindred were dead. Looking at the piles of bones on the ground, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Finally, he took 2 steps and came to the Heaven's Fury Scholar's broken finger. He took away the blood kindred ancestor's interspatial ring. Crash! He opened the interspatial ring and immediately found the last jade pendant. Fang Chen was overjoyed as he put the jade pendant into his interspatial ring. At this moment, the interspatial ring vibrated. Strange sounds came from the interspatial ring. He hurriedly looked into his body and discovered that the 3 jade pendants were attracted to each other and were quickly merging. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen grabbed the 3 pendants that were about to merge into his palm. He stared at the jade pendant fusing. After about an hour, the jade pendants finally fused into one. Crack, however, right at that moment, cracks appeared on the complete jade pendant and it shattered. What happened? While Fang Chen was still in shock, a voice that seemed to travel through time and space came from within the poisonous crystal vein. The shattered jade pendant fragments instantly shot into the poisonous crystal vein. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. Fang Chen was startled, and then he was overjoyed. This voice definitely belonged to Emperor Poison Cloud. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Fang Chen's figure flashed and directly drilled into the poisonous crystal vein. Last time he had been forced to enter, but this time he had entered of his own free will. Fang Chen could feel an aura guiding him. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at the source of the aura. This was the place where Fang Chen was poisoned. At this moment, the small cave was already filled with poisonous gas. The statue of Monarch Poison Cloud at the front suddenly opened its eyes. Fang Chen was shocked. Was this Emperor Poison Cloud's method? It was too shocking. He had been dead for so many years, but he could still leave behind such a method. Emperor Poison Cloud's eyes were filled with purple poisonous gas, which was very terrifying. Before I died, I left behind a trace of intelligence, and I have been waiting for the fated person to appear, Emperor Poison Cloud said slowly. Although his eyes were open, they were a little dull. I don't know which of my 3 disciples has obtained the 3 jade pendants, or if none of them has obtained them. Emperor Poison Cloud had died long ago, and these were just the words he left behind before he died. Therefore, it was impossible to know who had obtained his inheritance. Once the 3 jade pendants fused, they would be able to open the inheritance. No matter who it is, I hope you can carry on my inheritance well, Emperor Poison Cloud said. Finally, before Fang Chen could speak, a vast amount of information drilled into his mind. Fang Chen had a splitting headache as if it was about to explode. However, he endured the pain in his head and carefully read the information in his mind. Buzz. Poison Dao inheritance. Emperor Poison Cloud had imparted his Poison Dao inheritance to Fang Chen. If you want to cultivate my Poison Dao, you must have extraordinary talent. You must not abandon it, or you will not have a good ending. Seeing this sentence, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He continued to read. After a quarter of an hour, he finally finished reading the Poison Dao inheritance. After reading it, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of Emperor Poison Cloud, this Poison Dao inheritance was too exquisite. Unfortunately, he did not have any talent in the Poison Dao. If he had not been forced into the poisonous crystal mine and had the help of the Golden Heart, it would have been impossible for him to cultivate a poison body. There were 2 sides to the poison body. The advantage was that he was no longer afraid of the poison in the poisonous crystal mine. The disadvantage was that the poison gas would fill his body and he would become a poisonous creature. This poison Dao inheritance doesn't seem to be suitable for me. After a long time, Feng Chen said softly, "In the poison Dao inheritance, there was a way to remove the poison in the body." Feng Chen was prepared to use this to remove the poison. As for wasting time to cultivate the poison Dao, he was not prepared to do so. This poison Dao inheritance is a treasure. Even if I don't need it, I can give it to my friends. However, Feng Chen did not know any poison Dao martial artists so far. In the following time, Feng Chen began to refine the poison gas in his body. First, he would refine it, then completely remove it from his body. This process was a long process. However, Feng Chen was not in a hurry. The poison Dao cultivation could not tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. The slightest carelessness would turn him into a poisonous creature. Since ancient times, who knew how many poison cultivators had cultivated themselves to death? After a long time, all the poison gas in Feng Chen's body was being refined at a very slow speed. The 1-month deadline was about to arrive. Feng Chen finally finished refining the poison gas in his body. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The last trace of poison gas in his body dissipated instantly. At the same time, his body vaguely emitted a strange aura that enveloped his body. The poison in the poisonous crystal mine could not get close to him. Success! Seeing this, Feng Chen was overjoyed. After such a long time, the poison gas in his body had finally dissipated. Moreover, he had profited from the disaster and become immune to poison. That's right, immune to poison. The strange aura around his body was the result of cultivating the poison Dao inheritance. The poison in the poisonous crystal mine could not do anything about it. It's really amazing. Feng Chen could not help but exclaim. The trial in the poison cloud secret realm had come to an end. Before entering, his cultivation was only at Heaven Star Border Stage 1. In just a month, his cultivation had increased to Heaven Star Border Stage 4. Of course, this was the effect of consuming the energy gathering pill. The most obvious thing was that the Star Sky technique had reached the transformation realm and was extremely powerful. It's time to go. The current poison cloud secret realm was no longer a challenge to Feng Chen. The 3 clans had been annihilated and he had obtained the poison cloud emperor's inheritance. Looking at the poison cloud secret realm, there was nothing worth staying for. Feng Chen prepared to leave. However, he was stopped by the little mouse. "Boss, there are so many poisonous crystals here. Let's take some before we leave." The little mouse chuckled. He was holding a piece of poisonous crystal in his little paw and was munching on it. Seeing this, Feng Chen was speechless. The heaven-devouring divine rat was really sick. He could even eat the poisonous crystal. "I really want to know what you can't eat," Feng Chen asked. "There are many things that I can't eat." After saying that, he continued to eat the poisonous crystal. After obtaining the poison Dao inheritance, he naturally obtained the method to mine the poisonous crystal mine. These methods were recorded in the information left behind by the Poison Cloud Emperor. Back then, the Poison Cloud Emperor used these poisonous crystals to cultivate the Poison Dao cultivation technique. The poisonous crystal was very precious, especially to the Poison Dao cultivators. My body is now immune to poison. It seems like I can get some poisonous crystal back. Feng Chen grinned. Feng Chen and the little mouse quickly mined the poisonous crystal mine. After obtaining the method to mine the poisonous crystal, the efficiency was very high. In just 1 day, they had mined half of the mine. At this time, the little mouse still wanted more. However, Feng Chen stopped mining. That was because the spatial ring that he had obtained from the Poison Cloud Emperor, which was used to store the poisonous crystal, was full. "Okay, I can't store more even if I mine it." Feng Chen laughed. The little mouse nodded and stopped mining the poison crystals. Feng Qin did a rough calculation. After mining half of the mine, they had mined about 5 million poisonous crystals. If the outside world knew, even the Xia clan's Emperor Xia would be shocked. 5 million poisonous crystals was too valuable. Let's go, Feng Qin said. Voila! Using the true meaning of time and space, Feng Qin appeared outside the poisonous crystal mine. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. Immediately, his expression changed slightly, and he returned to the poisonous crystal mine. Boss! The little mouse was puzzled and chased after him. However, when he returned to the poison crystal vein, he saw his boss walking out of the poison crystal vein with a figure in his arms. She's not dead yet, Feng Qin said to the little mouse. Hearing this, the little mouse was shocked. She was poisoned so deeply, but she was still alive. P.S. Chapter 1099. After careful inspection, he found that Xiao Yu's constitution was somewhat special. In her body, there was a very fierce and overbearing poisonous gas. It was because of the existence of this poisonous gas that Xiao Yu did not die. She was still breathing. For the current Feng Qin, as long as she was still breathing, it would be easy to save her. Could it be that Xiao Yu has a poison constitution? Feng Qin was puzzled. After thinking carefully, Xiao Yu was a descendant of the Xiao clan. Perhaps there was a poison aura hidden in her bloodline. After thinking for a moment, Feng Qin began to treat Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had been poisoned by the poison in the poison crystal stone mine. If she wanted to be treated, she needed to use a special method to expel the poisonous gas. And Feng Qin happened to know this method. Moreover, he had just used it. Hiss! Feng Qin began to treat Xiao Yu. After a while, Xiao Yu's face became a little rosier. Boss, she's fine, the little mouse asked. Feng Qin nodded and placed Xiao Yu on the ground. Although Xiao Yu didn't wake up, her life was no longer in danger. Xiao Yu's body was surrounded by traces of a strange aura. This was because of her constitution. After a while, Xiao Yu opened her eyes. I'm not dead yet. Xiao Yu looked around and was very surprised. She was forced into the poison crystal stone mine and fainted. Why wasn't she dead? However, when she saw Feng Qin, she came to a realization. It must be Big Brother Shui who saved her. Big Brother Shui. Xiao Yu's eyes reddened when she thought of her clan members who had all died in the poison crystal stone mine. She immediately cried. Feng Qin squatted down and comforted Xiao Yu. After a long time, Xiao Yu calmed down. Big Brother Shui, why are you here? Xiao Yu asked in confusion. Feng Qin briefly told Xiao Yu what had happened. After hearing this, Xiao Yu was sad. Except for the Xiao clan members, everyone had died. Rest in peace. You don't have to be sad, Feng Qin comforted. Xiao Yu sat up and looked at Feng Qin with reddened eyes. Brother Shui, thank you for saving me. Actually, I've been hiding something from you. I'm an outsider. Feng Qin revealed his identity. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned and immediately nodded. She had already guessed that Sanguinati's potential was so heaven-defying. However, when Sanguinati said it himself, he was still a little surprised. The annihilation of the Xiao tribe this time around has a lot to do with me. If you wish to leave, I can bring you to the outside world to live, Feng Qin said. Within the Poison Cloud secret realm, the 3 clans had been completely annihilated. If Xiao Yu were here, she would only be sadder. He didn't want to see Xiao Yu sad and wanted to take her away from this troublesome place. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Yu shook her head and refused. This is my hometown. Even if my tribe is no longer here, I will still guard my hometown and spend the rest of my life here. Xiao Yu's attitude was very firm. She had nothing left to live for. Even if she went to the outside world, what could she do? She might as well spend the rest of her life in the ruins of her tribe. Hearing that, Feng Qin didn't try to dissuade her anymore. Perhaps this was the best ending for Xiao Yu. He looked at Xiao Yu and returned to the Xiao tribe. The Xiao tribe had long been turned into a pile of ruins. Xiao Yu's frail body appeared above the ruins. Then she sat down quietly. Just like that, she sat there quietly. There seemed to be endless laughter above the ruins of the Xiao tribe. This was the tribe that had brought her endless joy. Looking at Xiao Yu's back, Feng Qin sighed softly. The annihilation of the Xiao tribe was a huge blow to Xiao Yu. He didn't know if she could get over it. Although he felt guilty toward Xiao Yu, he couldn't stay with her for too long. But he couldn't stay with her forever. He still had a lot of things to do. In the end, Feng Qin took out a jade slip and engraved Emperor Poison Cloud's Poison Dao inheritance on it. Then he came to the ruins. Yu, this is for you. Feng Qin handed the jade slip to Xiao Yu. This is... Xiao Yu's eyes were red and she was very sad. This should belong to the Xiao tribe, Feng Qin said. Xiao Yu took the jade slip and scanned it with her soul spirit. She was shocked. This is the Poison Dao inheritance. As the Sky Poison Daoist, Xiao Yu could tell at a glance that this Poison Dao inheritance was extraordinary. Although she didn't know where the Poison Dao inheritance came from, she was extremely shocked. This is the Poison Cloud Emperor's inheritance. You are more suitable for it. After saying that, Feng Qin took out a gang-gathering elixir. This was the only remaining gang-gathering elixir. He handed it to Xiao Yu. This is for you too. Brother Shui. Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't help but cry. Feng Qin patted Xiao Yu's shoulder gently and said softly, "The path of martial Dao is extremely difficult. You will lose a lot in this process. If you want to protect your family and friends, you have to increase your strength." This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. This was a world where martial arts were respected. If one's strength was weak, they would always be looked down upon and their lives would be in danger at any time. If one wanted to gain the respect of others, they had to increase their strength. Speak with a pair of iron fists. In the end, Feng Qin left. After hearing Feng Qin's words, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Brother Shui, I definitely won't let you down. Xiao Yu's fair hand held the jade slip and the gang-gathering elixir. She wiped the tears on her face and said in a deep voice, what Feng Qin didn't know was that his actions would make a peerless expert of the Poison Dao a long time later. Xiao Yu's name would resound throughout the world in the years to come. Of course, this was a story for later. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yu, Feng Qin returned the way he came from. On the way, he passed by the Sword Cloud Star Sovereign's thatched hut and finally returned to the starting point. Although it was only a month of training, only Feng Qin knew the twists and turns in it. Fortunately, he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have died in the Poison Cloud's secret realm. Opportunities often coexisted with danger. Feng Qin's gains from this training were not small. After consuming 3 gang-gathering elixirs, his cultivation base rose to Heaven Star Border Stage 4. He had also cultivated the Heavenly Star skill to perfection, and his strength had skyrocketed. Now, in the Black Heaven sect, even the Armored Commander was no match for Feng Qin. Even the Silver Armored Commander might not be able to defeat him. This was the magnificent transformation of a genius. Outside Black Heaven sect, 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 5 superforces. There were already 4 super sects young prodigies who had lost to the royal family. And now the royal family had arrived at the Black Heaven sect. In the Black Heaven sect square, there was a martial arts stage where 2 martial artists were fighting fiercely. On the rostrum sat the Black Heaven sect's upper echelons and the royal family's powerhouse. Black Heaven sect master, your Black Heaven sect's younger generation is only SOSO. The royal family's powerhouse grinned. The Black Heaven sect master stared at the martial arts stage without saying a word. The vice sect master at the side wanted to say something, but stopped. Bang! Just as the royal family's powerhouse finished speaking, the battle on the martial arts stage also ended. The royal family's younger generation had defeated the Black Heaven sect's martial artist. Who else? The royal family's powerhouse said in a deep voice. Suddenly, someone leaped onto the martial arts stage and fought with the royal family's young martial artist. Time passed by bit. As the battles ended one after another, the Black Heaven sect's upper echelons looked gloomy. After the battles began, the Black Heaven sect only won one battle, and it was a Pyrrhic victory. In the other battles, they lost to the royal family's young martial artist. And this was under the premise that the supreme prodigy of the royal family, Xiaosheng, did not make a move. For a super sect like the Black Heaven sect, those under 100 years old were all part of the younger generation. But now, the junior commanders were all defeated. The armored commanders were all defeated. The silver armored commanders were all defeated as well. The one fighting now was the golden armored commander. The Black Heaven sect had a strict hierarchy. The junior commanders were almost all at Heaven Star Border Stage 6. The armored commanders were at Heaven Star Border Stage 7. The silver armored commanders were at Heaven Star Border Stage 8. As for the golden armored commanders, they were all at Heaven Star Border Stage 9. Some were even at the peak of Heaven Star Border Stage 9. The appearance of the golden armored commander finally saved some face for the Black Heaven sect. They won 5 battles in a row. Trash. In the royal family's area, Xiaosheng closed his eyes and said coldly. Everyone knew that Xiaosheng was angry. Bang! In the 6th battle, a royal family's powerhouse made a move and defeated the golden armored commander with lightning speed. After that, it was a back-and-forth tug-of-war. If Xiaosheng didn't come out, it wouldn't be easy to completely crush the younger generation of the Black Heaven sect. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and noon came. At this time, the battle was about to come to an end. The golden armored commander of the Black Heaven sect, Fan Feiying, defeated a powerful young member of the royal family. Xiaosheng, come up and fight. Fan Feiying stared at Xiaosheng and said coldly, as long as she defeated Xiaosheng, she would be able to defeat the younger generation of the royal family. Xiaosheng still had his eyes closed and didn't take Fan Feiying seriously at all. On the rostrum, the royal family's powerhouse didn't look good. Fan Feiying is no match for Xiaosheng, the royal family's powerhouse said. How do you know if you don't try? The Black Heaven sect master said faintly. He had already noticed Xiaosheng's strength. In the Black Heaven sect, it was almost impossible for the younger generation to defeat Xiaosheng. Fan Feiying was one of the best among the golden armored commanders. Her strength was tyrannical and had reached the peak of Heaven Star Border Stage 9. However, he didn't think highly of Fan Feiying. He only hoped that she wouldn't lose too badly. When Fan Feiying challenged Xiaosheng, Fang Qin happened to appear in the Poison Cloud secret realm. In the Forbidden Area, the Guardian Elder opened the Poison Cloud secret realm. When he saw Sanguinati appear, the Guardian Elder's expression changed slightly. Fang Chen caught the Guardian Elder's expression and said, Guardian Elder, I saw Heaven's Wrath Scholar in the Poison Cloud secret realm. Hearing this, the Guardian Elder was extremely anxious. Chapter 1100. The Black Heaven sect had strict rules, especially when it came to guarding the mystic realm. The Poisonous Cloud mystic realm was a relatively important mystic realm that was completely controlled by the Black Heaven sect. Outsiders were not allowed to enter without permission. The Guardian Elder shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the Poisonous Cloud mystic realm, but he allowed the Heaven's Fury Scholar to enter. Once Fang Chen reported this matter, the Guardian Elder would definitely be punished and might even be expelled from the Black Heaven sect. Without the Black Heaven sect's protection, his enemies would not let him go. Thinking of this, the Guardian Elder's face was filled with a complicated expression. The red-bearded Elder took advantage of his carelessness and let the Heaven's Fury Scholar into the mystic realm. He had no choice but to tell the truth. He thought that Sanguinati would definitely die in the Poisonous Cloud mystic realm if the red-bearded Elder took action. Who would have thought that not only did Sanguinati know the truth, but he also walked out of the poisonous cloud mystic realm alive? At this moment, the guardian elder was in a difficult position. If you don't tell me, I'll assume that you're the mastermind. You should know the consequences of this matter. Fang Qin continued to threaten. After weighing the pros and cons, the guardian elder gritted his teeth and made a decision. Sanguinati, this matter has nothing to do with me. I was also forced. The guardian elder said, "It's the red-bearded elder. He took advantage of the fact that I closed the mystic realm and forced the Heaven's Fury Scholar into it. I couldn't stop him. The red-bearded elder came to threaten me one after another. I couldn't do anything about it." The guardian elder confessed everything to Fang Qin. Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. As expected, someone was behind this. However, he had never met the red-bearded elder before. Why did he want to kill him? Could it be because of the Heaven's Fury Scholar? For a moment, Fang Qin could not figure it out. Sanguinati, you must keep this a secret for me. I don't want to. The guardian elder was very worried about the Black Heaven sect's punishment. After telling the details to Fang Qin, the latter knew that this matter had nothing to do with the guardian elder. Then he did not pursue the matter. He secretly made a note of the red-bearded elder. "Don't do it again," Fang Qin said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, Sanguinati. I'll be careful," the guardian elder said. Fang Qin nodded and was about to leave. "You don't need to return to the Celestial Ceiling Palace. All the martialists are on the Mystic Sky Square right now." "Why?" Fang Qin turned elder. Only when something important happened would they gather at the Xiantian Square. "The younger generation of the royal family is challenging the younger generation of the Black Heaven sect," the guardian elder said. Although he had long heard of the royal family, this was the first time he had come into contact with one up close. Seeing Fang Qin's confusion, in order to curry favor with Fang Qin, the guardian elder told Fang Qin everything that had happened in the Poison Cloud secret realm, Flamewing Hall, Dallas Hall, Pillview Hall, and Green Spirit sect. The younger generation of the four super sect had all been defeated by the Imperials. Now, the Imperial family had come to challenge the younger generation of the Black Heaven sect. If the Black Heaven sect lost, then the younger generation of the Imperials would completely crush the younger generation of the five super forces. Interesting. The corners of Fang Qin's mouth curled up into a smile. Then, with a leap, he disappeared from the forbidden area. Looking at Sanguinati's disappearing figure, the guardian elder's face was filled with bitterness. Xiantian Square. Everyone's eyes were focused on the martial arts practice stage. This was the most eye-catching battle, and it was also the last battle for the Mystic Sky Sect's glory. Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th Layer Fan Feiying against Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng ignored Fan Feiying's challenge. He believed that Fan Feiying was not enough for him to make a move. "Xia Sheng, other than you, all the younger generation of the Imperials have been defeated by me. Are you going to be a coward?" Fan Feiying deliberately provoked Xia Sheng, trying to get Xia Sheng to fight. This battle was of great importance. Fan Feiying did not dare to be careless. Crash! At a certain moment, Xia Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, and a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. Then he leaped onto the martial arts practice stage. Xia Sheng was dressed in white, and no aura was emitted from his body. He stood on the martial arts practice stage as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Xia Sheng is very strong. On the rostrum, the Black Heaven sect master said in a deep voice. The vice sect master also frowned slightly. It seemed that Fan Feiying's chances of winning were slim. How is it? The younger generation of the Imperials is not bad, right? The Imperials expert grinned. Xia Sheng was a rare genius of the Imperials, and the Xia clan had used all their resources to nurture him. They had allowed him to reach the peak of the Heaven Dipper tier before he was 100 years old. He was only one step away from reaching the half-step Heavenly Body tier. With such strength, No one in the younger generation of Clear Sky Island could match him. The 3 palaces and 2 sects are as famous as the Imperials, but they don't live up to their name. Xia Sheng said indifferently, his face full of indifference. It was as if this was not a battle at all. From this, one could see Xia Sheng's confidence in himself. Even Lu Kuang of the Daoist Palace had lost to him, let alone the Black Heaven sect. Xia Sheng, don't underestimate me, Fan Feiying said coldly. The aura around him surged, and the 9 thick strands of vital essence in his qi si spun rapidly. The terrifying power of vital essence was about to burst out. Fan Feiying had already entered a state of preparation. As long as the referee gave the order, he would attack without mercy. Facing Xia Sheng, Fan Feiying did not dare to relax. Seeing this, Xia Sheng sneered. You've already lost. Xia Sheng's voice spread throughout the Black Heaven Square. All the martial artists of the Black Heaven sect lowered their heads, unable to bear to see the cruel situation. The Black Heaven sect master and deputy sect master also nodded helplessly. Indeed, as Xia Sheng said, Fan Feiying had already lost. He had lost in terms of momentum, in terms of mentality, and in terms of confidence. Xia Sheng was full of confidence, but Fan Feiying was not. This was the difference, an insurmountable gap. Even so, Fan Feiying would not admit defeat so easily. He was the Black Heaven sect's last hope. Whether or not he could break the Imperial's conspiracy depended on this. Therefore, even if he had to fight to the death, he could not lose. Xia Sheng finished the battle quickly. The Imperials on the rostrum reminded him. Xia Sheng nodded and walked toward Fan Feiying step by step. The battle begins. With the referee's order, the terrifying power of vital essence in Fan Feiying's qi si burst out like a tide. Then, Fan Feiying used his most powerful technique, eagle leg. Bam! Bam! Fan Feiying's figure leaped and her legs danced in the air. Streaks of afterimages, carrying terrifying vital spirit, instantly blasted toward Xia Sheng. Too weak. Seeing this, Xia Sheng was still calm. When Fan Feiying's eagle leg was about to hit Xia Sheng made his move. Bam! It was a simple punch, but it had easily neutralized Fan Feiying's powerful attack. At the same time, it also sent Fan Feiying flying. Bam! Fan Feiying's body was sent flying like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be? How could Xia Sheng be so strong? He could not even withstand one move from Xia Sheng. One punch. With just one punch, he defeated Fan Feiying, the strongest martial artist of the Black Heaven sect's younger generation. How violent was that? The Black Heaven Square and the Black Heaven sect's area were dead silent. All the martial artists lowered their heads. This was a disgrace to the Black Heaven sect. On the other hand, the members of the imperial family were relatively calm. It was as if they had already expected the result and were not surprised at all. Xia Sheng retracted his fist and looked down at Fan Feiying. Your strength is far inferior to Lu Kuang's. Fan Feiying almost vomited when he heard this. On the rostrum, the Black Heaven sect master and the Vice sect master shook their heads helplessly. Black Heaven sect master, it seems that the imperial family has won the battle of the younger generation, the imperial family elite said with a smile. Xia Sheng is very strong, the Black Heaven sect master praised. Although they had lost, they should still be magnanimous. The Black Heaven sect master had a high opinion of Xia Sheng. It was only a matter of time before this person stepped into the heavenly body tier. In the future, he might even surpass the heavenly body tier. The younger generation of the Black Heaven sect has lost. It's time for the imperial family to leave. The imperial family elite stood up and smiled at the Black Heaven sect master. The moment Xia Sheng made his move, it indicated that the imperial family had won. After winning 3 palaces and 2 sects in a row, the imperial family's prestige was at its peak. Thinking of this, the imperial family elite grinned. When Fan Feiying was defeated, Fang Qin had quietly arrived at the edge of the Black Heaven Square. Xia Sheng's strength really surprised Fang Qin. He's really powerful. As expected of a genius that the imperial family had spent all their resources to cultivate, Xia Sheng walked down from the martial arts arena. The younger generation of the imperial family gathered together and prepared to leave. There's still a younger generation of the Black Heaven sect who hasn't fought. A delicate voice resounded through the square. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, who was dressed in a green dress, had a fresh and refined temperament. Even Xia Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw her. There was actually such a beautiful woman in the Black Heaven sect. This trip to the Black Heaven sect was not in vain. Qingqing, the vice sect master whispered. Oh, could it be that there's a younger generation of the Black Heaven sect who's more powerful than Fan Feiying? The imperial family elite looked at Bai Qingqing mockingly. The Black Heaven sect master and vice sect master already knew who the younger generation that Bai Qingqing was talking about was. However, what was the use of him coming back? Bai Qingqing was also speechless when she was questioned by the imperial family elite. When she heard what the imperial family elite said just now, she blurted it out in a fit of anger. After saying that, she remembered that although Sanguinati's potential was heaven-defying, he couldn't be compared to Xia Sheng. Bai Qingqing wanted to say something, but stopped. She clenched her fair hands tightly. Chapter 1101. At this moment, Bai Qingqing was completely enraged by the royal family's words. Although the royal family was powerful, they shouldn't kick someone when they were down. There's a peerless genius in the Black Sky sect. His potential isn't any weaker than Xia Sheng's. Bai Qingqing snorted. Obviously, the royal family didn't believe her. He entered a secret realm a month ago and hasn't come out yet. Although his cultivation isn't high, his potential is heaven-defying, Bai Qingqing continued. The royal family's powerhouse immediately rejected Bai Qingqing's words. Impossible. I don't believe that there's someone in the younger generation with a higher potential than Xia Sheng in Sky Pass Island. The royal family's powerhouse shook his head. Xia Sheng, who was below, had a look of disdain on his face. How dare he compete with Xia Sheng in terms of talent? Was he courting death? You. Bai Qingqing was furious, but she didn't know what to say. Miss Qingqing. At this moment, a gentle voice entered Bai Qingqing's ears. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened when she heard the voice. She turned to the crowd in disbelief. Fang Chen walked out from the crowd. You're back? Bai Qingqing asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and bowed to the sect master and vice sect master before walking to Bai Qingqing's side. On the main stage, the Black Sky sect master and vice sect master's eyes lit up when they saw Fang Chen. If they remembered correctly, this kid's cultivation was still in the first stage of the Heaven Star Border Realm a month ago. He actually stepped into the 4th stage of the Heaven Star Border Realm after not seeing him for a month. Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 4? Is this your so-called peerless genius? The royal family's powerhouse laughed out loud. His words were filled with disdain. The younger generation of the royal family below laughed out loud. How dare this trash call himself a genius? Anyone of the younger generation of the royal family can easily suppress him. If his potential is higher than senior brother Xia Sheng's, I'll kill myself right here. Trash, what a disgrace. The younger generation of the royal family spouted trash talk. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Turning to look at the imperial clan's area, he said calmly, Is the dignified imperial clan of Heavenspan Island so lacking in manners? Fang Chen's words enraged the younger generation of the royal family even more. Everyone was agitated and wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Why does it seem like the Black Heaven sect doesn't want to admit defeat. The royal powerhouse frowned and asked in a deep voice. Just as the sect master and the vice sect master were about to speak, Fong Qin beat them to it. I'm also a member of the Black Heaven sect, and I also meet the standards of the younger generation, but I didn't participate. Fong Qin smiled and said, You just said that the younger generation of the Black Heaven sect lost to the royal family. I want to correct you. Not all of them, just most of them. Fong Qin smiled at the sovereign family expert. This caused the Xiantian sect master and vice sect master to go missing. Bai Qingqing tugged at Fong Qin's sleeve, hinting at Fong Qin not to go against the sovereign family. She had only brought up Sanguinati because she was so angry just now. She just wanted to provoke the royal family. She didn't expect Sanguinati to really come back. Fong Qin turned his head and signaled to Bai Qingqing that he was fine. Then he stepped onto the martial arts stage in front of everyone's eyes. I, Sanguinati, am here to represent the Black Heaven sect and officially challenge the younger generation of the royal family. If anyone is not convinced, come up. Fong Qin's words were very arrogant. Boom! In the royal family area, everyone was eager to teach Fong Qin a lesson. This is an arrogant guy. Let me teach you a lesson. A Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artists from the royal family stepped onto the stage to fight with Fong Qin. You're no match for me, Fong Qin said bluntly. Kid, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artist said angrily. Fong Qin spread out his hands when he heard this, expressing his helplessness. Immediately the battle began. One punch. It was a simple punch. It seemed to be deliberately imitating Xiaosheng. In their eyes, the weak trash sent a Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artist flying with one punch. Dong the Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artist fell heavily to the ground. This scene infuriated the members of the royal family even more. Damn it! Imitating Xiaosheng and defeating the royal family was a provocation to Xiaosheng. In the royal family area, Xiaosheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Fong Qin. He didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. And the Heaven Star border stage 8 martial artist had already jumped onto the martial arts stage. Kid, although you can fight across realms, I will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life, the Heaven Star border stage 8 martial artist said coldly. Too weak. Fong Qin seemed to be deliberately provoking the royal family martial artist. Immediately, the battle began again. The sudden change made the Black Heaven sect master and vice sect master a little stunned. They vaguely felt that Sanguinati dared to do this because he had a trump card. Could it be that he really wasn't afraid of Xiaosheng? Thinking of this, the two powerhouses vaguely had a trace of expectation in their hearts. Sanguinati's strong return completely drove the momentum of the Black Heaven sect. The junior commander, iron armored commander, silver armored commander, and even the golden armored commander were all cheering for the blood sword saint. Bang! After Sanguinati sent the Heaven Star border stage 8 martial artists flying, everyone shouted, Sanguinati, good job. In the Black Heaven sect, many martial artists had smiles on their faces. Although they knew that Sanguinati couldn't defeat Xiaosheng, they were very happy to humiliate the royal family like this. One after another, the royal family powerhouses were defeated by Fong Qin. Finally, the Heaven Star border stage 9 martial artist couldn't help but make a move. However, at this moment, Fong Qin spoke. Let's decide the winner in one battle. Fong Qin looked at Xiaosheng and asked. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Was this a challenge to Xiaosheng? Heaven Star border stage 4, challenging Xiaosheng, who was at the peak of the Heaven Star border stage. Was this courting death? The members of the royal family looked at Fong Qin as if they were looking at an idiot. Xiaosheng said with a smile, Let's decide the winner in one battle. It seemed that Xiaosheng didn't want to waste any more time. After defeating this person, the the royal family's mission this time would be completed successfully. While Xia Sheng came to the martial arts practice platform. "You're too weak," Xia Sheng said. "You're weaker than me, a Heaven Star Border Stage for martial artist who can easily defeat an Heaven Star Border Stage 8 martial artist. And you, a Heaven Star Border Stage 9, can you defeat a Heavenly Body Stage for martial artist?" Fang Qin sneered and asked in return, "Is it interesting to show off?" Xia Sheng asked instead of getting angry. "A Heaven Star Border Stage 4 against an Heaven Star Border Stage 8 and a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 against a Heavenly Body Stage 4, although there was a difference of 4 minor levels. However, the gap between them was thousands of miles. Xia Sheng was so powerful that he didn't care about being arrogant in the face of a Heavenly Body Stage elite. "If I were at the same cultivation level as you, I would completely crush you," Fang Qin said arrogantly. Facing Fang Qin's arrogance, Xia Sheng was angry. In the royal family area, many of the younger generation also roared. Senior brother Xia Sheng sent him flying with one punch. "Such a trash!" Senior brother Xia Sheng is already giving him a lot of face by making a move. 3 moves, at most 3 moves, senior brother Xia Sheng will definitely be able to defeat him. The 3 martial artists on the rostrum were silent. They didn't know what this Sanguinati was up to. "Unfortunately, we're not at the same cultivation level. The current situation is that I can completely crush you," Xia Sheng said with a smile. However, his smile was filled with killing intent. If it was any other time, a Heaven Star Border Stage for Ant would have been killed by him with one punch. This was the Black Sky Sect, so he had to endure it. However, this person was really too despicable. "You only know how to suppress people with your cultivation level," Fang Qin said. He was deliberately provoking Xia Sheng. Sure enough, killing intent appeared all over Xia Sheng's body when he heard this. "One move. If I don't defeat you, it'll be my Xia Sheng's loss." This was Xia Sheng's confidence. He only needed one move to deal with people of lower cultivation levels. Among the younger generation of Clear Sky Island, no one could force Lu Kuang from the Dallas Palace to make a second move. Even Fan Feiying couldn't. Not to mention this Heaven Star Border Stage for trash in front of him. "One move, huh? I'd like to see how you can defeat me with one move." When Fang Qin heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered. Wang Xia Sheng made his move. He clenched his fist, and 9 streaks of astral essence rushed out from his Qi Si and drilled into his fist. "Huh!" Xia Sheng roared. His fist was like the Grim Reaper, and it quickly arrived in front of Fang Qin. Facing Xia Sheng, Fang Qin didn't dare to be careless. The perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme, and the terrifying king's sword Qi wrapped his body tightly. Then he displayed the Sky Demon sword art and the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. Whoosh! The Sky Demon sword art cut through the sky. The dazzling sword light collided with Xia Sheng's fist. With a crack, the sword light shattered. "Trash!" Xia Sheng spat out 2 words. Xia Sheng's fist, carrying a vast and boundless power, whistled through the air. 5 Thunder Calamity technique. The soul of an early blue level instantly raged out, quickly forming a terrifying thunderbolt light. Crack! Before the thunderbolt light could get close to Xia Sheng's fist, it was smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, Fang Qin's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He had achieved his goal. He didn't make any more moves. Instead, he controlled the perfect sword body and waited for Xia Sheng's fist to arrive. On the rostrum, the powerhouse of the royal family sneered in disdain. The Black Heaven sect master and the deputy sect master sighed slightly. Although Sanguinati surprised them, compared to Xia Sheng, the gap was too big. Below the martial arts arena, Bai Qingqing clenched her fists, a little worried about Sanguinati. Boom! A simple and violent punch hit Fang Qin's body. Suddenly, Fang Qin's body flew out. However, as his body flew out, Fong Qin struggled to activate the true meaning of time and space, slightly changing the trajectory of his body. Finally, his body crashed into the edge of the martial arts arena, almost falling off the arena. Crack! All the bones in his body made a sound. Fong Chen was severely injured. You lost. Xia Sheng's voice drifted over. However, at this moment, it's you who lost. Fong Chen stood up with difficulty, covered in blood, and looked at Xia Sheng a little shakily. Xia Sheng frowned. You said that if you can't defeat me in one move, it's your loss. The supreme prodigy of the royal family, Xia Sheng, is going back on your words? Fong Chen's voice was very weak. My body is still on the martial arts arena, and I still have the strength to fight, Fong Chen continued. He said all this just to prove himself. Xia Sheng lost. On the other side of the martial arts arena, Xia Sheng clenched his fists. Chapter 1102. Sanguinati was covered in blood, but he was extremely determined. He stood shakily at the edge of the martial arts arena, as if he could fall off at any time. But he was persevering. Even if he had to bleed to the last drop of blood, he had to persevere. This was the glory of a martial artist and a swordsman. Did Xia Sheng really lose? At this moment, everyone remembered what Xia Sheng said before the battle began. If I don't defeat you in one move, I, Xia Sheng, will admit defeat. These words were still echoing in his ears. And now, Xia Sheng failed to defeat Sanguinati in one move. Xia Sheng clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. On the rostrum, the powerhouses of the royal family looked solemn as if they were waiting for Xia Sheng to speak. The Xiantian sect master and the deputy sect master almost laughed out loud. If they still didn't know Sanguinati's plan by now, they would have lived in vain for hundreds of years. From the beginning, Xia Sheng had fallen into Sanguinati's trap. What Sanguinati took advantage of was Xia Sheng's confidence and Xia Sheng's pride. With Sanguinati's strength, he was definitely no match for Xia Sheng. Therefore, he defeated several martial artists of the royal family and then provoked Xia Sheng, successfully provoking Xia Sheng's anger. After that, they made a promise of one move. Now, everyone was waiting for Xia Sheng to speak. I've lost. In front of everyone, Xia Sheng said word by word in a deep voice. His words were full of anger, but he was restraining it. If he couldn't restrain his anger and forced a move at this time, he would be laughed at by everyone. Xia Sheng had his own pride. He couldn't go back on his words, even if he cared about this victory. However, a loss was a loss. He underestimated Sanguinati's defense. He didn't send him flying with one punch. This was Xia Sheng's mistake. Xia Sheng stared at Sanguinati and said in a cold voice, I will personally take back the humiliation of this hunt. After Xia Sheng finished speaking, he turned around and left. When the royal powerhouses saw this, they also cupped their hands at the Black Heaven sect master and vice sect master before leaving in a hurry. Everyone knew that Xia Sheng had not actually lost. However, he had his own pride. Since he couldn't defeat Sanguinati in one move, he admitted defeat. Not long after, all the members of the royal family left the Black Heaven sect. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the Xiantian square. Sanguinati defeated Xia Sheng, although he had used some despicable means, he had won in the end. Sanguinati had broken the undefeated record of the royal family's younger generation. Haha, this brat. Sect Master Xiantian also grinned. He liked Sanguinati more and more. Not only did this brat have incredible potential, but he was also very mature. He was able to come up with such a plan and put it into action in such a short time. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely not have the courage to challenge Xia Sheng. Good, very good. The vice sect master even stroked his beard and grinned. Behind the rostrum, the red-bearded elder looked at Fong Qin with a complicated expression. Since Sanguinati could return safely, it seemed that Heaven's Fury Scholar had died in the poisonous cloud's secret realm. With such great potential, I can't let you live, the red-bearded elder thought to himself. Since Sanguinati had returned, he must have known that Heaven's Fury Scholar had entered the poisonous cloud's secret realm. Since they had already become enemies, they had to get rid of him. When Fong Chen walked down from the martial arts arena, Bai Qingqing walked over first. She grabbed Fong Chen's arm with her fair little hand and was extremely excited. Sanguinati, good job. Sanguinati, you've successfully defended the dignity of the Black Heaven sect. Sanguinati, you're too strong. Many disciples cheered. The entire Black Heaven sect was bustling. Outside the Black Heaven sect, the royals looked gloomy and the atmosphere was very solemn. Xia Sheng walked at the front and exuded a solemn and angry aura. No one dared to take the initiative to talk to Xia Sheng. A furious Xia Sheng was very scary. After a long time, the royals came to Xia Sheng's side. Xia Sheng, you didn't lose this battle, the royals said softly. Xia Sheng did not say anything and continued to walk forward. He, Xia Sheng, would definitely take back this humiliation with his own hands. The next time they met, he would definitely tear that brat into pieces. The royals felt regretful. He was only one step away from crushing the younger generation of the 3 palaces and 2 sects. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by that brat in the end? A Heaven Star border stage for brat had tricked Xia Sheng and the royals. Damn it! The royals said in a deep voice. The matter of the royals' younger generation challenging the 3 palaces and 2 sects had come to an end. Although the royals did not get what they wanted in the end, the 5 super sect saw the royals' foundation clearly. The 5 super sect did their best to nurture the younger generation. Inside the Black Heaven sect, after dismissing the disciples, only the sect master, vice sect master, and Bai Qingqing were left in the Black Heaven square. Originally, the sect master wanted Bai Qingqing to go back, but the latter acted coquettishly and refused to leave. The sect master did not say anything else. The 3 of them looked at Sanguinati at the same time. Sanguinati. Suddenly the sect master spoke. You did well this time. I'm a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. This is what I should do. Fong Qin said. The sect master placed his palm on Sanguinati's shoulder. Immediately, waves of astral energy were injected into his body. The sect master personally treated Sanguinati's injuries. After a while, Sanguinati's injuries were much better. Thank you, sect master. Fong Qin cupped his hands and thanked the sect master. The sect master waved his hand and said, You don't have to thank me. I can't thank you enough. Sanguinati's battle was very important to the Black Heaven sect. Although it was not a glorious victory in the end, it was still a victory. Moreover, it was a Heaven Star border stage for martial artists who defeated Xia Sheng. Sanguinati had won glory for the Black Heaven sect. Sanguinati, you did well this time. The Black Heaven sect will definitely reward you handsomely. The vice sect master smiled. At the side, Bai Qingqing's eyes moved slightly as she stared at Fong Qin. The sect master threw a golden token to Fong Qin and said, From today onwards, you are the golden armor commander of the Fengtian Palace. Sanguinati had jumped from a junior commander to a golden armor commander. He had created a new record in the history of the Black Heaven sect. Of course, it was unprecedented for a Heaven Star border stage for martial artists to be a golden armor commander. Congratulations, Bai Qingqing said with a smile. Fong Qin held the golden token in his hand and did not decline. He cupped his hands and thanked the sect master. The higher the status, the more resources. For the current Fong Qin, what he lacked the most was resources. Becoming a golden armor commander meant that he could obtain a large amount of resources. Being a golden armor commander has a lot of authority. You can take your time to study it. The sect master finished and prepared to leave. As for your reward, you will know in a few days. The sect master and vice sect master turned and left. The 2 big shots of the Black Heaven sect had personally spoken to a disciple. This was enough to make Sanguinati proud. If it was an ordinary golden armor commander, they would not be able to do this. In the end, only Bai Qingqing and Sanguinati were left in the Black Heaven Square. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved slightly and said, "You have stolen the limelight." Fong Qin chuckled. "I was right about you." Bai Qingqing continued. Fong Qin spread out his hands and suddenly thought of something. He immediately asked, "Oh, right, Miss Qingqing." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai Qingqing. "Your current status is not much different from mine. You can call me Qingqing." Bai Qingqing said. Fong Chen was stunned and immediately said, "Qingqing." Bai Qingqing laughed heartily when she heard that. "What is the hunting war that Xia Sheng mentioned?" Fong Chen was a little puzzled. According to Xia Sheng, it seemed that the two of them would meet in the hunting war. Fong Chen had to pay attention to provoking a powerful enemy like Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng was different from ordinary Heaven Dipper Realm stage 9 martial artists. He had great potential and strength. Facing Xia Sheng, Fong Chen also felt the pressure. The reason why he was able to defeat Xia Sheng this time was entirely because of the one-move agreement. However, even with that being the case, Xia Sheng's punch was still ridiculously powerful. If it were not for the Sky Demon Sword art and 5 Thunder Calamity technique that consumed some of Xia Sheng's strength, and the perfect sword physique, there was no way to resist the sharpness. This guy was very terrifying. Actually, even if I don't say it, you have to know. Bai Qingqing slowly said, "The hunting war is a major event on Clear Sky Island that will affect the entire island. The hunting war. It was jointly organized by 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. All the forces on Clear Sky Island could participate in this event. Every sect's young prodigies would enter the hunting war and participate in the hunting war. Although it was to train the young disciples, it was also a competition between the various sects. Whoever won the first place in the hunting war, their sect would be able to obtain a lot of resources and even control some powerful secret realms. The hunting war was also a ranking between the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. It was held once every 10 years. It had been more than 9 years since the last hunting war ended. There were still a few months before the hunting war began. This time, the young generation of the royal family went around challenging the 3 palaces and 2 sects to warm up for the hunting war. The real focus was the hunting war that would be held a few months later, a competition between the young prodigies of the entire Clear Sky Island. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could already imagine how lively the hunting war would be. The hunting war is an independent space where there are countless ferocious demonic beasts. The young prodigies enter to kill the demonic beasts and obtain their demonic cores. According to the ranking of the demonic cores, those who can enter the top 10 will receive a lot of rewards. Bai Qingqing's eyes were burning when she talked about the hunting war. What about the first place? Fong Chen asked. Chapter 1103. Today, I woke up with a hangover. This feeling is too uncomfortable. I feel dizzy and can't go to work. I can't even write. Xianrong, I'll take a rest. Today's update will be at night. Chapter 1104. The hunting war gathered all the talented martial artists in the entire Tongtian Island. Some of the disciples of the experts who lived in seclusion all year round would also graduate. Moreover, the hunting war attracted the attention of all the experts in the entire Tongtian Island. Whoever could stand out in the hunting war would definitely become an indomitable expert in the future. Furthermore, if one were to obtain first place, they would be rewarded handsomely. Although Bai Qingqing did not say what the reward would be. However, Fong Chen was very excited when he heard about the top 10 rewards. The hunting war would begin in a few months. This was an opportunity. Bai Qingqing simply congratulated Fong Chen and left. Fong Chen began to study the privileges of the Golden Armor Commander. In the Fengtian Palace, Fong Chen walked on the tree-lined avenue and met countless martial artists who all greeted Fong Chen. Even some of the silver armor commanders and golden armor commanders from the Fengtian sect came to befriend Fang Qin. It was the first time in the history of the Black Sky sect that a junior commander directly became a golden armor commander. Although Fang Qin's cultivation was very weak now, everyone knew that. A martial artist who could withstand Xia Sheng's attack as a Heaven Dipper realm level 4 martial artist was definitely not mediocre. In these few days, Fang Qin had been studying the privileges of the Golden Armor Commander. This research really gave him a big shock. The privileges of the Golden Armor Commander and the Junior Commander were simply unimaginable. This Golden Armored Commander sure has a lot of privileges. Fang Qin grinned. After a few days of research, he concluded the following points. Firstly, the Golden Armor Commander had a very high status in the Black Sky sect. To be able to become a Golden Armor Commander, his potential must be very high. Under normal circumstances, even the high-level elders' potential might not be as high as the Golden Armor Commander. In fact, Fang Qin did not care about the status. What he really cared about was the benefits that came with the status. Therefore, the second point was that all the good resources in the Black Sky sect leaned towards the Golden Armor Commander. Speaking of resources, there were a few that made Fang Qin's heart move. For example, the Valley of Swords. In the history of the Black Heaven sect, there were many amazing people. There were even some martial artists who became the top powerhouses of Heavenspan Island. Among these people, there were a few sword cultivators. Before one of the sword cultivators passed away, he returned to the Black Heaven sect and founded the Sword Valley. Within the Valley of Swords, there was a terrifying sword chi. It was suitable for sword cultivators to temper their own sword chi and improve their sword Dao cultivation. There was also the Bone Pagoda, a good place to temper the body. There were also some relatively good cultivation places that ordinary martial artists could not enter in the past. There were even some places that the Silver Armored Commander was not qualified to enter. This was the benefit of being a Golden Armored Commander. After thinking for a long time, Fang Qin wanted to go to the Valley of Swords to take a look. Sword Valley, on a certain mountain peak of the Xiantian sect. The peak of this mountain was extremely huge. The Sword Valley was located at the peak of the mountain and was guarded by elders. Sanguinati. This elder had also heard of Sanguinati's name and was very friendly towards him. After Fang Qin told him the purpose of his visit, he entered the valley. To be honest, there were not many sword cultivators in the Xiantian sect. It could even be said that there were very few sword cultivators. There were even fewer sword cultivators at the Golden Armored Commander level. Seeing Fang Qin enter the Valley of Swords, the Guardian Elder could not help but sigh. In recent years, only 3 sword cultivators had entered the Valley of Swords, and Sanguinati was the 4th. There are fewer and fewer sword cultivators in the Xiantian sect, the Guardian Elder said. Once upon a time, the sword cultivator lineage was also a very powerful lineage in the Xiantian sect. However, with the fall or departure of a few sword cultivator powerhouses, the sword cultivator lineage of the Xiantian sect gradually declined. Until now, there were almost no sword cultivators left. The interior of the Valley of Swords was exactly the same as a real valley. As soon as Fang Qin entered, he appeared in the middle of the valley. This valley was very narrow, and there were walls all around the valley. It was strange to say that there were weeds everywhere on the ground in the valley. However, what surprised Fang Qin was that these weeds were all condensed from sword chi. What a brilliant method! Fang Qin could not help but sigh. Using sword chi to condense flowers, plants, and trees, and after the baptism of time, they could not dissipate. Just this method alone was enough to make people look up to. The creator of this Valley of Swords was really a Sword Dao Almighty. Before entering the Valley of Swords, Fang Qin also thoroughly understood the situation of the Valley of Swords. When a sword cultivator entered the Valley of Swords, as long as he released his sword chi, he would trigger the sword chi in the Valley of Swords. The surrounding walls were filled with vast sword chi. Once it was triggered, a large amount of sword chi would rush over and temper the sword chi of the martial artist. There were a total of 18 levels of sword chi. It corresponded to the first level of the Heavenly Dipper realm to the 9th level of the Heavenly Body realm. Buzz! Fang Qin activated the king's sword chi, and the walls around the Valley of Swords immediately squirmed. The raging sword chi directly whistled over. Fang Qin activated the sword chi of the 4th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm. Too weak. The sword chi hit his body, and Fang Qin shook his head slightly. Then, the sword chi continued to strengthen. It didn't stop until it reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm. On the wall, terrifying sword chi bombarded Fang Qin's body fiercely. Then, these sword chi merged with his own king's sword chi, tempering it. Awesome! Fang Qin shouted happily, enjoying the impact of the sword chi. Unknowingly, Fang Qin stayed in the Valley of Swords for 6 hours. After 6 hours, Fang Qin felt that the king's sword chi was more and more tyrannical, as if it could break through at any time. This Valley of Swords is indeed a holy land for sword cultivators. Fang Qin sighed in his heart. The sword chi in the Valley of Swords was the lifetime sword chi of the deceased Sword Tao Almighty. It contained the Sword Tao Almighty's understanding of the Sword Tao. While Fang Qin was enjoying the impact of the sword chi, he was also comprehending the Sword Tao Almighty's understanding of the Sword Tao. I wonder how strong the sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm is. Fang Qin suddenly thought of something and said slightly. Immediately, a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. With the strength of his perfect sword body, the sword chi of the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper tier could no longer cause any harm to him. If he wanted to continue tempering the king's sword chi, he needed to increase the level of his sword chi. So he was tempted. However, the sword chi of the Heavenly Body realm was extraordinary, and Fang Qin did not dare to be careless. He carefully activated the sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm. Boom! All of a sudden, the surrounding walls underwent a huge change. Fang Qin noticed that the power of stars had emerged in the Valley of Swords. What terrifying power of stars! Fang Qin's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice. In an instant, the sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm shot out from the wall and hit Fang Qin's body with lightning speed. Kacha! Fang Qin's body was directly sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the wall. There was a trace of blood on his body. Too strong. Fang Qin was shocked and hurriedly retreated from the Valley of Swords. The sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm contained the power of stars and was very powerful. He resisted it with his perfect sword body, but was still injured. Fang Qin was very decisive and directly gave up on tempering the sword chi. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to resist the baptism of sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm. The guardian elder sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt that someone had come out and immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Fang Qin's sorry state, he was somewhat puzzled. Sanguinati, what happened to you? Injured by sword chi, Fang Qin said. What level of sword chi did you activate? The guardian elder asked, puzzled. 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm. What 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm? Hearing this, the guardian elder looked at Fang Qin, dumbfounded. A little guy at the 4th level of the Heavenly Dipper tier actually dared to activate sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm. Was he seeking death? However, the guardian elder saw Fang Qin standing in front of him, perfectly fine. He looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. The gap between the Heavenly Body realm and the Heavenly Dipper tier is very big. There is heaven in between. And you actually dared to activate sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm, the guardian elder said with a smile. Regarding this, Fang Qin only smiled. Then he bid farewell to the guardian elder and left the Sword Valley. This trip to the Sword Valley, Fong Chen's harvest, was quite good. Although he was a little embarrassed in the end, it also let him know the power of sword chi of the heavenly body realm. If my cultivation was a little stronger, I might be able to resist it, Fong Chen thought to himself. Mystic Sky Sect, main peak. In a slightly gloomy courtyard. There were many cultivators guarding around the courtyard. Without the permission of the owner of the courtyard, no one could enter. Of course, the Mystic Sky Sect sect master and vice sect master were an exception. This courtyard was the red-bearded elder's courtyard. Red-bearded elder, this was what the people of the Mystic Sky sect called him. As for what his real name was, everyone had long forgotten. The red-bearded elder had a very high status in the Mystic Sky sect. The reason for this was because he was a powerful weapon refiner, an expert who could refine a level 4 divine weapon. In the ancient sword continent, the peak of weapon refiners was God tier. Little did they know that there were also levels among God tier. 1 star to 9 stars. A 1-star God tier could refine a level 1 divine weapon. A 2-star God tier could refine a level 2 divine weapon, and so on. A 9-star God tier could refine a level 9 tribulation divine weapon. In the huge clear sky island, level 4 divine weapons were very rare, and level 5 divine weapons were even more priceless. Ordinary warriors usually used rank 1 divine weapons. Those who were slightly stronger would be able to use rank 2 divine weapons. As for level 3 divine weapons, those who owned them were the upper echelons of the Mystic Sky Sect. Level 4 divine weapons could be counted on one hand. The red-bearded elder was a 4-star God tier. When the Mystic Sky Sect master and vice sect master saw him, their attitude was very good. At this moment, the red-bearded elder's face was gloomy as he sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar is a piece of trash. I gave him a trump card, but he couldn't even kill a mere sanguinati, the red-bearded elder said in a deep voice. Elder, the red-head blade and sanguinati are irreconcilable. Opposite the red-bearded elder, 2 members of the red-head blade spoke up. Hearing this, the red-bearded elder nodded. Then he fell into silence as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, the red-bearded elder's fingers gently tapped on the stone table. He raised his head and looked at the 2 of them. Chapter 1105. Although he knew that the Heaven's Fury Scholar was put into the Poison Cloud mystery realm by the red-bearded elder. However, Fong Chen did not dare to confirm whether the mastermind behind this matter was the red-bearded elder or not. Or was it the Heaven's Fury Scholar's doing, and the red-bearded elder was just helping him along the way? Fong Chen didn't act rashly and chose to expose the red-bearded elder to the higher-ups of the Black Sky Sect. After all, he wasn't very confident. Moreover, he couldn't alert the enemy. The red-bearded elder was a heavenly body tier elite. It would be too easy for him to kill Fong Chen. If the red-bearded elder was completely enraged, he might secretly kill him. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. The higher-ups of the Black Sky Sect definitely wouldn't make things difficult for the red-bearded elder for a dead prodigy. After returning from the Valley of Swords, Fong Chen didn't return to the Sky Ceiling Palace directly. Instead, he went to the Bone Pagoda. Compared to the Valley of Swords, there were many people in the Bone Pagoda. There were also many golden-armored commanders in the Black Sky Sect's 8 palaces. At this moment, there were many golden-armored commanders in front of the Bone Pagoda. Commander Shui. Everyone was talking about the Bone Pagoda when they suddenly saw Fong Chen and greeted him. Although Sanguinati's cultivation was weak, his strength couldn't be underestimated, especially that day when he defeated Xiaosheng with a trick. This made everyone look at Sanguinati in a new light. Sanguinati also nodded to everyone and responded to them one by one. Is Commander Shui also going to challenge the Bone Pagoda? A golden-armored commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace asked. Fong Chen nodded and said, I'm here to see the Bone Pagoda. Commander Shui, This bone pagoda tests the strength of a martial artist's body. The stronger the body, the easier it is to challenge the bone pagoda, the golden-armored commander of the Windless Palace explained. In fact, the bone pagoda is a treasured place to temper the body. Before coming, Fong Chen had read about the bone pagoda. The Valley of Swords was aimed at sword cultivators, while the bone pagoda was aimed at body cultivators. Of course, even non-body cultivators could challenge the bone pagoda. On the path of martial arts, the higher the cultivation, the more they knew the importance of the body. Therefore, the golden armored commanders all liked to challenge the bone pagoda. Every time he challenged the bone pagoda, he would reap great rewards. The bone pagoda had a total of 7 levels, and the gap between each level was huge. The golden armored commanders present were all at Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9, and their physical bodies were not too bad. However, they were still in awe of the bone pagoda. Just as everyone was talking, the bone pagoda suddenly flickered, and a figure walked out. Fong Chen recognized this person. He was the golden armor commander of the Golden Sky Palace. Jin Wufeng actually made it to the 4th level. How amazing! Those with unique constitutions have an innate advantage when it comes to challenging the Bone Tower. Yes, Jin Wufeng's special physique is very domineering. It is said that he has the physique of an ancient giant bear and is very powerful. Several golden armor commanders sighed when they saw Jin Wufeng come out. Under normal circumstances, a golden armor commander without a special constitution would only be able to reach the 3rd level at most. He would not be able to advance any further. However, Jin Wufeng had actually reached the 4th level. There were a total of 7 levels, and each level was incomparably heaven-defying. Reaching the 4th level was enough to see that Jin Wufeng's physical body had reached a certain level of strength. Brother Jin, your physical body has become stronger again. A commander who had a good relationship with Jin Wufeng grinned. Jin Wufeng was also very happy to reach the 4th level. He nodded and said, "Recently, my ancient giant bear physique has made a breakthrough, and I have also triggered the ancient giant bear bloodline." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Jin Wufeng to trigger the ancient giant bear bloodline. People with unique constitutions had the opportunity to trigger the special bloodline. However, the probability was very small. It was so small that it could be ignored. However, martial artists who could trigger the special bloodline would have their physical strength skyrocketed. No wonder Jin Wufeng could reach the 4th level. Amazing! Brother Jin, I admire you. Several people cupped their hands. After Jin Wufeng came out, several golden armor commanders entered the bone pagoda one after another. After a while, all of them came out. They did not pass the bone pagoda well, and one of them even stopped at the 2nd level. "What's the record of the bone pagoda?" Fong Chen suddenly asked. The golden armor commander said, "It's said to be the 6th level." Who reached the 6th level? Fong Chen asked curiously. Back then, after Bai Qingqing was promoted to golden armor commander, she reached the 6th level on her first attempt, the golden armor commander said. Fong Chen was slightly surprised when he heard this. He did not expect Bai Qingqing's physical body to be so strong. Even the ancient giant bear physique could not reach the 5th level. However, Bai Qingqing, a weak woman, easily reached the 6th level. I wonder what her special physique is. Fong Chen was a little curious. After chatting with this person for a while, Fong Chen was a little curious about the bone pagoda and immediately entered the bone pagoda. Seeing Sanguinati enter the bone pagoda, the golden armor commander's eyes lit up and they began to discuss. How many levels do you think Sanguinati can reach? His cultivation base is too weak, and his physical body is not that strong. It's his first attempt, so he should be on the 2nd level. One of them shook his head and then said, "Not necessarily. Maybe he can reach the 3rd level." The others also believed that Sanguinati could reach the 3rd level at most. Only the golden armor commander of the bloodthirsty palace thought that perhaps Sanguinati could reach the 4th level. He did not know Sanguinati at all, but he knew Bai Qingqing. A martial artist who could catch the attention of the incomparably arrogant Bai Qingqing definitely had great potential. The first time Bai Qingqing challenged the Bone Pagoda, she reached the 6th level. He wondered how many levels Sanguinati could reach. Fang Qin was completely unaware of the discussions outside. On the 1st level of the Bone Pagoda, Fang Qin quietly stood there. Feeling the enormous gravity coming from all directions, he felt incomparably carefree. The creator of this Bone Pagoda is also an almighty, Fang Qin said inwardly. 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The 6 superpowers of Clear Sky Island had an extremely deep foundation. Although the Black Heaven sect had declined a little over the years, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even so, the Black Heaven sect was still one of the 6 superpowers of Clear Sky Island. The higher the status, the more Fang Qin could feel the terror of the Black Heaven sect. Especially after seeing the Valley of Swords and the Bone Pagoda, Fang Qin even had a very absurd thought. Perhaps the Black Heaven sect's strength was not only on the surface. There might be experts in the dark. Of course, this was only his guess. After entering the Bone Pagoda, he realized that the Bone Pagoda tempered the body, but it was actually gravity that squeezed the body. With the strength of Fang Qin's body, he could easily walk on the 1st level without using the perfect sword body. There's no pressure on the 1st level. Fang Qin found the entrance to the 2nd level. The gravity on the 2nd level was 5 times that of the 1st level. As soon as he came up, he felt a heavy pressure on his body. With this gravity, a Mystic King realm martial artist will be squeezed to death in minutes, Fang Qin said to himself. When he arrived at the 2nd level, Fang Qin still did not use the perfect sword body. However, he felt a trace of pressure. Continue. Fang Qin did not want to rely on the perfect sword body for the time being. When he arrived at the 3rd level, the pressure suddenly increased, at least 10 times that of the 2nd level. At this moment, Fang Qin's body finally could not withstand it. Crack! His bones made a crisp sound, and Fang Qin's body was squeezed to the point that he was about to lie on the ground. He tried to resist the gravity, but it was to no avail. In the end, Fang Qin activated the perfect sword body. Buzz! The perfect sword body was activated, and the king's sword chi instantly surrounded him. The heavy pressure disappeared in an instant. It's easy. Fang Qin looked around and could no longer feel the heavy pressure. After a while, Fang Qin arrived at the 4th level. The gravity here was countless times stronger than on the 3rd level. With this gravity, even a low-level Heaven Star realm martial artist would be crushed to death in an instant, Fang Qin sighed. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body. Otherwise, he would really stop at the 3rd level. No wonder Jin Wufeng could barely reach the 4th level with the ancient bear's physique and bloodline. The 4th level is already so strong, I wonder how the 5th level will be. Now, Fang Qin was a little impressed by Bai Qingqing. For her to reach the 6th level on her first attempt, one could only imagine how abnormal her physique was. My perfect sword body is known as the strongest physique in the world. Although it's only a low-level physique, it shouldn't be too bad, Fang Qin said softly. Then he entered the 5th level. Boom! Just as he entered the 5th level, Fang Qin's body was directly squeezed by the heavy pressure, and his legs instantly bent. Ha! Fang Qin shouted, and the king's sword chi flowed around his body. The perfect sword body aura surrounded him. This gradually reduced the pressure. So strong! Fang Qin was shocked. Even a high-level Heaven Star realm martial artist would be seriously injured by the heavy pressure on the 5th level. The pressure here had exceeded Fang Qin's expectations. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Qin could feel that the perfect sword body's defense was not as easy as on the 4th level. Some of the heavy pressure was gradually seeping into his body. However, Fang Qin could still walk. Let's temper my body here. The heavy pressure on the 5th level had already made Fong-Chin feel a trace of pressure. The heavy pressure from all directions converged on Fong-Chen's body. The latter felt that the perfect sword body was operating at high speed. The gravity was constantly tempering Fong-Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In the outside world, a few golden armor commanders could not wait and had already left. However, there were still a few golden armor commanders who stayed here. One of them was the Bloodthirsty Palace's golden armor commander. I wonder which level he reached. It had been more than 2 hours, and Sanguinati still had not come out. It was very likely that he was tempering his body. Maybe he stopped at the 3rd level, a golden armor commander said. The Bloodthirsty Palace's golden armor commander shook his head. His intuition told him that Sanguinati had not come out because he had reached the higher levels. His eyes were fixed on the bone pagoda. If he wants to reach the 4th level, Sanguinati must have a special physique and trigger a special bloodline, a golden armor commander said.